balls, and umpire Baldwin is just pointing out exactly what Sean Hunt is doing, and I don't think they're front foot no balls, are they?
No,
I
it
think he's
looked like
cutting
he was wide.
Yeah. So the total goes to 66 for 3. Sean Hunt is going to carry on around the wicket.
I can see how that could happen as a left armer coming round the wicket, because you want to get wide and kind of go into the batter's body. So
And he comes this
that
time,
seems
bowls.
better.
That is a legitimate delivery, and a good delivery as well. Well pitched up, and James drives to mid-off where it's fielded by Brad Curry. 2 Sussex players without numbers on their back, which is very confusing. That's Brad Curry just down below us, the left-arm seamer. Interesting you say that, though, Grace. Is it something that you would do as well in terms of actually using the crease? Because you've got to applaud Sean Hunt for trying to use the crease to get a different angle.
Yeah, it's something I certainly do a lot.
He's in and bowls, and forward comes James, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run.
I think it's one of the advantages of being a left-arm seamer in that you can create a few different angles, which obviously a lot less common than right-arm over or right-arm seam bowling. And I think particularly at the death it can be pretty effective, or for someone who's really strong through the offside, you can almost just trap them and come try and kind of angle into them.
Hunt turns just down below us, bowling here from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and that's swinging away wide of the off stump, and James has nothing to do with it. He just makes a little signal there to Ben Slater, as if to suggest that it did seem to swing away quite a lot from the right hander, taken by Carter, and there is no run. Wickets are really tumbling around the country. Surrey now 25 for 2 against Warwickshire. That will please you, Grace.
Yeah, Warwickshire fan. I mean, they haven't had the best of county championship seasons, but hopefully they'll come good in the one-day cup, which comes up.
In comes Hunt and bowls, and driven at full-length delivery to mid-off by James, fielded by Curry at mid-off, and there is no run. Randy Baldwin's been in touch and says, what's happened to the stream? I don't know. So I don't know if you can... we'll see what's happened, Randy, but thank you for getting in touch. As Hunt, 3 slips go down, is in and bowls, and let go by James, and that was a good leave actually, because that wasn't far over the top of the stumps, taken by Carter, and there is no run. I think this is a good morning to be bowling, Grace. I think the ball is just doing a bit. We've got heavy cloud cover above the ground. Good leave though by Lyndon James. Hunt gets a pat on the back from Cheteshwar Pujara, who's skippering Sussex in the absence of Tom Haynes, who broke his hand a couple of weeks ago in the game at Hove against Leicestershire. Hunt in bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and that does beat James outside the off stump. Pushing forward, the ball whistles past the outside edge. Taken by keeper Carter. It's a good over by Sean Hunt. There were a couple of no balls in there. 3 overs, no wicket for 5. Notts are 66 for 3.
Your correspondent perhaps can't hear you, so you might want to tell him to refresh. He crashed for literally a second. If they refresh, they'll get it back.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dave. So I'll return that email. You natter away for a minute, Grace, and I'll just send an email through.
Yeah, I was just about to say, actually, it's been a really enjoyable session to watch from kind of a non-biased point of view. I mean, there's certainly a lot in it for the bowlers, which is often not the case on all these first-class wickets. Obviously, quite batter-friendly, but yeah, it's been really good to see, and all of the seam bowlers getting good movement. I've been really impressed with Sean Hunt, as Carvelis continues from the pavilion end, and that one again outside off and left alone by the left-handed Slater carries through to the keeper nicely.
I think what will be interesting here, Grace, would just be to see how much Cheteshwar Pujara bowls Ollie Robinson throughout the day. I'm never sure in these situations when you're centrally contracted whether England are saying, right, we want you to bowl a certain amount of overs in the day, or whether they want you to bowl a certain amount of spells. But I just wonder here whether they might give Robinson another sort of couple of 3 overs maybe just before lunch.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility as Cabellis comes in again, right arm over, and similar to the last ball, again short, outside off and just left alone by Slater. Yeah, I think that they'll definitely want to be quite cautious with him. I mean, obviously very talented bowler, and one that's often in the England starting lineup, and with his injury history I think you do have to be cautious, but at the same time you just want him to bowl, don't you? You want them to be fit, and you want them to get their workloads up, so yeah, they'll be wanting him to get a few overs under his belt, especially with the rhythm he's in.
And he will want to bowl as well.
Carvelis in, and this time straighter and inside edge, I think it was, as Slater comes forward, and that just races away to the deep square boundary and will just be 1 run taken.
I just saw him having a look at the inside edge of his bat there, Ben Slater. Batting hasn't been easy.
No, it hasn't, and yeah, I think Slater's done well. He's just starting to settle a little bit, and he needs to stick around here and build a partnership with Lyndon James.
I think James has left particularly well, actually. Anything that's been wide, he seems to know where his off stump is.
As he less convincing of a leave.
Less convincing, that one, wasn't it? That one,
Yeah.
that was a play and a miss.
Yeah, Carvelis just brings him forward nicely.
Oh, Dave got an update to do. I'm going to give you my headset because I've got to go and do an update as well, Grace. So,
And then I'll be back.
Thanks to Adrian and Grace for the last half an hour. Yeah, we will have an update to do for Radio Nottingham in a second. Here comes Harry Carvelis. Bowls and edged and dropped at second slip. We're not saw 67 for 3, but just as you came to me, it should have been 67 for 4 because Lyndon James has just edged a ball low down to second slip and Tom Clark has spilled it. That's good news for Nottinghamshire supporters because they've watched Mead, Duckett and Clark all come and go in the opening 90 minutes this morning. Ben Slater's dodged a lot of bullets. He's 39 not out. Seems to be playing the Sussex bowlers with rather more ease and comfort than his teammates. Lyndon James, as I say, is on 7. Just been dropped under cloudy skies here. Nottinghamshire 67 for 3. Leighton Swan's clipped to mid-wicket. Should have been 4 down, Grace.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the easiest of catches, quite low on, I think it was his left side, but you could tell by the visible disappointment that he thought he should have caught it, and yeah, could be a big moment. These two just starting to look to build a partnership.
67 for 3 after 19 overs. Crikey, the old over rates this season have been something to talk about. I mean, you know, the men's internationals in particular, where they've often been 10 or 12 overs shy at the end of the day. Here's Sean Hunt in, come back over the wicket, and he's well, Ben Slater beat the count, he will. He's straight up, but he was put on the seat of his pants there by one that's nipped back and struck him a painful blow. 67 for 3. Slater on 39. There'll be just sniggers, I'm sure, from the Sussex players out there. He didn't stay down for long, did he?
No, he didn't, yeah.
Bobbed back up.
Never treated with much sympathy, is it, that sort of injury?
It's not, no. It's come back over. Sean Hunt. He's gone for 5 runs, Grace, and 4 of those are in no balls in the last over. 2 no balls. So not given an awful lot away. Certainly cramped Slater up there. He bowls again, and Ben Slater solidly behind this and drops it on the leg side. 67 for 3. Coffee all right with your 5 sugars?
Just the one.
If your coach knew how many sugars you have.
What? I said 1.
Oh, I thought you said 5. No,
You put 5 in there?
No, I haven't, no. 67
nice,
for 3.
It is quite sweet. It's nice. I'm a big coffee fan. Massive coffee fan.
They're those little tiny sachets. Did pour a couple in, actually. Hunt bowls and Slater defends out as far as Pujara at mid-off. I think he played, I might have to look up because I've guessed a couple of times through the course of the game. I think he played 5 games for Nottinghamshire, but I will have a look. In 2017, Chideshwa Pujara made his debut, I remember, down at Cardiff against Glamorgan, and very early on threw down the stumps, ran out Chris Cook. Next delivery is driven into the offside by Slater for 4. That's nice from the left-handed opener. Away 4-4. Ben Slater up to 43.71 for 3. Chiteshwar Pujara. In fact, he played 8 games for Nottinghamshire in 2017. Crikey. 12 innings, 333 runs, 1 century, 112 he made. Average 27.7. So remember the good times, but not the overall average. 27.7. He's averaging 111 for Sussex. So contrast that as Hunt comes in and bowls, and Slater again through the offside for 4 more. He likes those. Lovely looking shot from Slater. Takes him to 47. Yeah, for Sussex before this game, Pujara, Grace, 7 matches, 11 innings, 999 runs, top score of 231, 5 centuries, including 3 doubles, averaging 111.
It's not the worst set of stats I've ever heard.
It's not, no.
It's very impressive, isn't it? He's such a good player. I watched him against Derbyshire at the start of the season when I was commentating.
He got a double there, didn't he?
Yeah, batted very nicely.
Here's Hunt into Slater. Will it be 3 in a row? It won't. This one has nipped back on him, so an over of mixed blessings for Ben Slater. He was struck a painful blow, but then rebounded with a couple of runs. I'll guarantee when Pujara bats in this match, if he gets a single, both Adrian and I will forget he was on 999 going into this match for the season, because we've both now mentioned it.
I'll do my best to remember.
75 for 3. Just about 24 minutes to go until lunch. Reasonable crowd in, a sort of a county championship
it's quite
size
busy.
crowd.
Yeah.
Can't see any youngsters around. I'm not sure if they've all broken up as yet, but no youngsters about, is that?
Cavellis continues from the fielding end, and that's short and cut away, but straight to the backward point fielder, who could be Ali, or it could not be. Seems as there's 3 of him out there, and my eyesight is not good enough to see.
No, that's James Coles, because he's the one that caught Ben Duckett. So Adrian's back with us, and we'll hear more from Grace after lunch. She'll be first in the queue, I'm sure, for the old pie and chips or fish and chips or what have you. So this one's gone through James and into the gloves of wicket-keeper Carter.
Yeah, good delivery by Ari Cavellos. And having said that Lyndon James had left quite well, he's had a couple of deliveries, and as I went next door, was he put down?
He was dropped by Clark, low down,
right,
to his left, on 7 at the time. Well, he's still on 7, but we tend to make a note of these things, don't they, when they go on and score 125. They're always put down on 7.
Cavellos in, let go by James outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no one. Yeah, I was trying to see the replay. Was it a tough chance, Dave? One that
got both hands to it. It was low down, sort of shin high, but it went quickly. But he got both hands to it.
A couple of other emails have come in.
Please do.
Gary Knight's been in touch. Hello, Gary. He says, hi Adrian, an encouraging morning so far for Sussex, particularly for Ollie Robinson, who looks in good shape. Hopefully we can winkle out 1 or 2 more before lunch to fully justify the decision to bowl first. In comes Cavellos again, bowls, and this time he is caught. And James is on his way, and Tom Clark makes amends, and he's furious with himself, is Lyndon James. It's a ball he probably didn't need to play. He got a thick edge. It went very fast to Tom Clark, who's at second slip, who on this occasion made absolutely no mistake. And Sussex have taken their 4th wicket of the morning, and James is on his way for 7.
It was a bit like that, Adrian, a little bit like that. It was a bit lower, to be fair. The one he spilled was at shin height. This was not quite waist height, was it? But went quickly to his left, but safely pouched it, and all will be forgotten. The same catcher, the same bowler, and Lyndon James didn't add any runs to his 7 that he was on the previous over. So this is now turning into a very, very decent morning for Sussex, putting knots in, getting 4 wickets at least before lunch. There's still just over 20 minutes to go, and They're very much on top. I guess they'll be looking at this fella and wondering what he's going to deliver today, because the last time many of them saw Stephen Mullaney racked up 192 against them. Although you were saying there's not that many of this side actually played in the game at Hove, is there?
No, I think there's just 5 of this Sussex side. Just finishing off Gary's email here, he says it's good to hear from Grace Ballinger again. So Gary's a fan, and he said, as I recall, she was co-commentator earlier this season. I have to say, of all the female commentators I've heard this season, she is by far the best.
Oh, crikey.
So there we are, Grace.
Adrian, you should have waited till she'd gone out of the room for that one. Crikey.
Yep. So thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Gary.
Good to hear from Gary. Yep. Down in, I don't know where you are today, Gary, maybe at home in Horsham, or probably getting ready for the footy season. He's a big West Ham fan, is Gary. But a big Sussex fan, and he'll be delighted with the way Sussex are going here. It is getting brighter and brighter as the morning goes on. It was really very gloomy when the floodlights came on, but Sussex will be delighted with the way this morning has gone. Phil Pennicott's been in touch. Hello, Phil. Who was saying he had a few problems with the stream as well, but I think everything is okay now. And he says, yeah, I was only at Lord's last week for a couple of days. I saw the first 2 days at Lord's last week, Phil, but here for all 4 days. As in comes Ari Carvelos, running in from the pavilion end, comes into bowl to Stephen Mullaney. Mullaney up on his toes and plays that into the offside. There is no run. Yes, when Stephen Mullaney came into bat in the first game of the season down at Hove, Knotsworth from memory 52 for 4, and ended up making 534 for 9. Stephen Mullaney made 192, as Dave was saying.
534 for 9 from here would be a pretty good effort.
It would be. 4 slips in place as Pajara cranks up the pressure as Carvelos in again bowls and Mullaney defends straight back down the pitch. Carvelos fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. End of the over. Nottinghamshire are 75 for 4. Slater 47. Stephen Mullaney yet to score. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle and Grace Ballinger, your commentary team this week. And we've got, about 20 minutes or so to go before lunch.
Apologies if you've already mentioned it while I was fetching the coffees. Mr. Carvelos for the Nottinghamshire supporters. What's his background? Where's he come from? Well,
I mean, born in Johannesburg. He's 28 years of age. He has played some first-class cricket, notably, as I understand, in South Africa. He's represented Greece in international cricket. But I have to say, Dave, I didn't get a chance to speak to him at Lord's last week, but he's been, played a couple of games in the seconds, as did Brad Curry.
As impressed and been given a chance, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Here's Sean Hunt. In and bowls to Slater, drops this on the leg side, moves to 48. The scorecard: Slater 48 not out, Hamid 5, Duckett 7, Clark 1, James 7. It's almost fair to say it's been Ben Slater versus Sussex this morning. Can Stephen Mullaney chip in? He's just taking guard. Mullaney this season, 667 runs at an average of 55. That 192, no surprise there, that's his top score. 2 centuries. He got a 55 ball century at Lords against Middlesex, and 3 half centuries. 3 slips go down as Mullaney shoulders arms, and it goes through to the keeper.
I'm just watching Stephen Mullaney making some signals towards Ben Slater, presumably about what that ball did, or maybe what the wicket's doing. Suggesting there's a little bit in it for the bowlers this morning. It certainly has got a green tinge.
After the next ball, would you like to share the email address? Because I'm sure there are 1 or 2 listeners that
yes,
would prefer, rather than the old Twittery thing, to send us a longer bit of correspondence, as this one goes through to the keeper, just shaped away from Mullaney.
Yes, it's sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And
you don't mind if they've got questions for?
Of course not. Anyone.
For Notts or for Grace?
Yeah, anyone at all. The more the merrier. Martin's been in touch, actually, down in Switzerland. Good to hear from you, Martin. But sorry to hear that you've picked up COVID. I'll read your email at the end of the over. It hasn't gone away.
No.
Wretched thing.
No, it hasn't. And again comes Hunt, bowls, and repeated the previous one, Mulaney having nothing to do with it. Couple of balls left in the over. 76 for 4 Nottinghamshire. 3 wickets to Ollie Robinson, who was very impressive this morning. Looked in good rhythm. Got a little bit of a bonus with Hamid shouldering arms, but probably deserved that wicket because he sort of lured him into believing maybe that it was just going to jag away as the previous 2 or 3 had, and nipped one back, clipped off a bail. Ben Duckett, rather a tame dismissal, just chipped one up on the leg side to James Coles, and then Joe Clark caught behind. Very difficult to detect even a touch, but everybody knew up they went. And then Lyndon James out to Carvelis and Nick to second slip, where it was well taken by Tom Clark. Extra slip has gone in there now, 4 slips. Hunt bowls, Mulaney cuts away to get off the mark impressively, away to the Fox Road side of the ground for 4, and knocks her on to 80 for 4.
Good shot by Mulaney, and he'd noticed that the field had changed. In fact, Ollie Robinson was instrumental in that. As I say, he's officially the Sussex vice-captain, but he was talking to Sean Hunt at the end of his run, and then managed to convince Cheteshwar Pujara to move the cover to mid-wicket, and with that it was a little too short and wide, and hammered away by Mulaney. Nice looking shot to get off the mark.
Captain just having a little bit of discussion with his bowler. But words of encouragement, I'm sure, from Pudge. 80 for 4. Next delivery on its way, driven by Mulaney into the offside. While you were out doing your latest update, Adrian, I was just going through comparing Pujara at Notts in 2017 to Pujara at Sussex in 2022. He averaged 27 from 8 matches for Notts. He's averaging 111 from 7 with Sussex.
Yeah, I mean, three double hundreds against Derby, Durham and Lords last week. And you say just 1 run short of 1,000 for the season. Martin's been in touch, and he says, "Dear Adrian and team, sorry to hear about George Garton's struggles with long COVID, and wish him well. I went down with Corona on Saturday and haven't been enjoying the experience at all. The first couple of days I was good for nothing," he says, as in comes Carvelos around the wicket bowls, let go outside the off stump by Slater, and there is no run. First couple of days I was good for nothing, but felt yesterday that a day watching county championship cricket via the live stream would be the perfect way to help the time go by. So I was very disappointed to find that the Sussex match didn't commence until today for some reason. I don't think any of us know why.
No.
I don't think any of us know why it's today. If someone does, maybe someone perhaps down at Sussex, or someone might know why we're starting today and not yesterday. Carvelos runs in again, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Slater, no run.
Have Sussex got a match at the weekend, one of these 50 over games against...
That's a very good point, actually, Dave. They do. They're playing at Wormsley against Oxfordshire. So perhaps...
Okay. No, I just wondered perhaps if they'd, with Notts playing Sussex here in the Royal London on Tuesday, if Sussex were sort of staying around, but clearly not.
Yes, but I don't know who's going to be playing in that game. Carvelos in bowls, let go by Slater outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run.
If that had been a part of the thinking, you'd imagine the Royal London game would have been Monday rather than Tuesday.
Well, no, absolutely.
But clearly it's not. If you've then got to disappear to Wormsley, we've already had their head groundsman on, Andrew, this morning, having a natter earlier with us.
Carvelos, a tall man running in from the pavilion end around the wicket in and bowls, and again let go by Slater, taken by Carter, and there is no run.
And that's Oxfordshire playing that one.
Yes, I'm pretty certain it's yes.
Yeah, Notts are playing just outside Norwich against Norfolk on Sunday.
Right, yeah. And then everything's. I think all the 50 overs start on Tuesday. But as I say, Sussex haven't played here for 5 years, and we'll be back here on Tuesday. So you got the trip all the way back down to Hove, then back up again. Presumably the team will travel up on Monday, stay overnight on Monday, game on Tuesday. Carvelos in bowls, and Slater looks to tuck that one on the leg side, or hits him on the thigh pad. Carter runs from behind the stumps to field, and it is a leg by And the total goes to 81 for 4. Just to finish off Martin's email, he says, "I'm particularly delighted to see Ollie Robinson return with such a bang. By the end of his spell, it wasn't just the wicket tally, but also the initially higher than usual run rate that suggested he's ready to take up where he left off. It can only be good for England to have him in the mix for a place along with Potts, who did so well in his absence." Yeah, Matthew Potts has certainly done really well. And in fact, Matthew Potts earlier this season did play for Durham down at Hove. In comes Cavallos again, bowls to Mullaney, who's forward and plays to mid-off. There is no run. Tidy over from Cavallos. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15. Nottinghamshire 81 for 4. And in fact, Ian Salisbury commented in that game because Potts bowled really quickly down the hill, and he was bowling to Pujara, and said it as well as anybody has bowled to Pujara all season. And that was long before he was getting talked about in terms of England circles. But he's done really well as Matthew Potts.
Yes, he bowled quickly against Notts up in the northeast early part of the season. Martin Scott says, Dave, it's the beer in every stand game, this one. We're in stand 2, beer 2. It's a little dull again out here. Next ball is pushed into the offside. Hunt bowling to Ben Slater, who moves to 49 with that single. 82 for 4, start of the 24th over. Yeah, there's a group of them. Where are they now? But one game a year, they looks very much as if they're in the William Clark stand, so I'm not sure where they are. A beer in every stand, so
they might raise a glass if we can see. Let's see if I can peek round the corner and see them.
I don't know if they're listening, but they've sent a photo. Do it every year. Next ball, just off the thigh pad, was it, or did Mullaney get some bat on it? We'll just have to have a little bit of a look. Yep, run to the not skipper, moves on to 5. 83 for 4.
Colin Bowman's been in touch on Twitter. He says he can't make this game, but looking forward to the stream and the commentary.
Hunt again. This is his 6th over, none for 20. Bowls Ben Slater on 49, shoulders, arms. So Notts 4 wickets down. Tom Moore's due in at 7, Liam Pattinson wide 8, and James Pattinson 9. So 3 left-handers to come. Then Luke Fletcher, and then Dane Patterson bringing up the rear.
I think it's been a good spell by Sean Hunter. I mean, his figures perhaps don't suggest it, 5 overs for 20, but I think he has caused 1 or 2 problems.
Comes in again, bowls, and Slater's gone hard at that one. Definite play and a miss by Ben Slater. 83 for 4.
Yeah, just that ability to slant that one across the left-hander. That was a good delivery. And I think it's really good here. I'm pleased to see Ollie Robinson is coming over at sort of every opportunity, just lending a bit of advice to Sean Hunt, who's worked so hard on his fitness. I mean, he's almost unrecognisable, Sean Hunt, as an athlete this season.
He's in again, left arm over the wicket, bowls. Slater will get his 50 this time, running it out to the fielder on the point boundary, and Slater goes through to 50. 112 minutes he's been at the crease, faced 86 balls, and it's 7 fours and that 1-6. He pulled a ball away for 6 fairly early on. 84 for 4. It's only the 3rd time he's got to 50 in the championship this year. Be looking to really go on, and especially with the start Notts have made to this game, they need Ben Slater to go on and make it a big one.
That's been a good knock, hasn't it? It's not been easy out there this morning. I think he's batted really well. He's played some nice shots.
Hunt bowls to Captain Mullaney, and well, he's just turning the strike over, isn't he? He'll keep the strike, Mullaney, with a single from the final ball. 85 for 4, Ben Slater 50, Mullaney 6. Hunt now 6 overs, none for 22. We've had 24 overs here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex, with Grace Ballinger, Dave Bracegirdle and Adrian Harms.
And it looks as if the weather is improving all the time. There's even some very small patches of blue sky above Trent Bridge. The floodlights are still on, but the weather is improving, and Sussex have taken full advantage of the cloud cover, but they'll be keen. They'll know what happened down at Hove when Notts also looked in a bit of trouble, or they were in trouble, and the skipper steered them for, in the end, a match-winning total. In comes Ari Carvelos from the pavilion end, in and bowls to Maloney, who drives firmly as far as Pujara in the covers, and there is no run. 3 slips in place: Hudson Prentice, Clark and Alistair Orr. James Coles at backward point, Pujara at cover, Ollie Robinson at mid-off, Bradley Curran, hands on hips at mid-on. Archie Lennon, we were saying 18 this week, is fielding at mid-wicket, and down below us is Sean Hunt at fine leg, as Carvelos is in again, bowls and well pitched up, and Mullaney drives straight back down the ground. He feels off his own bowling, and there is no run with a hop and a skip.
Made as if it was going to throw it towards Mullaney's end, but realised how futile it would be. Mullaney hadn't gone anywhere. Probably couldn't see the stumps either. Mullaney seemed to be right in front of them, didn't he?
He was. They're making a change in the field here. There's Archie Lennon is going back to deep mid-wicket. So Stephen Mullaney's just watching and making absolutely, he knows for certain where Archie Lennon is. He's probably...
He's a slender figure, isn't he?
He is. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and that was left outside the off stump by Mullaney, and there is no run.
You said he's 18 this week and can legally go and buy a drink. I would imagine they'll still want to see some ID.
Yeah. Well, it was strange actually. Steve Finn was saying earlier on this season when he came on commentary that what with some of the child protection regulations as well, and the WhatsApp group that some of the players had, that some of the players, there's a lot of youngsters in this, so but you're not allowed in if you're less than 18. So Archie could probably join some of those WhatsApp groups now. In comes Carvelos, in and bowls, and Mullaney again lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. I have to say, I mean, I haven't seen a lot of Stephen Mullaney bat, but I thought that innings down at Hove, he just seemed to be one of these batsmen who seemed to have a lot of time, Dave. And he seemed to have time with that, he'd made up his mind, let the ball go. Seems to be pretty unruffleable. 3 slips are waiting just in case he does get an edge. Carvelos in his 6 overs, 6th over, figures of 1 for 15. Mullaney waits, Carvelos in and bowls, and Mullaney up on his toes and steers that down to fine leg. Picks up a comfortable single fielded by Sean Hunt. 1 more to the total, which goes to 86 for 4, and Mullaney 2-7. The batsmen out, if you missed it: Hamid for 5, Duckett for 7, Clark for 1. All of those 3 wickets taken by Ollie Robinson. And then James for 7 off the bowling of Carvelos. I wonder whether we might see a bit of Ollie Robinson before lunch, but that's not going to be the case now with about 5 minutes to go until the interval. Carvelos around the wicket to the left-handed Ben Slater. He's in and bowls, and Slater right in behind that. Punches the ball to mid-off, fielded by Curry. There is no run. End of a tidy over from Carvelos. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for not Notts are 86 for 4.
I don't think it's going to be one of those occasions where we get the obligatory over of spin before lunch. Just not the right conditions. We are going to get a bowling change though, so Sean Hunt coming out of the attack, 1 over before lunch, and Tom Clark is going to deliver the final over of the session, right on medium pacer. I seem to recall he had a little bit of success down at
Yes, he did.
Hove. He got a century, didn't he, in that match, and I think he got in amongst the wickets as well.
Yes. Where are we? I should have the stats here somewhere.
I was going to say, very unkind of me. I could see you'd got the scorecard.
No,
there,
he accounted for Liam Pattinson-White. He bowls... Sorry.
He's in and bowls, and this is run down to third man. A single taken by Mullaney, 87 for 4.
Here we are. Yeah, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 35
right.
down at Hove.
Yeah.
I think he's a little bit above medium pace, Tom Clark. He's had a couple of injuries this season, which I think has restricted his bowling. He just nibbles it about a bit.
Yeah, keeper stood well back as well, which just helps you lean towards what Adrian was saying, just a little bit above medium pace. Slater's on exactly 50. Oh, this was fairly wide. Started wide and went wider still. 87 for 4. Got a ton in that match, didn't he, at Hove?
He did.
Tom Clark.
Yep, that was his maiden first-class 100, and he's followed it up. He made a very good 100 at Grace Road against Leicester.
Had a fairly quiet morning. All of his focus was condensed into back-to-back overs, where he spilled Lyndon James on 7 and then caught Lyndon James on 7. Next delivery is driven by Slater up to mid-off. I should say back-to-back overs from Carvelis. But the drop was quite a difficult one, and it didn't cost any runs, so don't think anybody's going to lose any sleep over that. 87 for 4 as we nudge very close to the luncheon interval. Sussex taking the honours this morning, having won the toss and opting to field. Ollie Robinson with the first 3 wickets, Hamid for 5, Duckett for 7 and Clark for 1, and then Carvelis with that wicket to Lyndon James. Clark bowls, Slater has been there since the start, punches this up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Which clock do we go by, Dave? Is it the one on the...
Oh, well, that's a very good question. I think it's normally the one above our head if it's working, so we can't see it. So it is a little bit of guesswork from our perspective. It's about 1 o'clock, isn't it? The phones, the laptops, the watches all say 1 o'clock. This time it's defended. There's one the top of the pavilion at the far end, which is usually a minute or two slow, and can't quite see it because of the gantry up there now that they've put on right at the very top of the pavilion. But there's one above our heads that we can't see. Umpires usually turn and look towards us, and they're looking at the umpire at the clock. This one, see Slater pushing at it. Let's have a little look. The umpires are looking at each other. Umpire Baldwin hands cap and sweater to Clark, and they're all rushing round. So
Umpire Bainton's looking up towards us. I think he's saying, "Is there I don't think they will. I think they'll say it's lunch."
Yeah, they're going.
Yep.
Adrian knows. 87 for 4, 26 overs. Sussex this morning, Adrian.
Yeah, very good morning for Sussex. I mean, it makes a huge difference when Ollie Robinson is back into the attack. It's only his 3rd game of the season, and I think it relieves some of the pressure on the other bowlers as well. I think all of the whole bowled very tidily. Good knock by Ben Slater, though. I think he's batted very well at the top of the order, and Sussex will know from bitter experience of the first game of the season at Hove that this is far from job done and much work to be done this afternoon.
Lovely to have Adrian back with us, also Grace Ballinger. They'll both be raring to go after having a little bit of food and water over the next 40 minutes or so. I hope you'll do the same and rejoin us in ample time for the afternoon session when we return for the 2nd chapter in this Division 2 game between Nottinghamshire and Sussex. At lunch, the home county 87 for 4. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. The umpires are on their way out to the middle. Paul Baldwin and Neil Bainton treading the lonely journey from the pavilion out to the middle. Decent morning for Sussex, 87 for 4. Nottinghamshire put into bat. 3 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 1 to Harry Carvelis. Ben Slater holding firm for the home side. He's 50 not out. Been looking on during the luncheon interval at Stuart Broad, having a bit of a bowl on the edge of the square out there with Kevin Shine, the bowling coach. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and to talk you through the opening part of the afternoon session, it will be my esteemed co-hosts Adrian Harms and Grace Ballinger.
Esteemed. I noticed Stuart Broad was out on the outfield, Grace, during lunch, and how lovely. He's just taken some time just to speak to some people over there. There's a young lad over there. Look at Stuart Broad. He's just sort of showing him something about bowling, and he posed for some pictures with another spectator. So I think that's just wonderful to see. Ollie Robinson is going to open the attack for Sussex after lunch. Not 87 for 4. Slater batted very well this morning. Ben Slater on 50. Stephen Mullaney is on 8. What did you have for lunch, Grace?
Went for the steak and ale pie.
Did you? Nice?
Yeah, delicious.
I was fish and chips. Here comes Ollie Robinson running in towards us from the pavilion end. Bowls to Stephen Mullaney. Lets that one go outside the off stump. Taken by Ollie Carter. There is no run. Archie Lenham then sort of fell to the floor, and he's now doing all these sort of Pilates exercises. Look at him. Knees bend. He's like a gymnast, isn't he? Hopping up and down. He claps his hands, does Archie. Is Pilates one of these sort of things now that, I mean, would you do that as part of your regime and your training? Is that something that's been brought in?
Yeah, I love it.
Pilates?
Yeah, I absolutely love it. It's not something in our schedule, but it's something that I do a lot.
Yeah. In comes Robinson in and bowls. And Mullaney drives, and he's going to pick up 4 runs. He didn't get all of that, did Stephen Mullaney. It was drilled away through the offside, but it's a very short boundary. And Sean had no chance of cutting it off. And Mullaney goes to 8. And Knott's 93 for 4. Sorry, Mullaney to 12. And Knott's 93 for 4. Probably doesn't look like it, Grace, but I do Pilates as well.
Do you?
Yeah, and I really enjoy it. That's a great question from Dave. Difference between Pilates and yoga. I'm going to leave that one with you, Grace, because
I think I know the answer.
Go on.
Well, I'll say in a second. I'll leave him in suspense.
In comes Robinson, running in towards us. Bowls to Mullaney, who lets that one go. Good judgment outside the off stump, taken by Carter. No run.
I think, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that Pilates is a bit more strength-based.
Right.
Obviously stretching as well, but whereas yoga, it's a lot less like core strength and all of that jazz. But I love it. Have you ever heard of hot pod yoga?
No.
That's what I do. It's
Hot pod?
Yeah, it's in a 38-degree pod.
Why would you do that?
It's nice.
Is it really? I could barely walk in that 38-degree heat the other day, let alone do Pilates or yoga. In comes Robinson, bowls, and let go by Mullaney outside the off stump. Again, hasn't quite got his line right here, Ollie Robinson, taken by Carter, and there is no run. Oh, is he doing some Pilates out there as well? Oh, he's watching the game.
He's just having a good time.
Yeah, he's watching his England colleague, Ollie Robinson. 3 slips in place. There's a backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A fine leg. As Robinson wheels around the pavilion end and runs in with that lovely rhythmic action in over the wicket. Bowls, and Mullaney lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. I have to say, Grace, the first time I did Pilates, I went along and I thought, wrongly, oh, this won't be too bad. It'll be sort of quite easy. And when I got in the class, I said most people were older than I was, and it was really, really hard. And I was probably the worst in the class. No, I was definitely the worst in the class.
It is quite hard, but I feel like it's one of those things where if you just naturally get better at it.
Yeah.
But at first, yeah, I would agree.
Robinson. 3 wickets to his name, is in and bowls, and Mullaney again lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, so he's just bowling wide of the off stump. I wonder whether he might bring one back in as he did to Haseeb Hamid earlier on today.
Yeah,
93
you'd
for
think
4.
so, wouldn't you? Just, as you say, slightly wide with his line and bring one back in, maybe make it come back in. Bit of movement might catch Mulaney by surprise. Obviously, still quite early on his innings, so one more wicket now would put Sussex in a great position.
Yeah, it certainly would. We wondered whether Robinson might bowl before lunch, but he's bowling straight after lunch. He's in and bowls, and Mulaney covers up to a good delivery from Ollie Robinson. Well pitched up, played out into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Ollie Robinson's 8th over, 8 overs, no maidens. 3 for 32. Notts are 93 for 4. Slater is on 50. Mulaney is on 12. It brightened up a bit over the lunch interval. It's still quite bright, but the floodlight's still on, and I'm not really sure where the weather's coming from, but there are some darker clouds around. I think Sussex will be pleased to see there's still some cloud cover, Grace.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first session this morning was almost perfect conditions, wasn't it, for the seamers? You saw a lot of movement, particularly from Ollie Robinson early on. Also quite a lot from Sean Hunt, actually. I thought he bowled very well. Was really impressed by him, but yeah, as you say, looks like it's going to be pretty cloudy, pretty set fair for the whole day, so good conditions, good toss to win from Sussex.
Yeah, no question. And it's going to be Bradley Curry who's going to bowl the first over after lunch from the Ratcliffe Road end.
Two slips and a gully in for Slater's first ball as Curry runs in. Oh, brilliant ball to start, full outside off, and Slater goes to play at it. Bit of a half-hearted shot. He would have been disappointed if he got anything on that. Just runs straight through to the keeper.
There's an interview with Brad Curry on the BBC Sussex Twitter feed from last week when he got 6 wickets down at Lords. I mean, what a, your debut in first-class cricket, 6 wickets at headquarters, and I think it's all been a bit of a whirlwind, really. Been playing some seconds cricket, and suddenly an opportunity arises, and all you can do is take your chances, and I think he's bowled nicely here as well.
Certainly has. I mean, it's been pretty economical as well as he comes in, and another full ball, bit wider outside off this time, and left alone as it carries through to the keeper. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much dream first-class debut, isn't it?
So six for 93, yeah, at Lords. Now, I know there's an honours board at Lords for test matches. I'm not sure if there is for county championship. I haven't had a chance to have a look around. You don't get access to places like the Long Room, really. But well, Grace might know, because you will know when you're down there playing.
I might be able to tell you in a couple of weeks. Curry in again, and again another full ball, slightly straighter. Slater decides to leave this one alone, quite sensibly so, after he wasn't too far off getting an outside edge from one of the early deliveries.
And I noticed actually some of the scheduling of the matches in the 100, Grace. Certainly there's a game at the Oval, it may be the same at Lords, where generally speaking the women's games have been the first game, the men's the second. But actually they've rescheduled some of them, haven't they, this time, so that they are alternating in terms of when the fixtures are played.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's something that we saw a couple of times in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy as well, with the women's game being the headline game, which I think is really good. Curry comes in again in a full ball. Not a bad ball actually outside off, but a great shot from Slater, and that just runs away to the cover boundary. Just timed that one so well, it seems.
Beautiful shot that, wasn't it? I mean, he just seemed to lean on that and the ball sped away through the covers. It's almost as if it was a forward defensive push, but it was so well timed by Ben Slater, who's looked in really good nick here. He goes to 54. Lovely shot.
Yeah, he's been timing it really nicely out there, hasn't he? Through the covers.
Wasn't the worst ball from Curry either.
Wasn't at all. He'll look to go again as he runs in, and this one again full but slightly straighter, driven nicely by Slater to mid-off, but no run will be taken.
So how's it going to work? Are you going to be joining up a week before, or what are the logistics of the competition for you?
Yeah, so I'm joining up with Spirit in about a week's time.
Okay.
Travelling down to London early August, then obviously get together with the group and a couple of warm-up games, just training, obviously getting to know each other. Not all of us have played together before, and I think our first game is on the 8th of August, or it might be the 10th. I think it's the 8th.
At Lords?
Not at Lords, no, we're away for our first 3 games and at home for our second 3. As Curry comes in again, deep point fielder this time as he bowls slightly back of a length, and it does run out to that deep point fielder in just 1 run.
And how do the logistics of that work in between matches? Are you able to go home, or do you stay with the team, or how's that going to work out, Grace?
I think I'll be in London the whole time.
Right.
Well, I say London, wherever we are with the team.
Yeah.
With our first 3 games being away, we'll be travelling. We're up north, we're at Trent Bridge, one of our games. I think our first game's at Southampton, and then we go up north for a bit. Well, if you call Nottingham North,
Yeah.
Nottingham
Birmingham.
and Headingley. I'm gutted we're not playing at Edgbaston. I'm gutted. Our game against Birmingham is at Lord's, so I mean I can't be too disappointed, can I? But
That is going to be fantastic.
yeah,
That is going to be amazing, Grace. Walking out at Lord's, that is going to be special. It really will.
also quietly quite pleased I don't have to field in front of the Eric Hollies
Yeah.
as an away
Yes, that is rowdy.
team as well.
Ollie Robinson is going to bowl the third over after lunch. He's racing in from the pavilion. In comes into bowl to Ben Slater, short, and Slater sways, but watches the ball all the way through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Who that's playing for the Spirit that you haven't played for before are you looking forward to playing with?
I think Megan Shutt, the Australian opening bowler, because I think I'll probably learn a lot from her. Obviously very talented and very experienced and swings the ball in like I do. And then also obviously Heather Knight, England captain. I think the amount I'll learn from it and just get from being around that calibre of player will be really good for me.
Robinson around the wicket to Slater, short, and again Slater plays it well, just lets the ball go through to Carter, and there is no run. And it's a real showcase, Grace. I mean, you've been selected to play, so you're in the side, but also it's it's great to play in that, but this is a great opportunity for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of eyes on the 100, isn't there?
Yeah,
and
for sure.
I think things can change for you.
Absolutely they can, yeah.
Things can change for you pretty quickly, and yeah, I'll be hoping to be able to put in some decent performances.
Well, not least with some of the games on terrestrial TV, as in comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls to Slater, who glances this fine, and that's a good shot. In fact, they're buys. I thought he got a little nick on that, but it's signalled by umpire Baton, 4 runs. Just erring down the leg side there was Ollie Robinson, and the applause around the ground is for the 100 up for Nottinghamshire. 102 for 4, Slater on 55, Mulaney on 12. I thought he got a little tickle on that, but
Yeah,
clearly
so
not.
did I. It's strange because Ollie Carter behind the stumps didn't really seem to
Didn't move, did he?
It was nowhere near him, so yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there.
So, the total advances by 4. The knots are into 3 figures as Robinson runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Slater, who lets that go. Good carry through to Ollie Carter, who's taking that round about his midriff. And there is no run. And I have to say, this is just a personal opinion, that having watched quite a lot of cricket over the last several weeks in the Championship on wickets that have not been particularly helpful to bowlers. I'm not saying this is being overly helpful, but there's good carry through to the keepers as well. And you feel there's a bit here for the bowlers, and I personally just prefer a contest where the bowlers, there's just something in, and not running in over after over.
Yeah, I agree, especially after watching so much white ball cricket.
In comes Robinson, bowls, and Slater is forward, bat and pad close together, plays out into the covers, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. I mean, I see the argument, Grace. There's a lot of argument around that says bowlers need to understand how to take wickets on flat decks, which you need to do. But I think there's flat decks and flat decks, aren't there?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's got to be a compromise, hasn't there? I know you want batters' decks and you want lots of runs to be scored on it, but I just think some of these wickets you play at, they don't seam, they don't really spin. You just kind of think, well, it's put in the batter's favour before you've even bowled a ball.
In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls to Slater. That's that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. Ben Slater is not to be tempted. End of the over, 102 for 4, Slater 55, Mulaney on 12. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms, Grace Ballinger and Dave Bracegirdle, your commentary team here at Trent Bridge, where if you've just joined us, Nottinghamshire were asked to bat this morning by Sussex. Ollie Robinson back in the Sussex side for the first time since the middle of May, picking up the first 3 wickets to go down. But Ben Slater is batting very nicely for Nottinghamshire. He's on 55. Stephen Mulaney is on 12, and it's going to be Brad Curry who's going to carry on the Sussex attack from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground.
Looks like there will be a slight change in field as well for Brad Curry, who previously had 2 slips and a gully. It looks like it will be just the 2 slips and a catch in mid-wicket put in for Mullaney. He comes left arm over the wicket to bowl his first delivery of the over. And it's a full ball and right into that mid-wicket where...
Good field placing.
Just been moved out. Yeah, it's always good when that happens as a bowler. Inspired field change, but yeah, you just wonder what the plan might be here. Obviously looking to restrict that short boundary and maybe looking to get a catch in there as well.
Ultimately, Grace, if you're in this position and the captain comes over and makes a suggestion, would you? I mean, it very much depends on you. You're the bowler, aren't you? Does it depend? Would you? Well, ask the question after this delivery.
This Curry's in again and again, pretty straight and flicked round off the leg stump, but square leg comes round and picks it up before there can be a run taken.
I mean, I'm wondering if it depends who the skipper is, really. If the skipper comes across and says, well, I think you ought to have a deep mid-wicket, Grace, you're within your right to say, well, actually, no, or do you... How would that work?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends, doesn't it? You're obviously entitled to have your own opinion, and I think the captain needs to have an awareness on what you're trying to bowl.
Yeah.
And obviously, that's on the bowler to communicate as well. Curry in again, and again straight, just pushes Mullaney slightly onto the back foot, who punches that delivery to mid-off. Yeah, I think it's difficult because obviously, ultimately the captain is leading the team, but at the end of the day, they're not the one bowling. And I think any good captain, they put a lot of trust in their bowler, and if the bowler knows what they're trying to bowl and what they're trying to do, and there's logic behind the field they want in relation to that, and I think that's okay. It's when bowlers start to not bowl to their fields is when it becomes more problematic, I think. Curry in again, and again he's gone straight. We can certainly see what he's trying to do as he just traps him on the leg side there, almost at hip length, and he's bowled well here, Curry.
No, he has. No, I think he has. I think he's bowled a good line of length. He's troubled the batsman.
I think he deserves a wicket.
We were talking about the long room at Lord's, Grace, and Martin Weiss has been in touch. Hello, Martin. He said, I had dinner in the long room for a charity function with Adam Gilchrist, and it's very nice. Ian O'Brien, the former New Zealand bowler, showed us around, and the honours board is a fair bit smaller and only for tests.
Curry in again, this time Fuller and on 4th stump, but Mullaney cannot get that away as he drives it straight to mid-off.
He also says this is going to put you off. The changing room is fairly basic. But there you are. It's the changing room at Lord's. And the players' balcony, I think it's quite high. It's quite tiny. So it always looks great, doesn't it? You're going to love sitting on there.
Yeah, watch the men's game after as well, don't you?
Wow.
Which would be good.
Yeah, I guess in a 100 game, there's not an awful lot of time, particularly if you're batting, to spend a lot of time sitting around on the balcony. When
you're batting the number I do, you get a bit more time. Curry and again another full and straight delivery. Mullaney looks slightly frustrated as he almost tries to flick that away, but again unsuccessful. And good over. I think it was a maiden over.
Good over,
am I right
wasn't
in
it?
saying?
Yep.
Nottinghamshire 102 for 2, for 4 even. They might wish it's for 2.
I must admit, last week, Grace, after the first day's play on that belting hot day, I walked across to the pavilion to do an interview at Lord's and sort of went in the wrong entrance and actually found myself walking through the bottom of the long room. And Grant Flower came down to do the interview. We didn't know quite where to go, so we said, well, let's just step in here. And so we actually did the interview in the long room. And so that was, I was thinking, probably not going to get in here too often. Ollie Robinson is coming in from the pavilion end, figures of 3 for 32 in his 9 overs. He runs into bowl to the left-handed Ben Slater is in and bowls, and Slater, well, I give him the benefit of the doubt, just took the bat out of the way and the ball whistles through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Dave's showing us a photograph here. Oh, there's Brace on the balcony at Lord's. When was that, Dave?
2017.
Ah.
Royal London.
And Notts beat.
Sorry.
There we are, there's Dave on the balcony at HQ. 3 slips in place, Hudson Prentice, Clark and Alior, all having a natter away to keep a Carter. As in comes Robinson, over the wicket bowls, and Slater plays to mid-on. There is no run. This is a really good contest since lunch because Ollie Robinson and Brad Curry are bowling a very tight line and length here. Slater and Mullaney, aware that Notts are 4 wickets down, are playing very straight.
Yeah, they're playing relatively well, aren't they? They must be very aware out there that the last thing they want is to lose a wicket, and if that means a few overs of just absorbing the pressure and not necessarily scoring runs, I think Nottinghamshire will be fairly content with that.
It's a good contest as Robinson is in, and again let go by Slater through to keeper Carter, and there is no run. The rest of the field, there's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep square leg, and a long leg, because he's Sean Hunt down here. He's got a big brown towel. Oh, no, it's Brad Curry down here, sorry, to our right-hand side. Just toweling himself off. It's not particularly warm, not compared to what we were experiencing last week, but pleasant enough, and the clouds are now high, which is the good news, as Robinson makes his way in again, bowls, and he bowls him, and Ollie Robinson picks up his 4th wicket of the day. Ben Slater is bowled. Knots are 102 for 5. Slater is on his way, and Ollie Robinson is back with a bang.
Just watching the replay, I mean, that was a very good delivery, wasn't it? Looks like it just pitched on middle stump, ended up hitting the top of off, and Ben Slater's batted well for his 55. He's faced 108 balls, and whilst he'll be very disappointed to get out, I think that is one of the ones where you kind of just
have to acknowledge a good bit of bowling.
Nod your head and say, yeah, it was a good ball. Not a lot he could have done with it, in honesty.
Well, we were saying, weren't we, it was a good contest since lunch, where the Sussex bowlers have really been on the money. And until that minute, I thought Slater and Mulaney had played, very straight and very respectful of Robinson since lunch. But Ollie Robinson with his 4th wicket of the day, and he's bowled beautifully. He's bowling with really good rhythm. Good round of applause for Ben Slater as he makes his way off. 55 in 140 minutes. He faced 108 balls, 8 fours and 1 6. And the new man making him out is Tom Moores. Well, Robinson is doing all he can, Grace. He's picking up wickets, and it's going to be tough for Cheteshwar Pujara, I think, to get the ball out of his hands at the moment. We've got a change in the commentary box.
Yeah,
Brace is back with us. He's got to do
it's
an
2
update.
o'clock. I don't know if you've got a 2 o'clock.
I don't do a 2
Okay.
o'clock. I do a 1:30, so I can give the headset to Grace for half an hour, or we can stay on for half an hour.
Yeah, absolutely, whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I've got to do an update at 1:30, Grace, so come back in. Does that make sense?
What a fabulous delivery that was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Really good bit of bowling from Ollie Robinson. The set bat as well.
Yeah, and he talks an awful lot, Ollie Robinson, about hitting the top of off stump. That's what I know it's what bowlers try to do all the time. But if you looked at a graph of Ollie Robinson's delivery, so many of them are going to hit the top of off, and he just looks to be bowling with really good rhythm. And it helps when you're getting wickets, of course. He's got 4 slips in place now for Tom Moores, who's on strike, and Robinson is on his way from the pavilion end, bowls, and Moores lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, no run.
Of course, the Brighton-born
yes.
Tom Moores. We mentioned it obviously back in April. That was his first game down at Hove, but we saw all those photographs certainly on Tom's socials at the time of him actually running about and playing on the outfield as a young man when Peter was down there, of course, as head coach. Before that as a player with Sussex. Made a bright and breezy 40 odd at Hove, just got knots going a little bit in that big score.
Robinson in bowls towards, that's wide of the off stump. Ooh. And that's going to be byes again. Not a great bit of keeping by. Well, he cut away from the left-hander. Carter was low to his left-hand side, and that's run away for 4 more byes. And Nottinghamshire go to 106 for 5. But Ollie Robinson, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 32. It probably couldn't have done better for Ollie Robinson today.
No, he's right in the script, isn't he? The journalist down in the press room that have got to do a match report, I'm sure, will have the name Ollie Robinson looming large on one of the top lines there. 4 for 32 at this stage of the day.
You're quite right, Dave. Tom Moores made 43 down at Hove, partnership of 96 with Stephen
and then Pattinson White came out, and he did pretty much the same, didn't he?
He did.
Here's Curry bowling, cut away by Mulaney for 4. Short and wide, and Mulaney all over that. Punched it away, 110 for 4. So the last 2 deliveries sent down have produced 8 runs with the 4 byes and then the start of a new over a boundary.
Yeah, too much width there, wasn't there, from Brad Curry, trying to slant it across the right-hander. And Mullaney wasn't going to miss out.
Knott's going along at 3.5 and over. Still got some very capable players, of course, this pair. No slouches with the bat. Liam Patterson-White has had a first-class 100. James Pattinson due in at 9. Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson. Curry just want to tighten his line a little bit, I fancy, and does indeed. And Mullaney just pushes it back to the bowler. So Slater out for 55. Here's an update for Radio Nottingham. And Notts have just lost another wicket. They're 110 for 5, and it was the set batter Ben Slater out for 55. Half of those 110 runs coming to Slater. He played beautifully this morning, 50 not out at lunch, but then he got a really good delivery from Ollie Robinson. Pitch, middle and leg, just nipped away sharply and took off the off bail. Robinson's actually got 4 of the 5 wickets to go down on his return to first team action. Lyndon James, the other one, he fell to Carvelis for 7. Stephen Mullaney's there on 16, just been joined by Tom Moores. Notts put into bat 110 for 5. The most recent delivery, for those of you listening via the BBC website and app, was just a defensive push by Mullaney. Next one steered to point, and there'll be a single. Feet off the ground time for the superstitious. Notts are on Nelson for 5 and Mullaney on to 17. So Moores down to the far end. The umpire's not too happy here. He's just having a bit of a word with Brad Curry. Get off my land, he says.
Yeah, he's just running down the line of that off stump, isn't he?
Paul Baldwin just telling Curry it was nothing more than a polite request for the time being, but it was a very public polite request.
Yeah, it was.
If there is such a thing, because everybody knew that he's sort of telling him, so if in a moment or two there's an official warning, young Master Curry will know why. Next delivery is past Moores and through into the gloves of the Sussex wicketkeeper, Ollie Carter. Sussex side, Ali Orr and Tom Clark expected to open. Clark has moved up the order since Tom Haynes' unfortunate injury. You're thinking Finn Hudson-Prentice may come in 3 ahead of Pujara?
Yeah, I think Pujara really likes to bat 4. Whether he'd push himself up, I doubt.
Ollie Carter in the middle order. There's no Delray Rawlins or Dan Ibrahim in this game. They played in the match at Hove, left alone this time by Moores. And it goes through to the keeper. Nelson on the board still. Nottinghamshire 111 for 5.
Dave Ginn, who's a Notts member from Lincoln, has been in touch, Brace, with a question for you, and he says, I was at the Middlesex game last month and would like to know the outcome of the incident involving Max Holden. To refresh the memory, he was clearly unhappy to be given out and showed his displeasure at the crease. To further compound that, he then swatted hard at a cricket ball from the boundary in front of the pavilion, then either hit or kicked something just inside the pavilion. He says it was a poor display of behaviour, clearly noted by the umpires. I mean, I don't know what happened, if anything.
There was a time where I think all cricket journalists, say those of us with accreditation, used to get the updates, didn't we? The emailed updates.
Disciplinaries, yeah.
The disciplinaries, but...
In comes Robinson, bowls, all beats Mullaney outside the off stump. Good delivery by Robinson, taken by Carter. There is no run.
I hadn't thought about it till the other day when somebody asked a similar question, Dave, so I'm not sure, but I haven't seen anything for anybody this season. Nothing sort of been leaked out. No great surprise, but no, I know what you mean. It was the caught behind off Ben Slater, where he clearly didn't hit it, but wasn't too happy about the fact he'd been given out not hitting it.
Robinson bowls to Mullaney. It's wide of the off stump, taken by Carter. Robinson's annoyed with himself, and there is no run. The first glimmer of sunshine of the day makes its way across the lovely ground here at Trent Bridge. The clouds are high, and the weather forecast was for it to improve throughout the day. The floodlights are still on. I would imagine they will go off fairly soon if this improvement in the weather continues. There's still some heavy cloud around.
Just on Dave's thing, I mean, clearly if it had been excessive, then we would all have known, because he'd have got a ban or some such.
In comes Robinson, bowls, Mulaney again lets that go, taken by Carter, and there is no run.
But almost like doing 40 in a 30 in your car and getting flashed. These incidents, it is generally just a topping up thing, isn't it? And if Mr. Holden on that occasion or anybody else sort of commits a little bit of an offence, he'll get a ticking off on the day from the match referee, and then it'll go forward to the disciplinary commission, and they'll in effect stick 3 points on his licence.
Yes.
And, it is a totting up procedure, so generally I would imagine that's all that's happened.
Robinson in bowls, again wide of the off stump, and Robinson's annoyed with him, so he throws his head back. Didn't quite get his line right, taken by Carter in front of first slip. There is no run. Of course, Leicestershire fell foul, didn't they, of disciplinary this year?
Yeah.
They might well have qualified for the T20 quarterfinals.
I mean, as much as it was nice to be informed of what had happened, it also used to be nice to read them, that so-and-so had sort of been ticked off and got an official warning for doing X, Y or Z, because occasionally there was a little bit of humour to be found in it for the likes of us, wasn't there, in one or two of the incidents.
Yeah, absolutely. Robinson bowls to Mulaney. Mulaney steers that to backward point. Good bit of fielding there by James Coles. Prevents a single. And there is no run. It's the sort of thing that it's quite nice to be abreast of what's going on, because you may get a particular side who have run up a number of points, and I think sometimes that can, the way it works, it can reflect on the captain as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for getting in touch. If you want to get in touch, emails for Dave, Grace, myself on any subject, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you. There's Robinson bowls, and Mulaney's forward to a ball of good length, squirts that one away onto the onside. There is no run. Good over from Ollie Robinson, just probing away outside the off stump. He's now bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 32, knots 111 for 5.
Yeah, whilst you were chatting to Grace recently, one of your correspondents said, no, there's only a test list of honours or honours board at Lords. Well, I definitely know there's an ODI one now, because of course Reece Topley was put on it, that recent ODI where he got a 5 for England. I saw the pictures. Reece Topley's gone on that, so there is an ODI one, but I certainly don't think it's a county championship or a first class one or anything like that. Maybe there's a women's one now as well, I'm sure. There's Curry starting a new over. This one's, I was going to say dropped on the leg side and they take a single. They don't. Tom Moores runs a single because he comes halfway down and then is sent back from whence he came by Mulaney.
Looked if there was a single there.
They did.
It was too,
They certainly looked as if Moores was going for one as he played it, but his captain said no. 111 for 5. This is the 34th over. Next delivery on its way, and it's blocked by Moores. Whether they're all on the same one, I'm looking at Grace, and she probably won't know. Not fair. She's going to play at Lords, but I don't think has played at Lords yet. Because of course, Anya Shrubsole in the World Cup final. She got a 6 for, didn't she? Now whether the ODI one is on, all cricket, men's and women's international cricket, or whether there's a separate one, I genuinely don't know. So we'll task Grace with some more homework. She can report back. Next ball has gone through Moores. That's a super delivery from Curry. There's quite a few with hands on head there. Just at how much that ball did. It seemed to pitch in line and then just shaped away as Tom Moores went to. Look at them. That was absolutely dumbfounded.
That was a snorter, wasn't it?
It was. The wicketkeeper, Ollie Carter, stayed down on his haunches as if to say, I'm not entirely sure how I got anywhere near that, because he had to move a long way and move a long way late.
That really cut away from the left-hander.
Looks a talent, doesn't he?
Yep, he's bowled very nicely.
Young Master Curry leaves behind the demolished pile of sawdust that was placed there early in the day, and Tom Moores still looking for his first run, happy to defend. He it's very much crash bang wallop in the shortened format, Tom Moores, but can play a very restrained role in red ball cricket, county championship cricket. And, he'll know sort of what's expected of him right now, I would imagine. has a couple of first-class hundreds. He's on strike, 4th ball of this over. Leaves it alone. It goes through to Carter.
We were talking earlier on, Dave, about the 50 over competition, which is coming up, the final of which is here, I think fairly late in September, something like the 16th of September. I mean, although Notts will be losing a number of players to the 100, I guess those that come in will be thinking, well, there's still an opportunity, there'll be 3...
Yeah, you know, they did okay last year. They only just missed out on qualification for the knockout phase, and of course they've all had another year's cricket, another year's coaching, another year's experience. A number of them have sampled some first-team cricket. This one's dropped on the leg side. Asiba Mead was down to captain last year, and then the very last second, of course, he got his international call-up. So Peter Trigo skippered the side. I'm not sure if Hamid is going to do it this year. He is the club vice-captain. Of course, Stephen Mullaney will be away with 100. It's still 111 for 5. Ben Slater, Sol Budinger, Matthew Montgomery, who got 80 at Cardiff on his first class, or on his Nottinghamshire first class debut a couple of weeks ago. Dane Shardendorf, Lyndon James likely to be around, Joey Everson. So there's some decent players. And like I say, I'm not entirely sure if Pattinson and Patterson are going to play.
In comes Ollie Robinson, over the wicket bowls to Stephen Mullaney, lets that one go a ball just short of a length through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. I mean, interesting because Glamorgan won the competition last year, and it was interesting talking with the Glamorgan guys about that this week, with the Glamorgan a couple of weeks ago when we played, and we're saying, you know, it was much maligned, the 50 over, but actually to win a trophy, there's only 3 trophies you can win in the cricket season, so to win one for Glamorgan was fabulous, and it may have given them some impetus going into this season as well.
It was a good, you know, it's not a Lord's final. Much as I love Trent Bridge, I'm slightly disappointed they have taken it away from Lords.
I would agree.
It was a great atmosphere here between the Glamorgan and Durham fans.
In comes Robinson bowls, and that's a lovely shot by Mullaney. Beautifully played, over pitched by Ollie Robinson, and a class shot by Stephen Mullaney. Just drilled the ball through the covers. Beautiful shot. He goes to 21, 115 for 5.
Just caressed it away, didn't he? That's the one we saw at Over a number of times. Lovely looking shot.
Just biding his time here, Stephen Mullaney. He knows that Robinson is really in the groove. It's been a terrific battle since lunch. Sussex have bowled well. They haven't given Mullaney an awful lot to hit. He waits, 3 slips go down, Robinson in bowls, and again Mullaney lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Carter.
Rach says, thank God for that. My legs were killing me. Hashtag Nelson. Yeah, they were on Nelson for quite a long time, weren't they? A couple of maidens.
They were. So actually looking, you know, there are 1 or 2 counties who aren't losing that many players to the 100. I think the lads at Kent were saying there's not many Kent players who made it into the 100, so they're going to be pretty strong. Glamorgan, I think, are going to be strong. So.
Well, last year there was still quite a bit of COVID around, and
yes,
as players dropped out of the 100, they were getting called up all the time. Robinson
in bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and well played by Steve Mullaney. Good cricket all round. It was a shorter delivery from Ollie Robinson that Mullaney was initially thinking about pulling, then pulled out of the shot and just jerked his head back out of the way of the ball as it rattled through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, and that's just prompted Cheteshwar Pujara to come down and have a little word with Ollie Robinson. I wonder maybe a suggested field change or something. Let's see what happens. They're thinking about it.
You know, there's 1 or 2 players perhaps are forced to pull out of the 100 for various reasons, injury and maybe a bit of COVID and this, that and the other. Then 1 or 2 more players get sucked out of the county game. It's going to be difficult to know which sides are going to be strong and which are going to lose even more players. Not's losing most of their side.
There is a change in the field as Robinson is in bowls to Mullaney. He places onto the onside, and that's exactly where they changed the field to. The 3rd slip came out into a straightish mid-wicket, and that's where Mullaney played that, and it was fielded by Orr, no run. So 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, a square leg, and a fine leg down below us.
Forgot to mention Brett Hutton, of course. He should be around for Notts.
Yeah. Robinson comes in and bowls to Mullaney. Mullaney again just covers up, plays into the onside. It is the end of the over. and over which yielded 4 runs. A beautiful shot through the covers by Stephen Mullaney. Nottinghamshire, having lost the toss this morning, have been asked to bat first, are 115 for 5. Tom Moore's yet to score. Stephen Mullaney on 21. 4 wickets for Ollie Robinson. He's accounted for Hamid for 5, Duckett for 7, Clark for 1, and since lunch Ben Slater for 55. The other wicket taken by Ari Carvelos, who had Lyndon James caught by Tom Clark at second slip for 7.
It's funny, there were 2 other Division 2 games that both started at 11 a.m. yesterday morning. In one of them, just 1 wicket has gone down. In the other of them, 22 wickets have gone down. One's at Chesterley Street, one's at Worcester as Curry starts a new over, and this goes through to Carter. Durham 233 for 1 at home to Middlesex. Alex Lee's the one out for 46. Michael Jones 132 not out. Scott Borthwick 42 not out. Worcester, they're into the 3rd innings of the match. Derbyshire's second time round, 53 for 2, so they still trail Worcestershire by 2 runs with 8 wickets left in that one. So sharp contrast between those 2 games. Tom Moore's on strike, on naught now on 4 as a thickish outside edge flies in the vicinity of where a gully would be. Not sure whether it would have carried or not, we'll never know, but it's gone away for 4. 119 for 5. At Chelmsford, Essex, well, batting on and on and on. 414 for 6 in the 136th over. Nick Brown is 192 not out. That's against Somerset. 192 not out. That's what Mullaney got, wasn't it, against Sussex?
Yes.
At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire 317. Northants 160 for 2. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 145. Kent 40 for 3 as Curry bowls to Moore. Again, he's edged it. This time 1 bounce in front of 3rd slip, and it's been nicely stopped by Ali Orr. At the Oval, Surrey are 118 for 3, replying to Warwickshire's 253. And they've just started again at Scarborough. They've had a couple of stoppages today for rain. Yorkshire 159, Hampshire are 8 for 2.
I was really looking forward in the County Championship to the return match between the 2 top sides, Surrey and Hampshire. But the vagaries of the Championship fixture list is they only play each other once.
Good grief. 119 for 5. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. No run.
Which is a nonsense.
Well, it is. It is.
Particularly if, you just can't see it happening in any other sport, can you?
No. No.
So it's a real shame that the 2 top sides are not going to play each other again.
2 divisions of 9. Play the other 8 home and away, 16 matches. Thank you. Curry still looking for his first wicket. Bowls and absolutely thumped away by Moores into the advertising boards at the base of the Smith Cooper stand. He gave that a fair old thwack, did Tom Moores. Moves on to 8. And we love that score on the scoreboard. We absolutely love that score altogether, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, very good. He took a tumble there, Brad Curry, when he bowled that delivery, and that's the second time he's done that today. He was just scratching away at the footholds again. But you're quite right, it was a bit too much width, and Moores has been waiting for that, and he gleefully thumped that away.
Final ball of the 36th over. Curry's 11th, none for 39. Next delivery worked onto the leg side, no run. It remains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mark says the pitch seems to be well over to one side of the square, Dave. The 100 home games, the 50 over final, the test match, the 2020 international. Space must be at a premium. It's all worked out, Mark, by head groundsman Steve Burks and his staff and the administrators here. They will know how many strips are required and which matches can go on which. It's all carefully plotted out before the start of the season. I feel a little sorry here for Ari Carvelos, because all the other Sussex players are getting a nice big photograph of themselves up on the big screen whenever they come on to bowl or whenever they do anything. Poor old Ari Carvelos, all he gets is the Sussex martlets up there. I need a photograph of him. Go and take a photograph of him, Adrian, tonight.
We'll have to do that.
Get one of him having his eggs and bacon in the morning.
Yeah.
Harry? You said Greek origin. It's not Aristotle by any chance, is it?
No, he's Aristides.
Oh, right.
But he's in, coming to the bowl to Stephen Mullane, who lets that go outside the off stump. That will tell you that Ollie Robinson is out of the Sussex attack. His figures, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 36 for Ollie Robinson.
Who was Aristotle? Well, he was one of the Greek philosophers, wasn't he? And Onassis as well, Aristotle Onassis.
I'm impressed that that's not a subject of which I'm
nor
well
me.
informed.
Nor
Well,
me.
you're better than me.
You know the nonsense that I'd come out with. I just thought Ari, A-R-I.
Carvelos in again from the pavilion end, bowls to Mullane, and again Mullane just lets that through, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So Pujara is just managing Ollie Robinson here, who's standing at mid-on with his arms crossed. You never know in these situations, Dave, do you, whether, you know, what sort of say England have got in terms of how many overs Robinson can bowl today. I mean, it may be none, I don't know.
He is still on a full contract,
yes,
a central contract.
Yes, he is. And I would imagine, I mean, all these things are a revolving door, aren't they, in terms of ins and outs. Carvelos in again, bowls, and cut away too much width. And can't afford to bowl there to Stephen Mullane, and he just clubbed that away through backward point for 4 runs. Lovely shot, but too much width. And Mullane goes on to 29. I think that's going to take him on to, is it? Was it? Maybe the score was already gone up. 25.
He's quick. Yeah, because it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. 127 for 5.
Ian Smith doing the screens.
Too much width from Carvelos. Now let's keep the field as it is. So there's 3 men protecting that offside boundary, but they're all saving 1. He can't afford to bowl there.
There's a bit of a naughty boys corner walking around the boundary edge there. 3 of the dismissed, Duckett, Clark and Hasiba Mead having a wander.
Carvelos in again, bowls and wide of the off stump again, and this time Mullane thought about cutting that one, but in the end decided it was a little too wide and let the ball pass through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
From your punk rock days, who did Hurry Up Harry? Hurry Up Harry, come on.
Yeah, we're going to Sham 69.
Very good, very good.
Do I look like I was a punk rocker?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I see by me just stopping off to sign a few autographs and take 1 or 2 photos. There are 1 or 2 youngsters. That's good to see. Well done, Haas.
Carvelos in again, bowls again wide of the off stump. Mullane looked as if I think he was thinking of driving that and just decided that discretion was the better part of valour. Sussex had changed the field actually for that delivery, and the 3rd slip had come out and had gone to that straightish mid-wicket position. And there is no run. The sun is now very brightly out, and Trent Bridge looks a picture. Clouds are high, and there was a bit of rain around this morning, but I think we're going to be pretty much okay for the rest of the day. And the weather forecast is proving correct as Carvelos is in again. From the pavilion end, bowls, and Mullane again is able to let that one through outside of the off stump. Umpire Neil Baton singers that's the end of the over. He returns the sun hat and the jumper to Harry Carvelos. And knots are 127 for 5. Mullane faring very nicely is on 25. Tom Moores is on 8.
Just having a look there at Finn Hudson-Prentice at first slip. You may remember, well, of course you remember, he came and did some commentary with us in the game down at Hove because he couldn't play. We tend to chat about everything on the county cricket commentaries. We tended to chat about his hair for a while, didn't we? And the comparisons with the length of his hair and Hasiba Mead's, which has now been cut. Is Finn still there? Is it still under that Sussex cap, or has he had it cut?
No, as far as I'm aware, he's still got those long flowing locks.
Of course, he's got history on this ground, Adrian. You may not be aware, but he's had history here as Moores plays away from his body out onto the offside. They take a single in the COVID summer of 2020, the Bob Willis Trophy. Last day, I think it was 91 not out or something of that ilk from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Got Derbyshire over the line, chased 360 on the last day, and thanks to his 91 not out, they beat Nottinghamshire, a very, very rare win in modern times for Derbyshire over Nottinghamshire. Agent Hudson-Prentice picked up an injury actually in that innings and didn't play again that summer. So this may be his first game back. There's Curry, Bowls to Mulaney. Another no ball from Curry going round the wicket. We had Grace this morning just mentioning the technical difficulties and the challenges when you just switch from over the wicket to round the wicket, just trying to change the line of attack.
Yes, he played a couple of T20 games, Finn Hudson-Prentice. It's been a really frustrating season because he got this stress fracture right at the start of the season before a ball had been bowled.
Next delivery on its way, worked on the leg side by Mulaney. He'll get his 26th run, 131 for 5. Best conditions of the day bar none. The floodlights have now been turned off. Quite pleasant, I would imagine, to be sat out there. One or two in the Fox Road stand just starting to enjoy the sunshine. May have to put their hands up to their eyes a little later on if they're looking straight into the sun, as Moores blocks this one. Quite a way away from the action, aren't they? Those away to our left.
Yes.
Whereas those in the Smith Cooper stand on the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, they'll feel they're very close. They're almost at a deepish gully, aren't they, some of them there, or a deepish point, with Tom Moores on strike.
Yeah, I wonder why they decide to sit in that stand all the way from the action. Presumably you can sit anywhere you like.
Oh, yeah, regulars.
But perhaps that's your seat and you're going to sit there.
Seat, yeah.
Yeah, might be a lucky seat, you never know.
Yep. 131 for 5. Next delivery. It's gone through Moores and into the keeper's gloves. Good delivery. I do think it's a little bit like the old fisherman syndrome, isn't it? You just want to get away from the hustle and bustle of daily life, and you want to go and sit on a riverbank and just have a little bit of quiet time to yourself. And I think sometimes the county championship fan is of the same mindset. I've got Verity Cowley in my ears on the afternoon show on BBC Radio Nottingham. I'm sure she'll be coming for a chat in a minute or two. So if I go off at tangents, you'll know why. Down the leg side, well taken by Carter. And there's no run. We're talking about the Queen of Nottingham, actually, on BBC Radio Nottingham right now. Vicky McClure. She's the
That's
Queen
the
of
afternoon
Nottingham.
presenter. Right, okay.
No, she's Verity's talk. I just heard her talking about Vicky McClure there. I don't know if she's a guest or what, but
I was going to say, I think Brad Curry's bowled pretty well here.
Yeah,
On another day, he might have picked up a couple of wickets.
Here is that update. Much better weather-wise, Verity, as you'll know, looking out of the window. It was a horrible morning, really grey and gloomy, a little bit of mizzle and drizzle, and Nottinghamshire put into bat. Were very quickly 3 wickets down, then 4 at lunch, and then 5 straight after lunch. But they're currently 131 for 5, just rebuilding a little bit through the skipper, Stephen Mulaney, who's on 26, played a couple of nice shots in the last few minutes. Tom Moores with him on 9. Conditions improving all the time. They'll hope Mulaney and co can stick around and turn this into a good score. Division 1 leaders Notts, they'll be desperately keen to win this match after 3 consecutive draws. They're 131 for 5. Joined by Grace while we're doing that update. So here's Grace and here's Mr. Carvelas.
He comes in and good ball to start the over outside off and left alone by Mulaney, who's come in and he's looked quite good, hasn't he, today, Mulaney? He's going nicely.
He just gives an air of calmness to proceedings, doesn't he? Doesn't matter. We might be 3, 4, 5 down, but doesn't matter. He always looks as if he's in control, whether he is or not. It might be swans under the surface. You never know, but it looks calm.
That's what you want from a captain, isn't it? As he short delivery, goes to play it fine to third man in a diving stop, a good stop in the end by second slip, but gets a full hand on it. It is a chance. And it is a
That's nearly
chance.
You again, Miss Ballinger, joining the commentary and nearly bringing a wicket. That's the second one Clark's put down today, isn't it?
Yeah, again, neither of them have been easy chances, but he got a full hand to it in the end, didn't he? And just as we've been saying how good he was going, he gave away that chance.
Dropped by Tom Clark, then off. Oh, Valus. Mulaney, I think he was deliberately trying to open the face and run it down there, but he went a lot finer than he thought.
3 slips in then for Tom Moores, and also square leg being brought in from the boundary. So what is Carvalho's going to do here? Is he bowls a good ball, defensive shot, just trickles into the leg side, and a quick single taken, good run called by Mulaney. Tom Moores, and it's good. It's what you want, isn't it? Just keep the scoreboard ticking over. Don't be too phased, and yeah.
Don't leave any runs out there, folks. That's what it's all about. If you've got the opportunity to rotate the strike, then do it. Especially with a right-hander and a left-hander there.
A few left-handers in this Nottinghamshire top order, isn't there?
Yeah, and there's 2 more to come. Liam Patterson-White and James Pattinson, the next 2 in.
Mulaney back on strike then. Carvalho's bowls full ball and just lofted over extra cover, and Mulaney doesn't even bother running. It's a couple of bounce fours. Looked for a second like he might have been in danger, caught at cover, but sailed over the head and 4 runs.
So strong in that area. Really is. It's classical Mulaney.
As you say, he just looks so calm, and it's so good that he's still going to his strengths and playing those, what some might perceive as slightly riskier shots. He's just lofting it over cover, but yeah, he certainly looks good. See how Carvalho responds. He goes slightly shorter and outside off, and Mulaney just leaves it alone and is happy to see it through.
You'll have experienced it, I'm sure, when you're bowling and the person at the other end, oh crikey, they look on it today. And conversely, when you know somebody's game and you think, they're just not there today. They're a little edgy, they're a little fidgety, perhaps they're a little vulnerable, but Mulaney not giving off any of those signs.
Final ball of the over, and again short outside off, and Mulaney just plays a late cut and it races away for 4. Gets a loud ripple of applause from the Nottinghamshire. Good over then for Notts, 141.5.
Yeah, 87 for 4 at lunch. Here, Notts are rattling along now on 141 for 5. Generally in a morning session, whoever's batting, they'll probably get 110 or so here on the first morning, because it is a shortish, a smallish ground with generally a shortish boundary on one side or the other. As one of our correspondents pointed out, sort of the prestige wickets for the internationals, the big games, the televised games in the middle. So generally they play on towards the edge of one side or another. So very often a high boundary count. Sean Hunt is going to come on to bowl this morning, 6 overs, none for 22. He'll be bowling to Tom Moores, left arm over the wicket. Oh, very, very wide, and he's got the wicket. Moores chased that wideish delivery, and he's got the toe of the bat through to the keeper, and that is a little bit of a gift for Sussex. It was very wide indeed, and Tom Moores has had a flail at it wide of the off stump and has nicked it through to the wicket keeper. That's a real bonus wicket for Sean Hunt, and Sussex get their second bowling point, 141 for 6. Tom Moores out for 10, having faced 23 balls and hit 2 fours.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty poor dismissal, wasn't it, from Tom Moores? There was just no need to play that shot. They were just starting to rebuild, and Mulaney's going well, and he's just chased a wide one. It just, I mean, he's an aggressive player. He, as you said before, when he plays white ball cricket, he goes after it, but there was just no need to play that shot in that moment, in my opinion, and he'll be disappointed, and the team will be disappointed, just as they were starting to rebuild. It's the last thing they wanted.
Liam Patterson-White having his name read out over the tannoy system. Important wicket for Sussex there. It just seems as if a little bit of momentum was being built. 39-run stand for that wicket. There's LPW on his way out in the 40th over of the innings. And just the bowlers left. I mean, James Pattinson, very capable player with the bat, but he'll be due in next at 9, and we're not halfway through the day yet.
It's not the start that Nottingham would have wanted, and yeah, Sussex was certainly very pleased they won the toss and stuck Nottingham in, because it's certainly not gone their way, and every time they just seem to be rebuilding.
Liam Patterson-White averaging 23.3 for the season, couple of 50s. On strike. Come back over this for Sean Hunt, and his first ball got the wicket. His second one, good bounce, good carry, goes through to the keeper. I'm not sure, was that on the angle and it just carried on, or did it nip back a little bit? But Liam Patterson-White's gone down and done a bit of nervy first ball at the wicket gardening. Good carry through to the keeper, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's been really impressive today, Sean Hunt, and his wicket probably one of his worst deliveries, to be honest.
Yeah. And he comes in again and bowls, and Patterson-White having nothing to do with it. So a quartet that, well, they complement each other, don't they? A couple of right armers have bowled from the pavilion end, a couple of left armers have bowled from this end.
This is the end I normally bowl from.
In all your Trent Bridge matches,
I think
how many times have you played here?
3.
3, yeah.
3, not that many.
41 for 6. Next ball wide of the off stump through to the keeper, but you have got a 100 match here, you say.
Yeah, which would be nice, playing against a lot of the Lightning girls.
Mm.
Trent Rockets team. It's got a relatively strong side, actually, Trent Rockets this year.
And is your side the blue strip?
The blue strip.
Playing strip. Shirt, jersey,
Yeah,
colours.
yeah, like royal blue.
Yeah. Next delivery. Again, Patterson-White happy to leave alone. 141 for 6. Have you got that yet, or you've been issued with that at training camp?
Gonna pick it up when I move down there next week. Should be good. Better than the atrocious yellow that Trent Rockets playing.
Ooh, she's gone all controversial.
I don't think that's controversial. I think.
Don't you like the Rockets colour?
I don't like
yellow
it.
with the. Is it
Yellow's
with
not a
with the
flattering
red
colour.
flecks?
It's not a flattering colour.
Sean Hunt bowls, and this time Mulaney, I beg your pardon, Patterson-White has to play it. A ball on the stumps, kept out. I think that was a wicket maiden, wasn't it? 141 for 6. Sean Hunt, 7 overs. 2 maidens, 1 for 22 now. 1 wicket to Ari Carvelis, and the other 4 to the standout bowler Ollie Robinson. Brad Curry, the only bowler to miss out, but he's bowled nicely as well.
Yeah, they've all bowled well. They've bowled pretty tidy areas, and I think they've been rewarded for it. Carvelis to Mulaney then. He's in, quick through his action, and brings Mulaney forward into a defensive shot.
Nottinghamshire's lowest first innings score this season here, 266. Then away at Cardiff against Glamorgan, 285. So in danger of their poorest first innings performance of the season. 3 times they've scored over 500, once over 600.
Bowled again, an outside off short, and again just back foot cut, and it should run away for 4. No. The fielder at deep point as well to get round. Is that Ali Orr out there?
No, that's James Coles.
They've all got his. I feel like half the team's got his jumper on. It's only one of them, but to be fair, he's been in that point region all day, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's got the floppy sun out.
Yeah, but that brings 2 onto the Nottinghamshire. So good shot from Mulaney. Bit more guided than the one that nearly resulted in his departure. Carvelis in, and Slightly straight with his line, still outside off, and means that Mulaney can leave it comfortably.
What have you done with all your used shirts? Are they around the pubs and clubs of the West Midlands? Framed, family and friends all got a framed Grace Ballinger shirt in the front room.
Don't think I've had the request for one of those quite yet, unfortunately.
You got a club side? You must have a club side. Who's your club side?
Sutton Coldfield.
Yeah, you've told me that before. Yeah.
Great club, Rectory Park, and he's in again, Carvedis, and again just slightly straighter with his line, but still allows Mulaney to leave it outside off. Yeah, Sutton Coldfield, what a club.
There must be a frame shirt on the wall there, surely. No?
Maybe I'll give them one. Don't think they'd be interested.
They had some famous pros over the years down there.
Tom Banton was there at a very young age.
You're in good company then, or he is.
Carvedis in again, and again just left outside off by Mulaney. But I don't think he was there for long, to be fair.
And his brother, his brother's
Jack,
at Worcestershire,
yeah.
isn't he? Is it Jack?
Jack, yeah. They were both there before they went to Barnt Green, I think. And he's done alright, hasn't he? Well, both of them have done alright. Trying to think. Aaron Thomason. Adrian will know Aaron Thomason.
We know Aaron Thomason, yes. Yeah. Yes, he had a spell with Sussex, didn't he? Of course,
yeah.
yeah.
Good family friend of mine.
Former Warwickshire man.
Carvedis in, and again just cut through that third man region. This time he'll do well to stop it, and does he manage to stop it? Yeah. Brilliant field in there. But they managed to get back for three, but that was a spectacular piece of fielding.
It was a good bit of work from James Coles again, the man in Alior's spare shirt. 146 for 6. It's good purposeful running. So Mulaney on to 40. Liam Patterson-White yet to score. Ben Slater out for 55. Tom Moores for 10. The other 4 didn't make double figures. Lyndon James 7. Ben Duckett 7. Nasiba Mead 5. And Joe Clark just a single. So Sarah Taylor having a wander around the outfield there. Part of the Sussex coaching staff. She's just walked past those youngsters, you know. They should be saying, shouldn't they? Sarah, can we have a photograph? Can we have an autograph?
She's a fantastic player, isn't she? Just
you would, wouldn't you? You'd go. Sarah, any chance of a photo? 146 for 6. Still not at the halfway stage of the day. 55 overs remain. So this game could be advanced. That's a yellow double-decker bus going past the ground. I don't think I've seen a yellow double-decker bus.
Don't know how to spot it.
In Nottingham before. Don't know where that's come from. Here's Hunt round the wicket, bowls, and Mulaney's got hold of that one, helping it into the short side for 6 runs, and the ball clatters 3, 6, 7 or so rows up into the white seats. The Notts 150 comes up, 152 for 6. Start of his last over, first ball, wideish delivery. Tom Moores nicks it behind. First ball of this over, long up, helped away for 6. Fluctuating fortunes of Sean Hunt. Bowls again to Mulaney, who's on 46, leaves this one alone. And it goes through to the wicket-keeper. Sussex without a handful of stars that we've heard about from Adrian. Wish George Garton well as he recovers from COVID. No Jofra Archer this season. Tom Haynes injured. Tom Alsop missing this game. Throw a knock received last week. Quite a few more. Delray Rawlins and Dan Ibrahim left out of the starting 11 today. This one goes through to the keeper. 152 for 6.
Yeah, I'm disappointed Tom Haynes not here today. Obviously missing out through injury. I think he was one of the 3 that got a double turn when I last commentated on one of his games up at Derbyshire. So yeah, I'm sad I don't get to see him back today or over the 4 days. But
yeah, he's sort of a well, it sort of takes 4 players to replace him. Wonderful bat. Next one is left alone by Mulaney. More than useful bowler, inspirational fielder, and of course he's the captain that pulls them all together, galvanises them. So a big loss, but thus far today the Sussex starting 11 acquitting themselves very well indeed. Knots 152 for 6. Such a boost getting Ollie Robinson back, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's just bowled so well.
There's Hunt in his 8th over. Bowls Mulaney. Happy to defend.
Are you happy that Notts have signed Ollie Stone?
Yeah, I think Ollie Stone, when I've seen him both in his North Ants days and indeed a time or two he's played against Notts for Warwickshire, he's bowled very quickly and looks a real talent. In fact, he got good runs here. Was it last year or the year before? This one's dropped on the leg side with Sam Hain. Got the Bears home. It was started last season, wasn't it? End of the over, 152 for 6. I think with all signings, it doesn't matter how good they look, how much of a punt it is for this reason or that reason or whatever. You know, you can say it looks a good signing, but until a little further down the line, can you say if it was one that worked? Because there's 1 or 2 players that have come here over the years, and at the end you'd say, well, for whatever reason it just didn't quite work for them or for the club, and you know, they've been allowed to move on. I just hope Ollie Stone doesn't figure in that category. Will he come here fully fit next April and then play for England for the next 7, 8, 9 years and not hardly see him? I don't know, that may happen.
Carvalhais to continue then from Pavilion End, and first ball is just outside off, and Pattinson White happy to leave it alone and let it sail through to Ollie Carter.
You know, you would think the big career move for him would be, you know, leaving his first county North Ants to go to Edgbaston, settle in their multi-year contract, and you know, and do astonishingly well. But the fact he's only played something like 20 games for Warwickshire over 3 years, you know, he has had his injury problems, and let's hope they're all behind him. Looking forward to seeing him.
Surprised to see him go, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Carvalhais comes in and holds his head in his hands. That must have done something off the pitch, because from here it looked like it just a ball outside off left alone. But he looked interested for a second, so might have been a bit of movement.
You know, you talk to, and you know, as I have done, people that have come here and people that have been touted with coming to Trent Bridge over the years, certainly over the last 5, 6 years, and for many of them, you know, one of the attractions is working under Peter Moores.
Carvalhais in again, 3 slips in for Pattinson White, and that one is snicked straight to second slip, who catches it this time, and that's another wicket. A good ball, just genuine edge and taken comfortably at second slip.
Yes, I mean, right old day of it, isn't it?
Have an eye on
Tom Clark at second
Notts.
slip. Liam Pattinson White's gone for naught, and it's 152 for 7. That one went quickly, and he caught it. Just to finish on that point, of course, when you move around as with footballers, but you know, you move around for various reasons, for personal reasons, for ambitious reasons, I guess. Some for financial reasons, some. You know, and I'm genuinely not saying any of these reasons with Ollie Stone. I'm just saying there are always reasons behind a move. You didn't fit in there, you've fallen out with ex-coach or ex-player or whatever, or you know, you get the opportunity for more money, or you know, for family reasons you want to move to a particular area, or whatever. You know, I'm not using any of those for Ollie Stone, I'm just generalising, but you know, for whatever the main reason behind it, Ollie Stone has decided he wants to come to Trent Bridge. Of course, he'll be working with Kevin Shine, who, again, all the bowlers that work with him sort of praise him to the high heavens. Did a great job with England as their bowling coach, and now the bowling coach here at here at Trent Bridge. But you know, I think your original question was, am I looking forward to coming? Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to him coming here and seeing him play and bowl quickly for Nottinghamshire. And you know, just hope for all parties concerned it turns out to be, you know, a terrific move. Like the lad a lot. 152 for 7. Here's another lad I like a lot, who sometimes gets a little bit hot under the collar when he's bowling. What he needs to do is show us his best form with the bat here. It's James Pattinson, the Australian, out there in the middle with knots. 152 for 7.
Yeah, they just need someone to bat with Mullaney now, don't they? He's sat nicely on 46 and out. He's looked pretty comfortable and played a captain's leading innings, really, just leading from the front and staying calm and collected. But need him to stick around now as Carveus comes in. First ball to Pattinson, is left alone outside the off stump. Seems to still be doing a bit for the seamers. It'll be interesting when we see the spinners brought on, young Archie Layham.
I'm not entirely sure he might be needed in this innings.
Yeah.
7 down already. Seamers have...
They've bowled well as he comes in again, and ooh, good ball. Played and missed by Pattinson. I thought it nearly bowled him. Slipcorden seemed to think he nearly snicked off. Looked a good ball, that. Just carrying through.
Sorry, Grace, bear with me. I'm just reading just reading an email.
That's all right.
About cricket.
Quick conversation from Mullaney to Pattinson. Maybe just calming that temper, calming those nerves. Carveus comes in again for the final ball of his over, and full and straight and defended. Well, driven, but not too convincingly to the mid-on boundary. And that brings the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 152 for the loss of 7 wickets. Still 53 overs remaining in the day.
I'll tell you what it's about in just a second when I've just responded.
Waiting in suspense.
No, it's from the Notts Heritage officer here, good man here at the club, Steve Lamotti, just pointing out that it is still Jubilee year, and Steve Lamotti reminding me, telling me that this Thursday the 28th of July, 45th anniversary of the Queen's visit to the Ashes here at Trent Bridge in the Silver Jubilee year of 1977. Yeah, the Queen and Prince Philip came for the Test match, met Derek Randall, of course. That was the Test match where Boycott ran Randall out and was never forgiven. Steve says there's a display in the museum room, royalty at Trent Bridge. There's all the pictures there, with everybody lining up to meet the Queen and Prince Philip. Yeah, terrific. And Steve's going to pop up on Thursday and just chat to us about it. Is Sean Hunt starting a new over, bowling to Stephen Mullaney, who's on 46 and defends this one. Thanks, Steve. Yeah. We'll get you on Thursday, and we'll have a chat about that. The royal visit here 45 years ago. What is it this year? It's the 70th, isn't it? 152 for 7. Mullaney on 46. Oh, that's a full toss that he's hit towards mid-wicket. Will be cut off by Coles. So Mullaney on to 47. 153 for 7. So those Nottinghamshire scores that I read out a little earlier. 266 here against Worcestershire, 4th match of the season. Very much seems a long way off here. Not in danger of being bowled out for their cheapest score of the season. They've had the 618 they got at Derby last week. 3 500s, including the 534 for 9 that they got at Hove back in April. Nice looking shot by Pattinson to get himself off the mark, down the ground for 4. Lovely looking hit by the Australian. 157 for 7.
That's a good shot, just played very straight through the mid-arm region and just timed so well. Just so good to be able to play a shot that early. It's just so balanced.
Not been many straight drives today, has there, that I
it's all
can
been
remember?
pretty square, a lot through
Yeah.
the covers as well, especially from Ben Slater, who batted very nicely.
Yes, if it's square of the wicket, that's across an indication that perhaps just a little bit short. This is a good comeback from Sean Hunt. 3 slips. What a day Clark has had. Something in the region of caught 2, dropped 2, but 2 important ones that he has hung on to, Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White. Fletcher listed to come in next. Pattinson gets a single here into the offside. 158 for 7. Good toss for Sussex to win, as it's transpired. Been a little bit in it for them, and Ollie Robinson certainly made the most of those helpful early conditions. Knots 87 for 4 at lunch. 158 for 7 right now. Hunt to Mullaney, who's cut this away, but Lenham is down there at third man. They get a single. Mullaney will hang on to the strike. He goes to 48. 159 for 7 after 44 overs here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Sussex, BBC Sport Online, the live streams through Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, and I'm sure there's a link on the Sussex County Cricket Club as well. Elsewhere, Durham 257 for 2 now at Chester, Lee Street. Jones 141 not out there for the home side, and at New Road, Derbyshire 87 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Worcestershire by 32, and it's going to be Carvalis to bowl to Mullaney.
2 slips in as Mullaney goes on the back foot and bats into the cover gap, and it looked like there could be a run out for one point. Just hit it into the gap. Patterson maybe a bit on his heels, but ended up getting a single comfortably in the end.
First double hundred of this round of matches. Nick Brown of Essex is 200 not out. Essex 428 for 6 against Somerset. Northampton 192 for 2, replying to Gloucestershire's 317 all out at Cheltenham. Kent 73 for 3 at Old Trafford, replying to Lancashire's 145. Surrey 141 for 4 at the Oval, replying to Warwickshire's 253. And Hampshire 43 for 3, replying to Yorkshire's 159.
Patterson to face Carvalis, and 2 full and 2 wide, and Patterson just drives that beautifully through the offside, straight through the cover gap, and there's 4 runs. That was one of the best shots of the day, I'd say. Got forward into it nicely and just so well timed.
Yeah, there's no mug with the bat. Played Test cricket for Australia on and off over a decade or so. Missed a lot of matches through injuries at various times, but has been out there against the very best. It's a little thing of him padding up to be night watchman as well. He's been doing it for Notts this year, padding up whenever a night watchman's been required, but hasn't yet needed to go out and actually bat.
Carvalis in again then, and this one is wide outside off, and it's actually given a wide for the first time in the day. Looked like it just carried on swinging away from the left-hander, actually just going further wider, and yeah, not the most threatening of deliveries.
Reaction from the crowd was interesting as well. They clearly felt there'd been 1 or 2 that were too wide, and applauded the umpire, gave him a little bit of an ironic cheer. It's a very wide one that got Tom Moore's, but I guess it was validated by the fact that Tom chased it and nicked it.
Yeah, you won't want to watch that one back, I don't think.
No.
In again then to rectify the last delivery. Goes much straighter onto the stumps. Pattinson comes forward and just defends it out to mid-on.
165 for 7. Let's do this update for Radio Nottingham and then bring Adrian in to join Grace. Been tough going today for Nottinghamshire. In truth, they lost the toss under grey, cloudy skies this morning, put into bat by Sussex, were 4 wickets down by lunch, and currently 165 for 7. Ben Slater, the top scorer, he was out for 55, one of 4 victims to the England Test bowler Ollie Robinson. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, though, trying to hold things together. He's 49 not out, just been joined by James Pattinson. Nottinghamshire 165 for 7. Let's do this delivery as Carvelis comes in to bowl to Pattinson, who pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. Welcome back to Adrian. He's been away doing updates. Grace, do you want to break? Do you want to break, or do you want to come back on? Here we are. We're just so easy, so good-natured and easy-going here.
We are. It's lovely here, isn't it?
More from Grace before too long. 1 ball left in this over. Pattinson on 9. He's given the ball a bit of a wallop on 2 occasions, and this one into the pad. Won't get anything from that end of the 45th over. 165 for 7. Sussex bowlers just winkling away. They just keep getting a wicket, keep breaking these partnerships, and Nottinghamshire, not an awful lot left in the shed, Adrian.
No, and I see Ollie Robinson is stripping off, and he's going to bowl for the first time today from the Ratcliffe Road. I just wonder, there's a couple of times with Stephen Mullaney, who I have to say I think has batted beautifully, and then with James Pattinson coming out, whether it's one of those wickets that the batter's thinking, there's always a ball that's got your name on it.
Yeah.
And I just wonder whether Notts might be thinking here that a quick sort of 30 or 40 in the context of the match could be very worthwhile. Either way, how many overs have we got left today, Dave? We've had
51 left. Look on the top right-hand side. Overs 45 to bowl 51.
Yes, we've got a lot of overs to be bowled. It's really 3:05. So I think it's... Well, nothing's ever certain in the great game, is it? But you think it's almost certain that Sussex are going to get a bat today. In comes Robinson, running away from us from the Ratcliffe Road. In comes in a bowl to Steve Mullaney, wide. And Mullaney doesn't time that, but he's going to get his half-century nonetheless. Pujara is in hot pursuit towards the cover boundary. His sliding stop pulls the ball up, but not before Stephen Mullaney has come back for his 3rd run, and he goes through to an excellent half-century. 52 off of 75 balls, 7 fours and a 6. He played a wonderful innings down at Hove. He's playing a wonderful innings here at Trent Bridge. That's a fine half-century for Stephen Mullaney, who's 52 not out.
Yeah, well played. He's just about managing to hold the innings together, isn't he? Since the departure of Ben Slater. Needed somebody just to have a little bit of stickability out there. He's seen Tom Moores and Liam Patterson-White fall since lunch. Mullaney was 8 at the break, and now gone on to 52.
And he's batted really nicely. Robinson coming into bowl to James Pattinson. He's in and bowls, and Pattinson is behind this and just plays it into the offside, fielded by Coles. And there is no run. It's a curious scorecard in many ways.
Yeah.
Ben Slater making 55. Then there's 5 players who haven't got out of single figures. But both those that have, Mullaney and Slater, have played very well. Tom Moores got to 10 before he edged Sean Hunt behind of the bowling. Sorry, he edged Twally Carter off the bowling of Sean Hunt. Robinson, figures of 4 for 39 in his 13th over. Runs away from us, comes in, bowls to Pattinson, who's 4, so a ball of good length. He plays that to mid-off, fielded by Sean Hunt. There is no run. There are 3 slips, a deep backward point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg all the way down the distance, all the way towards the pavilion end is Archie Lennon, who hasn't had a bowl so far today. I can see James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach and T20 coach, making his way around the outfield, having a natter away to Sarah Taylor. watching from the boundary edge as Robinson is in again, bowls, and a lovely looking shot by Pattinson. He's going to get a couple of runs here, drills the ball through extra cover. Hunt is quickly round, but he can't prevent the second run. And Pattinson, who's showed good attacking intent here, goes into double figures. He goes to 11 and knots to 170 for 4. The sun has momentarily disappeared, and there's a bit of cloud around, but also a few patches of blue sky. Floodlights off. But Sussex would not be wanting to let knots off the hook here. Pattinson, tall man, strongly built, waits as Ollie Robinson wheels away, just bound below us, runs away from us, comes in, bowls, and Pattinson forwards a ball of good length and just punches that to mid-off. And there is no run. I've not seen anything about James Pattinson batting, but he looks a more than useful number 9 to me.
Yeah, if you've played... I was just saying, Adrian, if you've played Test cricket on and off over a decade for Australia, you've got enough about you to know which end of the bat.
Yeah, and he certainly gives that impression. Bat and pad close together. He'll know it's all about supporting his skipper, Stephen Mullaney, who's on 52. He's playing his own range of shots as well, as Robinson is in and bowls, and Pattinson meets that full and square and shows Robinson the maker's name. Drills that to mid-off, fielded by Sean Hunt. It's a dot ball to end Ollie Robinson's 13th over. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 41. Knots 170 for 7 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle and Grace Ballinger, our commentary team here at the lovely Trent Bridge.
Yeah, Sussex will be absolutely delighted with the state of the game. 170 for 7. They won't be too delighted to know they're -2 on the over 8, but plenty of time to sort that in the match. We've still got 18 overs to go until tea, which should be half an hour from now, so we are going to be half an hour or so late on that one. Carvelis has figures of 2 for 41. Ollie Robinson, by the way, has figures of 4 for 41. Here is Carvelis, bowls to Mullaney. Apologies, not got around to the tweets lately. A bunch of them just suddenly came through 10 minutes ago. I meant to have a little look. Richard Dawson, be nice to know what the county championship will look like next year. We can get to the end of the season, he says, and still not know who will be promoted or relegated or how many divisions or games. Yeah, that's, we've sort of banged on about that, Richard, over the course of the season. It's difficult to know what to make of it. This one goes through to the keeper. Lots of people with lots of theories and lots of ideas and lots of plans, but surely you should know what you're playing for at the start of the season. Richard goes on, can't be that difficult. 2 divisions play each other twice and the top teams are champions. Yeah. 2 divisions play each other twice. Yes, yep, with you there. Ellie says, earlier, Dave, you were talking about preferred seats in the ground, 170 for 7. Next delivery sees Mullaney take a single, moves to 53. I'm blind, so I always try and get a seat as far from the action as possible to minimise the risk of being hit by the ball. Touch wood, it's always worked so far. Thank you, Ellie. That's a perspective that we hadn't thought about. Sam and Harry Butler Daft commenting on the Tom Moore's dismissal. Yeah, I think he'll agree. It was very loose indeed. Wideish ball that he nicked behind. Harry says also ditto Liam Patterson-White. Mike Brown, I think, who is here. One of his frequent trips from Guernsey. This one goes through to the keeper. Pattinson on strike. Carvelis bowling 171 for 7. Mike says, please can you give a shout out for my grandson, Ben De Brito, aged 11. He's just been selected to play for Griffin's CC in Guernsey, his first competitive match. So I've done terrific. That, Mike. Yeah, that's fabulous. Mike sent me the scorecard. I think it was it yesterday or Sunday? Might have been yesterday. I don't know. That Guernsey defeated Bulgaria in the European Championships. This one goes through to the keeper. Did you know Guernsey had got their own cricket side? I didn't know. But thanks, Mike. I was reading about it again. Was it yesterday? I'm not sure. Nigel King says maybe it's just too cold for Notts today, Dave. Perhaps they prefer that 40-degree heat of last week. They did. They very much tucked in when it was 40 degrees of heat. And Mark says about Stephen Mullaney's 50. Captain, my captain, he says. Indeed, Mullaney on 53. Next one is to James Pattinson, who helps it up to mid on no run. Thanks to everybody for getting in touch today. At Brace Cricket, at Grace Ballinger 2, and at Adrian Arms, and at BBC Sussex Sport. And on the email...
Yeah, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. I just noticed at the end of that over, and you've probably already spotted it, but Ollie Robinson was fielding at first slip. But Finn Hudson-Prentice had gone off, I think. And Daniel Ibrahim was on the ground.
Yes,
now,
I noticed that, Adrian. I noticed all that.
Now, I don't know whether...
No, I didn't, actually.
Has he just come back on? I think he might
Somebody
have
has just come
back
back on.
I think Hudson-Prentice has just this minute come
Comfort
back
break.
on.
Comfort break.
Ollie Robinson runs away from us from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground completely in shade, bowls to Mullaney outside the off stump, and that's a favourite shot of Mullaney, that little cut down to third man. He was thinking about playing it, but they decided the ball was a little too close to him, and the ball sailed through to Ollie Carter, the Sussex wicketkeeper. One of the many youngsters in this Sussex side. Not as, you know, a couple of seasons ago we were talking about a couple of 16-year-olds and a 17-year-old. Well, Archie Lenham is now 18. James Coles is 18. Ollie Carter is 20. Ali Orr is 21. Tom Clark is 21. So still plenty of youthful faces as Robinson in and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and that's very close. And he thinks he's got his man, does Robinson. I suspect that might just have been going over the top.
Yeah, I would have thought, but can't fault him for appealing.
No. It was the way he appealed, as if he wasn't looking at the umpires to say, well, that's definitely out. Well, it was a good shout.
Yeah.
Didn't he maybe just above the knee roll?
Yeah, we don't know.
No?
Well, we don't know.
The most important man is Paul Baldwin,
Yep.
and he decided that it wasn't out.
With my eyes, same as you, I thought it was going over the top. The replay, of course, from a camera up on height, did make it look as if it might have been a little closer.
Robinson, 4 wickets to his name, comes in and bowls. Mullaney's forward this time to ball. Good contest between these two. It has been all day. Well pitched up. Mullaney playing for bat and pad close together. Plays it to mid-off. There is no run. Mullaney on 53. Pattinson on 11. These two coming together with the scores 152s. They've had 19 for this wicket.
Just looking at Mullaney, he came to the crease at 75 for 4, so scored about half the runs, added about 100 since he came to the crease, and he's got 50.
3 slips go down. Robinson in again, bowls. That's wider of the off stump and tried to tempt Stephen Mullaney into a drive, but Mullaney is not to be tempted, and he lets the ball go through to Carter, and there is no run. 3 slips. There's a third man, a wideish third man, who's Archie Lenham, who's chatting away to James Kirtley and Sarah Taylor. Sarah Taylor in her orange trainers or cricket boots down on the third man boundary.
You can spot her, can't you?
Yeah, they're very fluorescent, aren't they? And they're talking to Archie Lenham, who hasn't had a bowl yet so far today. It's been all seam as Robinson in again, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Mullaney will rather feel he missed out.
Does Sarah still play?
She played, I think she played a bit in, did she play for the Welsh Fire in the 100 last year? Yeah. And teaches down at St Bede's School down in Eastbourne. So whether she's in the 100 this year...
As what? As the cricket master?
Yes, as cricket coaching,
head coach,
yeah.
No, but sometimes when you say it's a teacher at a school, she's very good at applied mathematics.
In comes Robinson again, bowls, and there's a better delivery, and Mullaney slightly caught in 2 minds as to whether to play forward or back. In the end, the ball whistles past the outside edge through to keeper Carter. There is no run. End of the over, 171 for 7. Mullaney 53, Pattinson on 11, and I think we're going to get a bit of Tom Clark bowling his medium paces from the pavilion end.
He had 1 over, didn't he, before lunch, the final over of the session. Adrian, we are halfway in the day's allocation. 48 overs have gone, 48 overs remain.
We're going to be doing a bit of overtime, I think, tonight.
Well, we may. But when do we never do any overtime? Have you ever finished at 6 o'clock? I don't.
Do you know, I think the game against was at the Leicestershire game, so there was a lot of spin bowled in that game, and I think we might have finished. In fact, I think on one day we did 98 overs, but that's been the exception rather than the rule.
In fact, down at Hove, Liam Patterson-White, didn't he bowl 30 overs on the first
Bowled a
day?
lot, yeah, I think he did, yeah.
So here is Clark from the pavilion end, bowling to the left-handed Pattinson, who was trying to find the fairway from the deep rough there. He had an almighty mower to bowl that he was nowhere near. 171 for 7.
He said he didn't have a look at the bowling, did he?
No.
That was going to go, whatever it was, that he'd made up his mind.
Yes. Isn't this evening the big evening for women's football? Is it the semi-final? They were at Brighton the other night.
They were, yeah.
Did he go down?
No, I didn't.
Next delivery on its way, and Pattinson will just tickle this down nice and fine for a boundary, always sliding down the leg side, just helped it on its way, and that's Pattinson's third boundary in 15, 175 for 7.
Yeah, it was the quarter-final against Spain at the Amex. It was the second game that the Lionesses have played at the Amex. I think tonight's game is at Bramble Lane.
No, I thought it was at Ewood Park, Blackburn. But you might be right. No, it is. It is. Yes. Yeah. You're right. 175 for 7. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. They will take a single. You're right. The old breakfast telly this morning when I switched it on was from Ewood Park, and I was a little befuddled and bemused as to why, because I thought it was in Sheffield. But yeah. One of the coaches, 3 of the England players came through the Blackburn Rovers Women's Academy, and they were talking to the coach that had coached them all. 176 for 7. The score now. Mulaney back on strike.
So just be mindful here. These two have. Well, it's not a big stand by any manner of means, but they're certainly showing their intent, and I'm sure Pujara, you never know what this wicket's like until Sussex have got a bat. They won't want Nottinghamshire to get away here, and it's interesting because the field is now quite defensive.
They're trying to set a trap. I'm not sure what the trap is, but
they're
trying to set.
They are trying. Yeah.
It's nice to have theory. I always think, rather than just run in and bowl and wait for something to happen. They are trying to find a weakness in Stephen Mulaney's game. Tom Clark hoping to expose it. He comes in and bowls, and Mulaney inside edge maybe onto the pads, and it runs out onto the offside. For Nottinghamshire supporters who aren't aware, Adrian spends his winters following the fortunes of Brighton and Hove Albion up and down the country, here, there and everywhere. Big signings, big hopes, big game for you this year against Nottingham Forest. You're back in the big time. Brighton now playing Forest.
Well, I remember a very famous Brighton game at Forest 7 years ago now.
76 for 7. Next delivery on its way wide. The off stump goes through to the keeper.
Brighton had an Argentinian striker, Leonardo Aguirre, who scored a goal in injury time just across the road here, and it took Brighton into the playoffs. They weren't successful on that occasion, but I remember that was an exciting game.
Now, how are you pronouncing that, and then how are you spelling it?
U-double-L-O-A.
That's what. Yeah. Next delivery on its way. Mulaney happy to defend. End of the over. We're into the second half of the action. 49 overs have gone. 47 remain. Not so. 176 for 7. Big season expected. They did all right last year, didn't they?
They did really well, Brighton. They came. No, I ought to know this.
Mid-table somewhere.
They came 9th.
13th. Oh, as high as that.
Yeah, they did. They did really well. They had a very good last dozen or so games, having had a fairly wretched run into the new year, but then had some really good wins. And of course, it's always the way of these things, I guess, with all sports. It's not just football, but all sports, isn't it? It seems that once you do quite well, Brighton are particularly good at picking up players for, well, reasonable sums of money. To us, huge amounts of money, but reasonable sums of money. But of course, once they do well, then the big boys come knocking.
Yep.
But I guess that's the way the world over. Ollie Robinson is running away from us. The ground completely in shade. Now he comes into bowl to James Pattinson, who lets that one go and plays very casually, taken by Carter, and there is no run. You just get the feeling with James Pattinson that any moment he's going to try and launch one. It looks like he's showing admirable restraint. He's faced 23 balls, Dave? I think it is.
Yeah.
16 of 23.
I was just doing my own maths, actually, underneath. I think the highest partnership is for the 6th wicket, 39. between Mulaney and Moores?
Yes.
39. Crikey.
And comes Robinson, bowls down the leg shot. That's a very good take by Carter, and Sussex are convinced they've got their man. James Pattinson is not to be moved, but it looked to me, well, very difficult to tell if it's a nick from here. He was looking to clip that one away through the leg side, but it was very wide. And Carter, with a very good take, diving full length. The slip cordon was up. Robinson thought he'd got his man, but then bowlers always think they've got their man, don't they?
I think that's hit him on the calf. I've seen James Pattinson walk off a couple of times in the past, and seems to be that sort of, let's play the game hard, but let's play it fair sort.
Yeah.
I think that's hit him on the. Just had a little look at the replay a couple of times. I think that's clipped him on the calf.
It was a big deflection.
The thing down the leg side is you can forget everything that the slips are ranting and raving and shouting and appealing for, because they've not seen it.
Robinson in bowls. Oh, I thought for a moment he'd breached Pattinson's defences, but Pattinson played it very late onto the onside, fielded by Pujara, who was quickly around from mid-on, and there is no run. Absolutely. It's the same with an LBW.
Yeah,
when you get square leg up for an LBW decision.
Yeah. But down the leg side, the slips are, they hear something. Yeah, I don't dispute that on that occasion they will have heard something, but they certainly couldn't have seen it. And I think that's probably good umpiring. He might have hit it, but the couple of replays I've just had a look at, I don't think he did. Like I say, I think he's the sort that if he had clipped it, he'd have gone.
Robbins bowls and right up in the block. That's a good delivery by Ollie Robinson, swinging into the left-handed James Pattinson, who digs the ball out. The ball dribbles out into the offside, and there is no run. Stephen Mulaney comes down to have a word to James Pattinson. They'll know that Robinson is the danger man here. If they can, perhaps he's going to bowl in little spells here, Ollie Robinson.
Nigel said it's a very green wicket. Well, be fair, Nigel. First day here at Trent Bridge, they always have that greenish tinge on them. It's almost as if Steve Burks has, sort of rolled it with a roller covered in green paint. Always looks like this on the first day. Robinson
in again, bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Pattinson, and there is no run.
He says the toss was a crucial one to win. Notts have been a little wasteful with the wickets, but well done to Slater and Mulaney. They've both worked hard today. They have indeed.
Dave Ginn has been back in touch. We were talking about the Max Holden incident here.
Yeah.
And David's been out. He said, I don't know whether you dealt with this. So perhaps we could just give a quick resume at the end of the over, Dave, because you were at the game in question. There's Robinson.
Well, how do we know Dave's not gone out again?
Well, this is... When did this come in? Only a couple of minutes ago. In comes Robinson, bowls, and a leading edge from James Pattinson. The ball flew in the direction of cover. It bounced in front of James Coles. It's the end of Ollie Robinson's over. A maiden over. 15 overs, 5 maidens. 4 for 41. Notts are 176 for 7, with Mulaney on 53, Pattinson on 16.
Dave, you missed some of our best work. We talked at length about about that.
We did.
We used to get sent round all the various findings of the disciplinary commission, but we don't, for whatever reason, seem to get them anymore. Had there been some of the most severest sanctions, i.e. a suspension or a one-match ban or whatever, then I certainly would have heard. We'd know, because he wouldn't have been playing. I'm almost certain that there'd have been a point or two on his record. As a new over starts, Mulaney dabs it down into the gully, but as I said when we mentioned it, when we were talking about it before, it is a little bit like the old driving licence, doing a 30 and a 40 and getting 3 points. That's what happens with the cricketers. I'm sure he will have been dealt with either a ticking off from the match referee or probably a sanction, and there'll have been points on his playing record, and you get to so many, and then you do end up missing a game. This is pushed into the offside, and there's no run. They take into account previous good character and all that sort of thing, don't they?
Yes, absolutely.
It must actually be very difficult to see stone cold evidence that somebody hasn't hit a ball and reacts understandably
I agree.
when they're not within 6 inches of it, and then to say you can't do that, we're going to fine you or we're going to ban you or whatever, as Mulaney plays with soft hands to this delivery from Clark. It's human nature disappointment, obvious disappointment, if you've not nicked it, or if you've knocked the skin off it and you've been given out LBW or whatever. We know you're not supposed to react, but there was 1 or 2 at Derby last week, and as I said, as commentators, us looking on, we love it, because it tends to give us a bit of a clue, or a bit of an idea. Mulaney has gone after that. Now I'm pleased they've gone for the run, because we'll find out if he's hit that. Chased one from Clark.
He did.
Did he get anything on it? There's no signal from umpire Bainton, so that is a drop. Mulaney on 53 has been spilled by the keeper. Well, he's almost turned over the crossbar, wasn't it? Keeper Carter leapt high to his right, got a glove on it, tipped it over the top there, and they took a single. I
think that's the second time Mulaney's been put down, wasn't he? Put down on 26 by Clark at slip.
Yep, that's exactly right. Mulaney 26 caught, dropped by Clark off Ayless. Carv Ayless. This one goes through to the keeper, 177 for 7. So Clark, who's put a couple down today, is now on the other side of the equation. He's the unlucky bowler.
Well, they'll know that it's an expensive drop putting down Stephen Mulaney. Think of that one. I mean, it was a difficult chance, that one, when he was on 26. I think for a keeper, I think Ollie Carter will be very disappointed that he didn't take that chance.
Crikey. We've got to 3:30. I'm not sure how we've got to 3:30, but we have, as Pattinson drops this on the leg side. And there's no run, 177 for 7. Verity's in Marlow goals on BBC Radio Nottingham, and we'll be coming for an update in a moment or two. 87 for 4. Still 13 overs to go until tea. Lovely conditions right now. Here is that radio update. Lovely weather-wise, not so good for Nottinghamshire, although Stephen Mulaney doing his level best to keep them in the game. Notts currently 177 for 7. Mulaney, the skipper, is 54 not out, but heart in mouth time a moment ago when he was dropped by the Sussex wicketkeeper, chasing a wide one, went hard at it, nicked it, and keeper Carter put it down. Ben Slater made 55, but apart from that, nothing else from the Nottinghamshire side. Tom Moores, he made 10. And the only other one into double figures, James Pattinson, who's out there at the moment, 16 not out. Been a pretty miserable day for the Nottinghamshire batters after they lost the toss, were put in. 4 wickets for Ollie Robinson. Notts were 87 for 4 at lunch. As we get within about half an hour or so of tea, they're currently 178 for 7. And no, hit me with it, Verity, hit me with it. Yes. Well, the press room here, up and down the country, is known for the tea time scones and jam and clotted cream. Me personally, I'm a Battenberg man. You know that, Verity. Nottinghamshire 178 for 7. James Pattinson on 16. Grace has popped back alongside me to tell me her favourite cake in just a second as Sean Hunt bowls. And this one goes through to the keeper. What's your favourite cake?
Probably chocolate cake. Warm, or like a warm brownie.
And where's the best teas on the women's cricket circuit? Do you bother?
Can I do a club ground?
If you want.
So
as long as you're not going to say Sutton Coldfield
again.
I'm
actually not, no. There's a lovely little ground in Shropshire called Worfield.
178 for 7. Next delivery on its way. Oh, crikey, I thought that had gone through. Sorry if I made anybody jump there. Thought Pattinson had been bowled. But it wasn't. It was his back leg and just trickled past the stumps. 178 for 7. What's so good about them? Is there one particular lady or family that does it week in, week out, or is it one of those clubs where they take it in turns and everybody tries to outdo the previous person's attempt?
Well, all be revealed in a second.
178 for 7. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. They'll take a single. Mulaney quickly down there. 179 for 7.
Yeah, I've played a bit of club cricket there in my time, for Worfield actually, and there is this lovely lady called Jane Arnold, and she makes the best, like, Rocky Road. She does a white chocolate one with raspberry, and she does a chocolate one, and it's unbelievable.
James Pattinson just waving to the dressing room, wants a new bat to be brought out at the end of the over. She does it all the time, does she? 179 for 7, a professional cricket tea maker. Next delivery goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Are they still doing it? Because I know since times of COVID, many clubs, of course, have stopped cricket teas, haven't they?
I unfortunately haven't been able to go there in a while. Been a bit busy, but it's a lovely little ground just in the countryside in Shropshire. It's got a tree in the middle of the outfield.
See, as I said, I tend to like those clubs where the start of the season it's all divvied up. You know, Brown, it's your family, or your wife, girlfriend, you, dad, husband, mother, whatever. It's down to you to provide tea that week. Smith, it's you that week. Jones, it's you that week. Praise Girl, it's you that week, or whatever. And then everybody just sort of feels that they're doing the bit for that club, sort of a donation. But these people that are told, well, you've got £20 to spend on cricket teas for Saturday, you tend to get some very cheap cuts of meat, don't you? And things out of the bargain basin.
Clark to continue from the pavilion end, and full ball on the stumps. Pattinson defends it very much at his feet and keeps it out. Have you got a favourite ground for teas? Or for food? First class ground?
Well, I'm a Newark lad, not too far away from here, and my village club, they always used to have terrific teas like that. They'd have one lady coordinate it and get somebody different.
Clark in again, this time outside off and wide outside off, and Carter gets just a hand on it, but it will run away for a couple more. They run 2, it could be a chance for a run out, but a bit of a wayward throw in.
Well, I'm called a wide as well, Gray, so I'm glad I'm not a scorer. I'm trying to make head and a tail of that.
Did they run?
I think it was.
They ran 3.
They ran up. I think that. I don't know is the answer. Did they? No, they ran 2. It's just been on the live stream. They ran 2, and they were wide, so they'll get 3 from that. Is it my turn for a break? I don't know.
Clark in again and again, wide outside off, but this time not wide enough to be called a wide.
Do you want to give your headphones to Adrian, and then you can have mine?
Yes.
That might free me for 10 minutes. Might be able to sample some of this fresh air that they talk about. Welcome back, Adrian. They'll be joined by Grace in just a second.
Thanks, Dave. 182 for 7. Pattinson and Mulaney batting very nicely for Nottinghamshire at the minute, as in comes Clark and bowls, and Pattinson pushes that out into the offside, fielded by Lenham, and there is no run. The Sussex out cricket, which has been very good today, I thought just a little ragged in the last couple of overs. A chance going down behind the stumps, and Cheteshwar Pujara, I just noticed, just sort of clapping his hands, and a few of the other Sussex lads saying, come on, they don't want to let this good position go to waste.
Yeah, they look a little bit frantic, but they've got absolutely no reason to be. Not 182 for 7.
Clark in bowls, batter delivery, and Pattinson forward, played down the track. Clark fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. I mean, the big unknown question is here, and it's the old adage, isn't it? Until both sides have batted, it's very difficult to know exactly what this pitch is like. Sussex have bowled very well, particularly Robinson. I think all the seamers have bowled well, actually. I think on another day, Brad Curry might have had 2 or 3 wickets. Clark bowls to Pattinson, who takes one hand off the bat, runs that one down towards fine leg. There's more runs here. Sean Hunt is racing around the boundary, and he'll cut the ball off inside the boundary, but not before they come back for 3 runs. That's good running by the Nottinghamshire pair. And the total goes to 185 for 7. There's a decent crowd, actually. You don't really notice until you look along out here onto the behind the bowler's arm here at the Ratcliffe Road end. Pretty much every seat is occupied on this 3rd tier.
Yeah, decent crowd in today, as you say, and obviously Trent Bridge quite a big ground, so it sometimes can make the county championship crowds look quite small, but not today.
No, there's a decent sized crowd, as Clark is running in bowls to Mulaney, and Mulaney with a high left over just punches that down the ground to mid-on. It's fielded by Ollie Robinson. The end of Tom Clark's over. 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 13. Knocked 185 for 7. Stephen Mulaney on 55. James Pattinson is on 20. These two coming together when the score was 152. So on what's been a relatively low-scoring day, this partnership between this pair now worth 33.
Yeah, it's just starting to build up, isn't it? And Mulaney's just looked so assured throughout his innings, and he's really started to play that anchor role, currently 55 not out, and Pattinson's come in and he's played quite nicely round him. I mean, he hasn't been too defensive, which I think is a real positive. He's just looked to carry on, he's played his shots at times, and yeah, it's starting to rebuild, and Nottinghamshire will want to be getting to tea without losing any more wickets, ideally.
Hugh Johnson has been tapped. He says, "Hi Adrian, Carter has really looked good as a young batsman this year, but he drops a lot of catches. When you're struggling to bowl outsides for team morale, it's critical to have a top keeper." He says, "Is Tom Alsop a better option?" Thank you for getting in touch, Hugh. He says, "We have a great wicket-keeping coach, of course, is Sarah Taylor."
Hunt in and short down leg, and that will just race away to find leg for 4, and that was a good shot, but a loose ball and escorted to the boundary.
Yeah, poor ball, wasn't it? And got exactly what it deserved, to be honest. It was short and down the leg side, and Sussex just need to be a little careful here that they don't let Nottinghamshire get away.
I've actually noticed this from Hunt's last few overs though. His first ball has been quite a loose one on a lot of occasions on the first ball of the over. I mean, one of them actually ended up getting Tom Moore's, that loose delivery outside offside, but I don't know if maybe it's just taken him a little bit of time to get into his over, which you can't really afford, unfortunately, in professional cricket.
No, you can't.
But he has bowled well. He comes in again, 3 slips in, look to rectify that, and he does. Straighter, just outside edge, and that will run away to third man for 1.
I think Grace, Dave was saying the highest partnership of innings was 39, and this one now worth 38 between these two. I think they've just batted very sensibly. David Ginn has been in touch to say thank you. So we discussed the incident with Max Holden here. So David, thank you for getting in touch. If you want to get in touch, join our conversation. Dave, Grace and myself, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you want to send us an email.
Mulaney right-handed back on strike, and this time Hunt goes full and straight. It's defended into the onside.
I just think it's such a good innings this from Stephen Mulaney. I mean, he's holding things together. He needed some support. He's found that from James Pattinson. You know, he's waited for the bad ball when it's come along. He's hit it for 4. And Sussex have seen enough of Stephen Mulaney after that 192 that he made down at Hove in the first game of the season. But he's been given 2 lives. Difficult chance to Tom Clark at second slip and then drop behind.
Hunting again, and this time fall down leg side, and there's something on it. It might be pad, but it will run away for 4, and we'll wait for the umpire's signal. It will be leg byes. It's ended up being quite an expensive over, already 9 off it.
Yeah, and Notts are sort of all sort of hurtling towards their first batting bonus point. 194 for 7. And now this is the largest partnership of the innings, worth 42 between this pair.
Yeah, they've just crept up recently. I didn't really notice, but now they're nearly 200 for 7, and just starting to rebuild here, and it's starting to look slightly more in the balance. You'd say the whole game, at no point has it not been in the control of Sussex, but it's just slowly starting to rebalance. But a wicket could very quickly change that. That's the impact Hunt will want to be having. Coming round the wicket to the right-hander, and that's back of a length outside off, and just played nicely by Mulaney out to that quite wide third man, almost backward point. Archie Lenham out there doing the work.
He plays that shot so nicely. He just seems to wait, doesn't he, have all the time in the world just to tuck inside the line and play the ball comfortably down to third man. I guess what I would say, Grace, is that these two have made batting look relatively comfortable, and that should give some comfort to the Sussex, batters when they get an opportunity. I mean, the odd one has misbehaved, but I mean, largely there's been 1 or 2 indifferent shots.
Hunting again, and brings Pattinson forward. Good length delivery, good line, good ball to finish the over. At the end of the 54th over, not 195 for 7.
Well, by rights, we should be thinking about going to tea just about now, but we're not going to today because there's another 10 overs to go until the tea interval. A quick rattle around some of the scores in the other games. Derbyshire 113 for 5 at New Road against Worcester, so leading Worcestershire by 58. Worcestershire, one of the sides pursuing Nottinghamshire for one of those promotion places, or we presume are promotion places. I mean, no one's exactly sure what's happening, but in comes Tom Clark from the Pavilion in, bowls to Mulaney, who's forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Durham continuing to pile on the runs. There's been some pretty flat tracks at the Riverside this year. Durham 314 for 3, well into the second day at that one.
Wasn't a flat track on Saturday. It was a used track that turned and did nothing for the seamers.
Right.
But I do like Durham though.
Yeah, in comes Tom Clark bowls, and Mulaney leans back and just chops that one to backward point. The cry was your end from James Pattinson because the throw came in from Alistair Orr to the bowler's end, but Mulaney was already home and rehearses that shot. He picked up a single, he goes to 57, 196 for 7. In the first division, just rattling through, Hampshire 71 for 5 at Scarborough in reply to Yorkshire's 159. Surrey 212 for 6 at the Oval, trailing Warwickshire by 41. Kent 112 for 3 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. See Zach Crawley out for a duck in that one. Northants 234 for 2 at Cheltenham College. In comes Clark bowls, Pattinson forward, plays that into the covers, fielded by Lenham, and there is no run. That in reply to Gloucestershire's 317. And I saw a lunchtime report from our Somerset commentator Anthony Gibson about the game at Chelmsford, 466 for 7 Essex are, and saying it's, you know, in Anthony's view, it just hasn't been a good game for county championship cricket. It seems to be very flat at Chelmsford. In comes Clark bowls, Pattinson drives, fielded by Pujara, short extra, and there is no run. I mean, I like this wicket. I think there's a little bit in it for the bowlers. Ben Slater and Stephen Mulaney have shown that you can make runs on it as well. It seems like, it just feels to me like an even. It's made it an absorbing day's cricket. Some of the games this season where we've been very few wickets, well, we've had this conversation before today. I'll get on my high horse about it. In comes Clark bowls, and Pattinson is forward. Clark momentarily thought he might have a shout for LBW, but the ball dribbles out in front of Pattinson, and there is no run. But it has shown with some application you can make runs on this track, and if the bowlers have bent their back a little bit for them as well, and the balance just seems to be just about right in this. Yeah,
it's exactly what you want, isn't it? Obviously you don't want a wicket where you don't know where it's going, but you don't want a road, and I think ground staff have done really well here today.
Clark in again bowls. Pattinson clips that down towards fine leg. They've taken one. They're going to come back for the second. Yes, good running, really good running by James Pattinson. He saw that Sean had a long way to come round from wideish fine leg. He was hurtling back for the second. And Notts go to 198 for 7. Mulaney on 57. Pattinson is on 27. This partnership between these two now is worth 46. At the end of Sean Hunt's over 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 43. Yeah, for my money, too many roads and not enough pitches like this.
I agree.
As the two Pattinson. James Pattinson's a big man, isn't he? I'm just looking at him there. He's sort of towering over Stephen Mulaney. As they have a natter in the middle of the pitch. Now, who's this warming up down below? Would you call that a bit of Pilates, Grace?
Never seen anything like that in my life, to be honest.
Oh, look at that. That's like the sort of helicopter action with his legs. I think that's Brad Curry. Or is it? No, it's not. That's Ari Carvelos.
Not too sure what that stretch does, really.
We're going to get some spin. James Coles, 18-year-old, who's come through the pathway that Sussex have with Oxford. Made his debut at the Oval for Sussex when he was just 16 years of age. So we're going to get some left arms in. So in terms of rattling through overs, James Coles rattled through his overs. So we may well not be too far behind if he bowls for any period of time. But the first spin of the day.
Reckon we get Archie Lenham on at the other end as well.
Yeah, well, that really will speed things up. Yeah, Lenham and Coles bowling, but we've got a delay now because the pads have been brought out for the close fielders. So though Sutton will be keen to make sure they don't incur the wrath of the umpires by bowling too slowly. The over 8 showing as -2, so certainly not alarm stations. But we've got a delay now as the pads go on. Stephen Mullany looks a bit frustrated, doesn't he, at the strikers, and he's chatting away to Ollie Carter, I think, and to who's that fielding in there at slip? Hudson Prentice. Ali Orr is ready now. He's got the pads tucked under his trousers, and we're good to go.
Deep cover, deep square, and a deep mid-wicket out for Coles. And if he bowls his first ball and it's in a good area, it's pretty slow, but it's just defended into the extra cover fielder. One fielder under the lid as well at short square. Coles is in again, and another good ball full, and Mullany can do little more except just defend it forward.
Well, just looking to see if there's a long on, but there isn't. There's two men guarding that short leg side boundary, but the mid on and mid off are up saving the one.
Coles to Mullany, slightly shorter this time, and very good shot from Mullany. Just gets forward on the front knee and almost ramps it to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs, and that is a good shot.
Well, it's a super shot, and what a way to bring up the 200. And when you talk about captain's innings, well, this is exactly that, isn't it? I mean, it was a beautifully played shot, and a 50 partnership between these two for the 8th wicket in 80 balls. And he's doing exactly Stephen Mullany here as he did at Hove earlier on in the season.
Yeah, it's really smart batting, isn't it? Not only is he just controlled the innings, but he's also looking to force a field change here, which he does. So the slip and the short leg will stay, and one is moved straight out the offside at point into a short fine, opening up a very big gap through the offside. So clever batting from Mullany, and Coles is under pressure immediately. Comes in again. This time it's flicked into the onside, but there's no one in that mid-wicket region, and they get a single.
Yeah, good cricket, wasn't it? You know, the Sussex had changed the field around, and Mullany experienced enough to know that there was a comfortable single there. Now, this might be interesting to see James Pattinson, who I think it's been raining him. He's played extremely well, don't get me wrong, but I just wonder whether he might fancy having a heave at James Goss. He's no need to, because Nottinghamshire are getting themselves into a good position here. I mean, they won't have wanted to be 203 for 7, but from where they were at 152 for 7, this is a good reply.
Coles in for his first ball to Pattinson then, and Pattinson wastes no time in back foot cutting that, and even though there's a deep point, it's too far behind square, and it is 4 runs.
Yeah, too much width, wasn't there? And there are 2 fielders guarding that offside boundary, but he clubbed that one away back to the square, and no chance of cutting that off. And I just said Sussex just need to be a little careful here. They don't let this advantage slip. That's 9 off the over.
Yeah, Coles is under pressure here as he bowls his final ball of his first over of the day, which is full, and this one is driven this time onto the front foot, and that will be another 4. So expensive first over for Coles, 13 from it. Nottinghamshire move on to 211 for 7.
Well, I don't know if that was an experiment just to see if there was anything in this pitch for the spinners, but James Pattinson, with that short offside boundary, just thumped that one away for 4 runs. So he's got a bit of thinking to do here as Chetishwar Pujara. There's the partnerships, and by far the highest partnerships, 13, 24, 4, 34, 27, 39 was the previous highest between Tom Moores and Stephen Mullany. This partnership unbroken now, 59, by far the highest partnership of the match so far, of which James Pattinson has made 35. Now, we are going to get a change of bowling at the pavilion end of the ground, and it's going to be Sean Hunt, who's bowled 11 overs, 2 maidens, taken 1 for 43. If you're just joining us, very good afternoon. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Dave Bracegirdle, Grace Ballinger, myself, Adrian Harms, at this lovely cricket ground at which Sussex don't play enough cricket. A long time, 5 years since Sussex have played here. And we're back here next week for the 50 over. In comes Sean Hunt, around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Stephen Mullany. Mullany just defends to mid-off, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. 2 slips in a gully. There's a cover, Daniel Ibrahim still on the field, fielding at deep cover, deep backward point. So cover, extra cover, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. I'm just trying to see who's off the field. It might be Ollie Robinson who's off the field, actually. Can't see Ollie out there. I can see Brad Curry is warming up. As in comes Hunt, bowls, and Mullaney up on his toes, and it's a comfortable single. It's strange how games go like this, isn't it? All of a sudden Mullaney is able just to, with the field fairly widely spread, just picking up the single, rotating the strike. Mullaney goes to 63, Nottinghamshire to 212 for 7.
Yeah, I think the last 10 overs or so, if you couldn't see the scorecard, I think it's probably the first time where you'd say Nottinghamshire are in control of the game.
Well, they've certainly got them from where they were. I'm just looking back at that game at Hove earlier in the season, Grace. Yeah, Notts were 52 for 4 in that game. And finished with 534 for 9. And Stephen Mullaney's been a nuisance for Sussex this season. He was also dropped in that game, you know, a couple of times. And Sussex have put the skipper down twice. Hunt on his way in, bowls to Pattinson, who drives slightly across the line to mid-on, or wideish mid-on, fielded by Pajara. And there is no run. That looks like Bradley Curry, who's warming up at mid-off, I should say. Can't see Ollie Robinson, so maybe it's Robinson who's gone off for a while. Certainly Daniel Ibrahim is on the field. Just the 2 slips for the left-handed Pattinson. Hunt in bright sunshine. In towards us, bowls, and Pattinson drives without timing to mid-off, fielded by Curry. And there is no run. James Pattinson has got his eye on that leg side boundary. There's a mid-on and a mid-wicket, both who are on the 1. There's a fine leg as well, but just 2 men in front of square. He just sort of has the occasional glance towards that side of the ground, James Pattinson.
He does look like he just wants to cart it, doesn't he?
He does.
But he's done well to resist.
Very well. In comes Hunt, bowls, and Pattinson drives beautifully. Well, this time, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the shot of a sort of a number 5 county batsman. It's over-pitched by Sean Hunt, and Pattinson may have that short leg side boundary. He didn't need to use it. He just drilled the ball beautifully through extra cover for a lovely 4. He goes to 39 off 51 deliveries, and Notts to 216 for 7, and that was a classy shot.
Yeah, it was excellent. I mean, we maybe did him an injustice saying the ball before that it looks like he just wants to tee off, because that was as good as the shot that we've seen all day, just timed so well through the offside, and he really doesn't need to play any big shots if he's batting the way he is, and he moves on to 39 not out.
Hunt in again, bowls, and Pattinson up on his toes, runs that to backward point, fielded by Archie Lennon. There is no run. The end of Sean Hunt's over. 12 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 48 for Sean Hunt. Notts 216 for 7. This partnership now is worth 48 plus 16. What's that? 64. And these two having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. And for probably the first time today, Cheteshwar Pujara's got 1 or 2 little things to think about here. His bowlers have done a good job, but Nottinghamshire are just batting themselves back into the game. In fact, I can see Ollie Robinson is coming back on at the far end, so that's good news as far as Sussex are concerned. Oh, in fact, he's just waved Daniel Ibrahim back onto the field. So he's not coming on for a couple of moments, Ollie Robinson. Or is he? Yes, he is. Ibrahim's collected the helmets, and the spin experiment has been abandoned after 1 over.
Yeah.
Perhaps unsurprisingly. And it is going to be Brad Curry, who we thought was warming up, and he's going to be bowling from the Ratcliffe Road end of the ground. I can also see Ari Cavallas warming up as well.
Curry in then for his 13th over, left arm around the wicket, and the first ball is sprayed down the leg side. That was not a good delivery, but there could be a run out chance, and keeper runs to get it, and we'll go for buys. I think if that would have been a direct hit, could have been close there to being run out. Pattinson, it just seemed
He'd been furious with himself
close.
if he. I think he's bowled very well today, Brad Curry. But that was a real loosener, wasn't it, down the leg side? I think we could perhaps forgive him that one, but it was a loosener.
First ball of his spell, hasn't bowled in a while. Might
I
be a
mean,
little bit stiff.
Yeah. I mean, we say that in commentary, you know, it's a loosener, but you know, you would know all about this, Grace. I mean, are you allowed a loosener, or should you be ready to bowl that first ball?
I think in white ball you've got to be ready. So he comes in, left arm over to the left-hander, and Pattinson tempted him to play in that one, but ends up leaving it alone outside off. Yeah, I think everyone calls it a loosener, don't they? And even, I think even bowlers are guilty of it to some extent. If their bowler wide first ball, kind of look at one of the fielders and laugh, but you should be ready, really, shouldn't you, in professional sport, I think. But
No, I would agree.
you can also get quite stiff out there in the field. Can definitely relate to that. I like to have at least an hour warming up before I bowl.
An hour?
He's in again. Pattinson's face and leaves that one outside off. Yeah, before the game, I'm really...
Oh, right, okay.
Not. I don't need an hour's notice on the pitch.
I was going to say.
That would be a bit princessy, wouldn't it? No. No, I'd just like a...
Now, Dave and I wouldn't get away with saying that. But that's true. We agree.
No, I just like to have... I like a thorough warm-up. I like to minimise the chance of being injured. I get injured enough without any risks. Curry in again, and that's a good ball outside off, just on the line of 4th stump, and Pattinson leaves it alone.
Interesting you say that, because for the game that Sussex played against Leicestershire, we had Ricky Clark, the former Warwickshire, Surrey and England all-rounder, joining us for the commentary. And Ricky was talking about, we were talking about what happens before the game, how early do you get to the ground. He said, I was always at the ground early, wanted a really good warm-up. You know, by 8:30, 11 o'clock start, I'd be in the nets, hitting a few balls, then some bowling practice, then some fielding, and I really felt I was ready for the day's play.
Curry's in again, and this is a good ball, and it's snicked to second slip, and that's the easiest catch as they come, and Pattinson looks devastated that he's just got an edge on a relatively unthreatening ball just in the right area, and that is a big wicket. Nottinghamshire 217 for 8 now.
And Tom Clark with another catch at second slip. But a good innings from James Pattinson, 39 in 66 minutes off 56 balls with 7 fours, and a fine partnership. But you will be annoyed. It was a good delivery from Curry, but it was one that probably Pattinson didn't need to play, and he rather guided the ball into the hands of Tom Clark at second slip. But a good round of applause from James Pattinson, who makes his way off. And that partnership between that pair is 48. I make that a partnership of 65 between Pattinson and Mulaney. And the Sussex players are just in a bit of a huddle as the new man is going to make his way out to the middle. Good catch though by Tom Clark, who's, you know, it was routine, it was straight to him, but he's picked up a couple now in the slip cordon. And the new man is Luke Fletcher. As we're going to have a change around in the commentary box as Dave Bracegirdle is going to come back and join us. Dave will have an update to do to the listeners on BBC Radio Nottingham.
I'm afraid I've got to I've got to be charged with an assist there, because I was just looking up James Pattinson 50s. It's signed for Notts in 2017. First game of the season, 89 not out at Leicester. Second game of the season, 59. So that was start of the 2017 season. He's not had a 50 in any cricket since then. Wow. 22 innings for Nottinghamshire, now 23 innings for Nottinghamshire, and 56 in all first-class cricket. So it's a long old time for James Pattinson without a 50. But his first 2 matches for Notts are 50 in each, and not one since.
Well, he's batted well today, no question about that. Do you know Luke Fletcher very well? What's Luke going to do here, Dave? Supporting well for the skipper, is
full and straight might do it.
Right.
I say that, and you know, I always sort of say that, and I'm doing him down a little bit.
Here comes Brad Curry, bowls, and that was full and straight, and he was equal to it, was Luke Fletcher.
What have we had this season? 3 not out, 1, 18. I'm going to miss the Middlesex match at Lords, and naught. There's 2 matches that he's played where he hasn't batted at all. The Middlesex match at Lords, you know, the news may have filtered down as far as Hove. He got 50 in the first innings, batting at 11.
Wow.
That same day, Notts bowled Middlesex out, and there was 1 over left in the day. Asked if he could go in as night watchman to open for the final over of the day. He did, survived, and the following morning went on to make 51. Thus becoming, and so they say, the first and only player in first-class cricket history to get a 50 in the same match, batting at 11 and batting at number 1.
What a great stat.
So make the most of that, as Hunt bowls to Mulaney. This is tickled away behind square, and a single, 218 for 8. So doing him down a little bit since those 2 50s at Lords. He's only batted once. That was in Cardiff against Glamorgan when he got a duck. He didn't bat in either innings at Lords, a couple of declarations there, and he didn't bat at Derbyshire last week, a declaration. So he's not had a lot of batting. 292s in his career for Luke Fletcher.
Well, Stephen Mullaney was very happy to take a single off the first ball, though.
Yeah. What do we got? Just about 6 overs before tea. Next ball, and well, he's squared up a little bit. He's pushed it into the offside. No run. There is an update. Nottinghamshire just wrestling with the tricky problem of putting a par score on the board. They're 218 for 8 at various times today. It's not looked as if they'd get anywhere near this, but they've just lost the wicket of James Pattinson, who was going along very nicely in tandem with Stephen Mullaney. Pattinson, the Australian, out for 39. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, there on 64. Ben Slater made 55, but not an awful lot else. Luke Fletcher just fresh at the crease, just faced his first ball. Nottinghamshire 218 for 8. So Sean Hunt retreats into the distance and turns to come in from the pavilion end, bowling to Luke Fletcher. Again, gets everything behind it, happy to defend.
Well, he's got his skipper at the other end, who's going along very nicely.
Yeah, that James Pattinson innings has given Notts a little bit of a boost. Sort of hinting at it there, but didn't say it. You just wonder what par is. I don't think Nottinghamshire are at par, but might just be getting towards something that will keep them competitive. This one's clipped away for 4 by Fletcher on the leg side. It's going to be how the Sussex top order go. Huge round of applause for Fletcher for that shot, bringing up 2-2-2.
Dean Tully has been in touch and he says, can you mention Warnham Cricket Club down in Sussex, 200 on Sunday playing against an MCC 11? So I don't know if that's I'm presuming, Dean, that's a game that's been played and was played last Sunday down at Warnham Cricket Club. And Teddy Walmsley's been in touch. Hello, Teddy. He said, enjoying the coverage as ever. Sussex have a potent attack today. All bowlers bowling really well. Great to see Robinson back and fit. Let's hope we can keep them fit for the rest of the season and avoid the wooden spoon.
Hunt bowls, Fletcher defends, end of the over. 2-2-2 for 8. Doesn't seem that long ago since I was saying Notts are on Nelson, does it? But 2-2-2 for 8. Adrian, if you want to take over, we've got Michael Jackson in our ears, which is never a bad thing, but I'll see if I can get rid of the music whilst you describe the next ball or two.
So it looks to me as if it's going to be Brad Curry who's going to carry on, having picked up a wicket in his previous over. 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 43. Mullaney and Fletcher have a little natter. So 37 overs left to be bowled today. Lovely sunshine here at Trent Bridge. There are 2 slips, a third man, cover mid-off, a mid on a straightish mid-wicket, 2 men guarding that leg side boundary. Ollie Robinson now going a little wider.
Billie Jean's gone.
Billie Jean has gone. Thank you, Dave. Lots of blue sky around now. It's a lovely afternoon.
Yeah.
And do we call this the East Midlands Day?
Yeah, oh, very much so, yeah.
Curry running away from us around the wicket to bowl to Stephen Mullaney's in and bowls. And Mullaney pulls that one away, and that's gone many a mile, but it's going to be caught. Is it on the boundary? No, it's not. It's literally just sailed over the head of James Coles at deep mid-wicket. I thought for a moment that James Coles was underneath that, but it's a very short boundary on that leg side. And the ball literally just dropped over his outstretched hand. He just couldn't keep it in the field of play. And Stephen Mullaney goes to 70 and Nottinghamshire to 228 for 8.
Sometimes with aerial shots like that, straight away your eyes are drawn to the man on the boundary, and you know when they turn and they're looking towards the spectators, it's gone. But he wasn't. He was underneath it. He was watching it all the time. And as you sort of hinted in the commentary, I thought he was positioning himself just right to take it, and then he leapt, and I just wondered if it was going to be one of those where he's going to either pour it back in or whatever, but although he leapt and was just about in the right place at the right time, he just couldn't quite touch the ball.
He's right on the fence as
Yeah.
well as James Coles. In comes Curry again, bowls, and Mullaney looking to flick this one on the leg side, and he's given out LBW. And Stephen Mullaney goes. He gives a long, hard look in the direction of Paul Baldwin, says, it does Stephen Mullaney, and he wanders off shaking his head. Well, he was looking to clip that one away on the leg side. He looked to me like he was a fair way down the track as well. Umpire Baldwin has given him out, and the look that Stephen Mullaney gave the umpire was if to say, I don't agree with your decision. Nonetheless, that is the end of Stephen Mullaney. He's LBW to Brad Curry for 70, and a very fine 70 as well, including 2 6s and 8 4s. He's on his way for 70, and Nottinghamshire 228 for 9. No one likes being given out LBW, but that was certainly a long stare he gave the umpire then, Dave.
Yeah, well, Stephen Mullaney would have felt, I'm sure, it was sliding down the leg side. Very obviously disappointed to be given out. Umpire raised the finger quickly. It was a very confident shout from the bowler. The replay sort of inconclusive. I mean, we're spoilt, aren't we, with the television ones, with
Yes.
all the gizmos and the gadgets that they can pull up and say where it's pitched and what it was actually doing and clipping. Looked a good shout, but I wouldn't have been surprised had it not been given. And maybe a gesture or two from the umpire just to suggest it was leaning down the leg side. But no, umpire Baldwin saw it differently, sent him on his way. And now Notts, I always say they're down to the rats and mice, literally. We're down to the last two. 228 for 9.
Well, if a wicket goes now, Sussex could face a couple of tricky overs before tea.
No, they'll take.
They'll think they'll take tea.
They'll take tea because we're past the.
Oh, sorry, we're past the time,
We're
aren't
past
we?
the scheduled time.
Yeah, 36.4 overs left in the day.
I think that's one of those.
And actually,
rules.
from that point of view, that means we won't. If we do go for, if a wicket does fall, we won't lose any overs.
No.
So Brad Curry picked up a couple of wickets, and I think he's probably deserved it. He's bowled well. He comes in and bowls. It's a new batsman, who's Pattinson, who hammers that one away over extra cover for 4 runs. Well, it was in the slot, and he said thanks very much and just belted it through extra cover for 4 runs.
I was going to say, with regards to tea, there is potentially, though, of course, some bad news with 9 wickets down.
Oh, that we might
we
keep
could
going.
have another 4.5 overs and then another half an hour. So tea could be supper time.
Yes.
But Nigel King says he's had a look at it. Looks absolutely plumb to me, says Nigel. Thank you, Nigel.
Well, Pattinson's not hanging around.
No.
That was in the slot,
No,
and he just
no.
thumped it away for 4 runs.
No, he's in his rightful place in the order, and he will have a bit of a swish. It all depends if ball and bat are in the same time zone as to whether he hits it or not.
Well, in comes Curry around the wicket bowls, and Pattinson he's looking to play that away on the leg side. He got in a bit of a tangle. The ball ended up in the gloves of wicketkeeper Carter, but not via the bat. And there is no run. 232 for 9. Both Fletcher and Pattinson are on 4.
Those lads on the on our right-hand side in the William Clark have had a good day with regards to the autographs. They just stopped Stuart Broad there and got him to sign and
excellent.
take a photo or two.
Always good to see is
Yeah.
Curry. Got those 2 slips in place, comes into bowl to Dane Pattinson. That's a slower delivery, and Pattinson clips that onto the onside. They were thinking about 2, but there wasn't 2 there to that leg side boundary, fielded by Coles. And the total goes to 233 for 9. He's a big fella, Luke Fletcher, isn't he? I reckon if he gets hold of one, it could go many a mile.
Notts' lowest score this season, lowest first innings score, 266, a reminder, here against Worcestershire. So they've got some work to do.
Dean, who got in touch about that game at Warnham, says, I'm watching from Cambodia and only watch until tea time, then bed. Watch the rest the next day. As in comes Curry bowls. Well, that's a poor delivery down the leg side. He's a little lucky to get away with that. Taken by Carter. There is no run. End of the over. Brad Curry's figures: 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 54. Notts 233 for 9.
It's funny how people see things, isn't it? And I make no. I'm not making any opinion here about it. I'm just saying it's funny how people see things. Obviously, watching the stream, Nigel and Nick. Nigel, that looked absolutely plumb to me. That's one point of view. Nick, looking at the screen. Dave, I think that was an absolute shocker for Mull. Left arm round, not close to the stumps, hits him down the track in front of Middleish. It's got to be jagging back, and it didn't seem to be. Thanks, Nick. So, it's absolutely right. People will have an opinion, and whatever happens, we're not going to change the opinion of the umpire. I thought it might have been sliding down, and clearly Mullaney did, but the umpire didn't. So that's where we are.
Yeah, I thought my take on it, for what it's worth, who cares what I think, but I just thought he looked like he was a long way down, which I thought might have saved him, but there you go.
Ollie Robinson said to the skipper, hang on a minute here, I got 4 of your first 5, when are you going to let me get me 5 for? Here he comes from the pavilion end, bowls to Dane Pattinson, who clips it out on the leg side, and they take a single. James Cole's pushed out into the deep. I'm not entirely sure about this. From Sussex, on the leg side, you can have a single, boys. Why would you do that? Luke Fletcher and Dane Pattinson in particular. I know they've both got off the mark with a boundary, but almost giving them a run, aren't they?
Yes.
But maybe Robinson too wily to let them just drop it and take the single. Here is Robinson bowls, and Fletcher will just drop it on the leg side and take a single. Yeah, I thought they'd got that wrong. You're not
going to change it,
I've been watching him 13, 14, 15 years, Luke Fletcher. I can't recall him caught on the deep square leg boundary.
Well, they're not going to change it. They've got a fine leg, and as Dave said, that deep backward square, so it's just a little nudge onto the leg side and a run, because the mid-on is a long way away.
Dane Pattinson, if it's somewhere, as I say, somewhere in his same time zone, he might give this a little bit of a thwack. Oh, it's a bouncer, which he ducks underneath. Howard in Buenos Aires. I could see Mull wasn't out from here in Buenos Aires. Thank you, Howard. Paulie's well. Graham, Dave, I've just watched it again a couple of times. An absolute shocker. Would have missed leg stump by a good 6 inches. Thank you, Graham. So there we go, folks. Like we've said, I'm sure Adrian's got perhaps 1 or 2 Sussex supporters can't understand what the fuss is about. Absolutely plumb. I mean, that is just the way, it's human nature, it's the way we see things, isn't it? Perhaps he's got a poor one there, but Patterson has a bit of a hoo-ah at this one, gets nothing on it. Not take anything away from Sussex today, who've had a very, very decent day with the ball, and almost certainly one way or another they're going to bowl knots out in 2 sessions.
Yeah, and I guess Sussex will be hoping that with the sun now out, that I mean, there've been no demons in the pitch, have there? It's given a bit of encouragement to the bowlers.
Could be a little bit of fun later on with Pattinson, Fletcher and Patterson having a bowl. Next one is driven into the offside, but that's beautifully fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara, just diving down to his right, really setting an example there. Good stop from the skipper.
And he will be key for Sussex when they bat, because Tom Haynes, the skipper, out of the side with a broken hand. Tom Alsop suffered mild concussion at Lords last week. Tom's made a very fine 100 last week, so they are 2 of the established top 3 who are out for Sussex in this match.
Patterson on strike on 6. He's whipped this away on the leg side. They'll get a single. 236 for 9. And Alsop, season loan still? Was that the...
it's now a permanent signing.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there something along those lines in the pipeline? But obviously it's reached the end of the pipeline and been signed.
Yes, and a very good signing for Sussex as well. And like most cricketers, Dave, a very, very nice guy as well.
Yeah.
Very, always very good to talk to Tom, always very level-headed, batted beautifully at Lords last week in that stifling heat. But Sussex will miss him this week.
Well, he's found his home in the Tom Tom Club. Tom Haynes, Tom Clark, Tom Alsop.
Yeah. And all left-handers as well.
Yeah.
And is it me or is it you, Dave?
Oh, go on, have a go.
It's Tom Clark running away from us from this. Oh, it's nice. Brad Curry, what I talk about, and hammered down the ground, and that's going to go all the way for 4 runs. 1 bounce, 4. Absolutely belted down the ground by Dane Patterson. That was in the slot, and he said, thanks very much. He just hammered it down the ground for 4 runs, 1 bounce. He goes to 11. and Notts within 10 of a setting back in bonus point.
He's having a little bit of fun, isn't he? Doesn't get too many opportunities to bat. That's his highest score this season, comfortably. 7 not out was his previous best. 4 not out, 2 not out, 7 not out, 2, 0 not out, 2 not out, 0 were his previous innings this season.
Nothing wrong with that. One thing has just occurred to me, we haven't seen the constant changing of the ball in this innings, which has been rather refreshing.
We will hold you entirely responsible for that.
Here comes Curry again, bowls, and Pattinson. There could be a run out here. Luke Fletcher was halfway down the track. The throw comes in, it hits the stumps, and it rebounds away, and much ado about nothing. So the ball came off the thigh pad into the leg side. Luke Fletcher, who was at the non-strikers end, decided there was definitely a run. He was halfway down the track, and he's a big fella, is Luke Fletcher, to put on the anchors and have to come back again.
The turning of the Titanic.
Yeah, well, you said it, you know him. And the throw came in and hit the stumps. Who's that there at mid-wicket with his hands on his hips?
It's got a bit of work, wasn't it?
It might be Ali Orr. In comes Curry bowls, and Pattinson is forward. Plays it down the track. Curry fields of his own bowling note. Yeah, it was Ali Orr. He hit the stumps, but
it was just sort of a gentle underarm. Just worried perhaps about the overthrows instead of just giving himself a split second and then throwing the stumps down.
Yeah. Luke Fletcher got back in his grab relatively comfortably in the end, but 240 for 9. Curry, left arm around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and he's at it again, is Pattinson with it, and has he got a little nick on that? Yes, he has, and he's caught behind by Ollie Carter, and Brad Curry picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings, and that little cameo from Dane Pattinson is over. He's out for 11, and that will be tea, and Nottinghamshire are bowled out for 240 with Luke Fletcher remaining 5 not out.
There it is. There's the end. Dane Pattinson throwing the bat. Not easy from here to be able to clearly hear or see the snick, but everybody on the field knew, and that's a pretty good job done by Sussex. Feel a little bit for Ollie Robinson. If ever there was a performance that deserved 5, it was that from Ollie Robinson. 4 of the first 5 to really set Notts back in their tracks. 240 all out in 61.4 overs, so call it 62 overs. We will still have 34 overs to go after tea. When play resumes, I can see, according to the live stream, almost an hour late at, well, no, it's not, is it? It's 40 minutes late at round about 20 to 5. So 240 all out, Stephen Mullaney 70, Ben Slater 55, and James Pattinson 39, the top scorers. 4 wickets for Ollie Robinson, 4 for 44. Curry got that last wicket, finished with 3 for 58. It's a pretty good effort from the Sussex attack. They've bowled Notts out, taken maximum bowling points. Notts just the 1 batting point, and getting their lowest score of the season in any of the first innings that they've battered. So Notts all out for 240. We'll see how Sussex get on, how the Notts bowlers will get on when we return in ample time for the start at round about 20 to 5.
Okay.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge. Players and umpires have returned to the middle. We'll be underway in a minute or two to see how Sussex can get on in response to Nottinghamshire's first innings total of 240 all out. Still got a good chunk of cricket left. 34 overs remain in the day today. Very much looks as if Luke Fletcher, as normal, is going to take the first over. The Sussex opening batsmen, Alistair Orr and Thomas Clark, to give them their full names, their full monikers, are out in the middle. Note that both batsmen, Ali Orr and Tom Clark, got 3 initials there. Back to a time when all county cricketers had at least 5 or 6 initials. Here's a man who's probably got 5 or 6 initials to talk you through it. Adrian Harms.
In comes Luke Fletcher, running away from us. Comes in and bowls to Ali Orr, who lets the first ball go past outside the off stump, taken by Moores. There is no run. Oh, just the one.
Just the one.
Just the one. Mark is my middle name. So Tom Clark opened at Lord's last week. In the absence of Tom Haynes, who's out with a broken hand. And as we said a bit earlier on, Sussex also in the batting department, no Tom Alsop this week. So there's going to be some changes in the Sussex batting order. We think Hudson Prentice will bat 3 with Pujara at 4. But that's all for the future. In the end, lovely sunshine here now in Nottingham. As in comes Luke Fletcher running in and bowls. And Orr lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Moores. And there is no run. 3 slips in place. There's a deep backward point. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And it's going to tell us much in the next 30-odd overs, 33 overs.
Yeah.
Just a bit about this pitch.
I was just thinking it'd be nice to find out what number Pujara's going to bat at. Not smart. Need to take a wicket or two to discover that.
I reckon he'll bat 4. I'd be very surprised
Yeah.
if he bats 3. In comes Luke Fletcher. Running away from us, in and bowls to Orr, who lets that go, taken by Moores, no run.
I mean, he's always batted 3 in his career for India.
And that Test match recently at Edgbaston, he opened.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I don't quite know, but I know Sussex have tried to be very accommodating in terms of where. And I guess he's your top batsman. I guess you can, to a certain extent, select where you'd like to bat. But Sussex, as I say, with the normal top 3, 2 of those out injured. So in terms of that batting order, probably Ollie Carter coming in, I'd imagine, at 5. Harry Carvelis last week down at Lord's made a half-century, so do bat a long way down. As in comes Fletcher, bowls to Orr, who covers up, placed a mid-on, fielded by Mullaney. There is no run.
Of course, we might get into night watchman territory just to confuse things further. Robert, as you didn't ask, my middle name, which
Right.
has led to an awful lot of confusion over the years, because that, of course, gives me the initials DR, and the amount of correspondence I've had over the years. Dear Doctor.
Dr. Bracegirdle.
Yeah. Dear Doctor.
Fletcher coming around the wicket now to all bowls. Oh, and all's beaten. That's a cracking delivery by Luke Fletcher. Ali Orr has a rather suspicious look at the pitch, but I think he was rather beaten there.
I did have many moons ago. I did have some complimentary copies of the Lancet magazine sent to me in the hope that Dr. Bracegirdle would take out an annual subscription. You know, the old medical magazine, which I thought was quite funny. Doctor.
Dr. Bracegirdle, I like the sound of that. See it above your door, Dave. Fletcher.
You can be honorary doctors, can't you?
Well, comes in and bowls, and Orr gets the first runs for Sussex as he tucks that nicely through mid-wicket, picks up a couple of runs. Does Ali Orr. They may come back for a third. They're thinking about a third. They'll need to get a move on, but in the end it's a fairly comfortable 3 for the young Sussex opener, who's got a couple of hundreds to his name already this season. Who was that chasing that ball?
Pujara.
Oh.
I beg your pardon, Hamid.
Ah.
Got Pujara on the brain. Hasib Hamid.
Chasing back from mid-wicket. So 3 runs off the last ball of the over. It means that Ali Orr will retain the strike. And we've got, for the record, another 33 overs to be bowled tonight.
Yeah.
So that's going to take us...
Well,
we could be 7 o'clock.
Yeah. James Pattinson is going to bowl from the pavilion end. Just wonder if they've given him a little bit of raw meat in the dressing room for tea, just to get him fired up. Just need somebody just to prod the hornet's nest, tell him that Neighbours is finishing this week, get him wound up.
I remember him bowling really quickly here in that match back in 2017.
Yeah, he's not quite got the same consistent pace as he had the first time he came over, but now and again he can bowl a slippery delivery or two. Let's see what he delivers here to Ali Orr, and first one's worked onto the leg side. There's no run, and immediately there's animation from those behind the stumps.
Yeah, just trying to clip that one on the leg side, wasn't he? And the square leg had been a little closer, it might have been interesting.
It's Ben Slater at square leg. Stephen Maloney bringing another one on the leg side. He's doing just as you suggest. Slater coming in much closer now. Not quite close enough to need the helmet and the pads. In fact, he's almost standing right in line of umpire Paul Baldwin. I won't be surprised if the umpire moves over to the other side. And Patterson White's coming at mid-wicket. Next one is pushed into the offside by Ali Orr, who then points at the ball with his bat.
He's also a big bat twiddler, is Ali Orr. See how many times he sort of twiddles it in between deliveries. Come on, Ali, don't let me down. He's not going to do it. He still hasn't. I can't believe it. Normally, he's really twiddle, is Ali. But he hasn't done... Oh, there we go.
There we go. Oh!
Multiple twiddles.
He did.
Well done. Save my bacon.
That was terrific. Pattinson to Ali Orr, tries to cut this away. It was a little close for cutting, wasn't it? And could so easily have chopped that on. Of course, you've got me glued to it now, just looking for that next bat twiddle. That was magnificent. The one he eventually did after Adrian pointed it out. Let's have another look. He's got 3. Tom Clark's not faced the ball yet. He's had an eventful time of things. There we go. Oh, yes. Yeah. Twiddle that bat. That's fabulous. Took 3 catches, dropped another 2, Tom Clark, and had 1 dropped off his bowling. But it's Orr on strike, and he's pushed at that, I fancy. Goes through to Moores. Joe Clark at first slip, made just 1 today. Ben Duckett also missed out. He's at second slip. He scored 7. And Lyndon James to his left, he got 7. So the keeper and the 3 slips, who all bat in the top 7, got 25 runs between them. Naughty boys corner. Pattinson in bright sunlight here at Trent Bridge Bowls, and this is worked up to Stephen Maloney, the skipper, trying to Filled 2 fielding positions all in one, trying to cover mid-wicket and mid-on, and makes a diving stop. They take a single, so Clark is on strike for the first time in this innings. Sussex full without loss.
Yes, Ali Orr in that game made 68 in the first innings, 45 in the second, and Tom Clark made his maiden 100 against Notts at Hove. He was out for exactly 100.
Where did he come in? 3, 4?
He came in at 3, yeah.
There's Pattinson. Final ball of his opening over. First one to Clark, who lets it go through to Moores. End of the over. Look at Sussex's over rate on the board. I mean, that's a huge penalty for bowling Notts out in 2 sessions. Minus 6. That's going to take some dragging back now.
That's going to take a huge amount. I mean, I don't know. I mean, and would that have been agreed now by the umpires and the scorers? Will that be it, Dave? I mean, I'm always a little uncertain whether to the end of the play and the end of today's play, and they say, right, that's
that's
it.
the end. That's the end of the Nottinghamshire first innings. Sussex are minus 6.
Yeah, I just wonder, and that's set in stone now, is it? I mean, I'm not sure whether Sussex have any right of appeal on that or quite what.
No, they don't. They've just got to sort themselves out in Nottinghamshire's second innings.
Here comes Luke Fletcher, running away from us, coming into bowl to Ali Orr. He's in a bowls and all forward to a ball of good length, punches it down the ground, and there is no run. Yes, I guess what I was driving at there is, I know the scorers and I mean the umpires ultimately decide what's going on with the over rate, but it does seem a lot. Having said that, Dave, it's now 5:15, and we're already just past tea, so perhaps it's fair. But Sussex will be that's being penalised territory.
Yeah.
Fletcher. 3 slips go down the ground momentarily in shade as Fletcher is in and bowls. Oh, and all's beaten. That's an absolutely cracking delivery, and Ali Orr was groping for that outside the off stump. There is no run.
You see, we had a correspondence. I think it was Dave earlier saying, did we find out this or did we find out that? And unless they tell us anything, we don't know. That was with regards to a disciplinary issue, but we don't know if the umpires were constantly saying to Pujara and the Sussex side, you're down on your over rate, come on boys, let's turn around. We don't know if that was happening. It may not. They may not have said anything, but I think sides tend to get penalised a little bit if they sort of irk the umpires and don't respond.
Fletcher in bowls, or lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Moores. There is no run.
If they don't sort of smarten themselves up or rush round a little bit. If the umpires are saying, at no point did I think there was any over-the-top faffing around from Sussex, if we can use that expression. They didn't seem to be dawdling or being deliberately slow. They've taken 10 wickets in 2 sessions, mainly through the quicks. What did we have? Just 1 over a spin?
Yes. Yep, just 1 over that went for 13.
Seems excessive to me.
Fletcher in bowls or solidly forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run. This is a really good examination for these young Sussex batsmen, not least because, and I choose my words carefully for fear of being criticised. I think it's one thing when you score runs on good batting surfaces, and there have been plenty of those this season. This is a good surface, but there's a bit in it for the bowlers. And I just wonder sometimes when you've got batsmen who are scoring tons and tons of runs, well, if your examination needs to be searched out on a wicket, giving a bit of help to the bowlers, this is a good examination. On a fair pitch, but with a little bit in it. In comes Fletcher. Round the wicket bowls, and Orr tucks this nicely through square leg. It's going to run away, probably for 4 runs. It's gathering pace across a couple of old used wickets. And it bounces over the rope, just trickles over the rope. And a nice shot by Ali Orr. He goes to 8. And Sussex to 8 without loss. Just tucked nicely off the legs by Ali Orr.
Yeah, just a little bit leg-sidey from Fletcher. Likes to be aiming for the top of off stump, so he'll be a little disappointed with that one. Just as you say, allowed him to work it away to leg.
Beautiful afternoon now.
Yeah.
Loads and loads of blue sky. Some cotton wool clouds, and I think there's no question whatsoever we're going to get through. It seems obviously incredible now. We had the floodlights on this morning.
Now, at 10 o'clock, I wondered if we'd start on time.
Well, no, I agree. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw much rain driving up, but we did have steady drizzle here between 9 and 10.
Now there's a very close mid-wicket has gone in place. That's Liam Pattinson-White in there, as in comes Fletcher and bowls, and or covers up to a ball, pitching around about middle of the leg, plays it down to mid-on, fielded by Stephen Mullaney. It's the end of the third over of the Sussex innings, who are 8 without loss. All those runs to Ali Orr. Luke Fletcher, 2 overs, no maidens, 0 for 7. We'll keep an eye on the other games in the second division of the county championship down at Worcester, where Derbyshire are mounting a bit of a recovery. 137 for 5 now, leading Worcestershire by just 82. Wayne Madsen had a terrific season. He's on 48 not out. And but the Riverside still looks very flat. 362 for 3. Durham going into the final session of the second day against Middlesex.
Yeah, lost a lot of cricket yesterday, didn't they? Here's Pattinson from the pavilion end, bowls with a huge grunt, spears it outside the off stump, and Tom Moores moves across to his left to take. 3 slips, Mead at backward point, Pattinson-White the ball polisher at extra cover, Mullaney and Patterson at mid-on and mid-off respectively. Lyndon James is... beg your pardon, Lyndon James at third slip, Ben Slater is at mid-wicket, and Luke Fletcher down at long leg. Next delivery on its way now, and Clark shoulders arms, goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, batted nicely in the second innings at Lord's last week, and good job he did, Tom Clark. He made a half century because wickets were tumbling all around him, and just momentarily on the final day it looked as if Sussex maybe bowled out and leaving Middlesex some sort of a chase, because it was the tail wagged and held on, and in the end comfortably Harry Cavallis making the half century and Archie Lennon batting a long time for 19.
Clark still to score. Patterson bowls to him, and solid connection, pushes it up to Patterson at mid-off, last out in the Nottinghamshire innings. Dane Patterson made 11. 1 or 2 bright and breezy shots. His highest score of the season.
Talk about the size of the crowd here today, David. It wasn't until I looked out of the window here on this third tier that the seats away to our right hand side are pretty much all taken.
Yeah.
Very packed in. So it's probably a better crowd than it looks.
Yeah, you get the elevation right behind the bowler's arm. 8 without loss. Next delivery is on its way, and again pushed into the offside. Likewise down below, obviously we can't see the lower tier of this stand where we walked out this morning, didn't we, to go and see the toss.
Yeah.
1 or 2 lovely people saying hello. They're all very inquisitive as to what we gleaned as we come back. Who won the toss, Dave? Who's batting? And then, to save saying it 15 times to different people who ask us, it came over the tannoy. Sussex have won the toss and have elected to field. Pattinson bowls, nice shot, runs 4 of them I think for Clark, although Patterson's quick over the outfield now. The ball's quicker, will go for 4, and Sussex into double figures, 12 without loss.
Nice shot by Tom Clark, just over pitched, and the outfield is quick, isn't it? It was quick during the Nottinghamshire innings. A bit of drizzle this morning, but that really sped away across the outfield. Nice shot by Tom Clark.
I have to say that although there are a few bare patches on the outfield, it looks so much healthier than it did for the last home match against Middlesex. 3, maybe even 4 weeks ago now. It really was parched. It was like the old photos of the Oval back in the day. Next delivery comes, and again cut away. That's a good stop by Liam Patterson-White in the covers. It was nicely struck by Tom Clark, but decent stop by Nottinghamshire spinner. 12 without loss. They just had the test match, so of course that was 5 days where they couldn't really water anything, and then straight into the county championship match against Middlesex. Looked very, very parched indeed. End of the over, 4 gone, 12 without loss. Not striving for a breakthrough here. Of course, Sussex struck early on in the 3rd over as Seba Mead was out for just 5.
Now, I was saying a bit earlier on that I didn't think we'd had a ball change so far in this match, but I just noticed as Stephen Mullaney was just making a polite inquiry of umpire Bainton about the condition of the ball. I think he was given fairly short shrift. But Luke Fletcher is going to bowl the 5th over of the innings. Sussex 12 without loss. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-on, shortish, closest, straightish mid-wicket. Then a more orthodox mid-wicket and a fine leg as in comes Fletcher round the wicket, bowling to Alistair Orr, and Orr is forward and punches the ball through mid-wicket and picks up a single, eludes the fielder in there at that closest mid-wicket, and Mullaney has to trot round from mid-on to field, and it's 1 more to Orr. He goes to 9, 13 without loss. I was hearing on the radio coming up, Dave, all talk now about hosepipe bans and water.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how dry it's been here, but certainly down in the south of England, it's been dry for weeks and weeks on end.
Yeah, same here.
I mean, we shouldn't moan because, we'll probably get a wet August now, but and we'll all moan like crazy. But it is very dry, and a lovely afternoon here now as in comes Fletcher bowls, and Clark meets that with a very solid forward defensive. Foot to the pitch of the ball played into the offside. There is no run. Despite it having been I think it has to be said, a disappointing championship season so far for Sussex in terms of just the one win. One area where they have undoubtedly improved is in the batting department, with Grant Flower being brought in during the winter to work with these younger batsmen. And although they're missing Alsop and Haynes in this game, as we were saying, 7 centurions this season, that has been an improvement in that aspect. As in comes Fletcher round the wicket, bowls. Clark again solidly forward, plays to mid-on again, fielded by Mullaney. And there is no run. He has another look. He's not happy about that ball, is he, Stephen Mullaney? He just sort of held it out in front of him as if to say, that doesn't quite look right to me. Stephen Finn was saying when we spoke to him during the game against Leicestershire, how quickly he feels the balls are going out of shape this season. I'm not sure they changed it during the Notts innings. I can't be.
Don't think they did. No.
I don't remember.
No. I was looking forward to seeing Stephen Finn in this particular match because Notts played Derbyshire last week, and with myself and Dave Fletcher constantly making reference to Stephen Finn when watching George Scrimshaw bowl.
In comes Fletcher bowls, and Clark again solidly forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
I don't know if you've seen George Scrimshaw. I mean, he's similar skyscraper height and similar slender build as Stephen Finn. It'd be an interesting one. I think it was his first championship match of the season against Notts, so you wouldn't have seen him this year. But
yes, I think he might have been 12th man down at Hove.
Yeah, the similarities are there from certainly somebody who doesn't see Finn and Scrimshaw every week. But crikey, yeah, spot on.
Fletcher in and bowls, and again Clark solidly behind that, place to mid-off. There is no run.
Traffic building up outside the ground, and many of them have to part as an ambulance tries to force its way through, heading away from us down the Loughborough Road.
Yeah, I noticed there's some roadworks as well, just sort of a little bit further up where we...
Oh, they're everywhere. You can't get anywhere, can you? You can't get anywhere.
Fletcher coming over the wicket now to the left-handed Tom Clark, who's on 4, Sussex 13 without loss. Fletcher in bowls and clipped away by Clark, and that's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Straying a little bit onto the leg stump, and Tom Clark very, very quick to clip that one away through backward square leg for a nice looking boundary. He goes to 8, and Sussex after 5 overs are 17 without loss.
Pretty little shot just watching it. Oh yes, lifted his left leg off the ground, a little bit of a semi-pirouette as he whipped it away through leg for 4. Lovely looking shot. Yeah, driving at night in particular, you've got no chance of you getting anywhere without diversions. Came out of Chesterley Street. Had a few mentions today, hasn't it, about whatever it was, 4 or 5 Fridays ago now, after a blast game, left the ground about 20 past 10. Diverted straight off the A1 closed, and by midnight I was still going round Darlington looking, trying to re-find the diversion signs.
Yeah, and that's the worst part. I remember getting caught like that coming back from Cardiff from a T20 and got stuck around Newport, and the diversion was poorly signposted, and you reach a stage you think, I feel like giving up.
Sat-nav's telling you one thing, Lovely shot at the start of Pattinson's new over here, and Sussex getting a little bit of momentum as we ease into the 6th over. Nice shot from Ollie, who's the first of these two Sussex openers into double figures. He's on to 13, Clark has 8, and they've put 21 on.
And how long did that take you to get back that night, Dave?
Oh, crikey, I don't know. It was about 2 o'clock I got back down.
Because in terms of miles from here, how many miles is it?
Well, from Newark it's 150 to the ground.
Right. Yeah.
Like you say, I don't mind. Well, I do mind diversions, but you know, you have to put up with them. But you follow them, and then you'll come to a roundabout, and there just isn't one. You don't know which.
No, I agree. And I think the worst as well, Dave, is when you suddenly come to a junction, there's no sign that says the junction is shut or whatever.
Yeah.
And we've all had experience of that with late night football and late night T20.
Or on 21, let's just go through to the keeper. You're listening to this week's edition of Angry Old Men, or Grumpy Old Men.
Yeah, we need to get Grace back in, don't we?
21 without loss.
Yeah.
Amazing Grace.
In fact, you've got an update to do, so I might bring Grace back in a sec.
Yeah, we're on to 5 o'clock. We should be saying about an hour's cricket left, but we're not. There's 28 overs and 4 balls left in the day. There's James Pattinson, fiery, Victorian, as in the state. This one's pushed away in front of square on the offside. Asiba Mead's quick, needs to be, drags it back. It was all nice and clean and above board, but as he slid, having brought the ball back, he then slid into the rope and moved it. 24 without loss as they come back for 3. Or on to 16, Clark on 8. Dane Pattinson already starting to loosen up. 2 left-handed openers out there, Sussex shirts, etc, short sleeve shirts, both doing the batting, both same stance. Get to the point in a second. Pattinson bowls, pushed up to mid-off. What are the different characteristics here we can look out for in Clark and Orr? Who's naturally the most aggressive?
Well, that's a really good question, because earlier on this season, I think most people saw Ali Orr as a very steady opening bat, able to chew up a lot of deliveries, and he's still that, but they developed his game, and he played a bit of T20 cricket. Came into the side. Luke Wright was injured for much of the T20 campaign, and came in, and I thought he did really well and showed a whole new dimension to his game.
Pattinson bowls. Tom Clark just squared up a bit. That one off the shoulder of the bat, runs to Hamid at backward point. 24 without loss. 1 ball left in the 6th over. Fletcher none for 12. Pattinson none for 12. Neither wicket nor pressure really applied during these first 6 overs.
So in answer to your question, I think probably if you said classics, he's still he's having another go at that ball, isn't he, Stephen Mullaney?
Showing it to umpire Bainton. He didn't get much joy out of umpire Baldwin. Come on, umpire, have a look. That's not round. Yes, it is. Here is that update for listeners to the local radio. Good day for Sussex so far. They bowled Nottinghamshire out by tea for 240, and they began positively in their response. They're 24 without loss in the 6th over. Both openers Orr and Clark got away nicely here. Neither Luke Fletcher or James Pattinson able to provide the breakthrough. Stephen Mullaney top scored for Nottinghamshire. There is a wicket, in fact, taken by James Pattinson. Notts needed that. Stephen Mullaney top scored with 70 for Notts, but now James Pattinson with a wicket. Sussex 24 for 1. So Clark LBW to James Pattinson for 8, and good luck to whoever's got to try and cut that little wicket in the commentary for a nice little Twitter piece with me Speaking into the news, 24 for 1. Clark out, LBW, Pattinson for 8 at the crease for about half an hour. 15 balls, 2 fours. I think the replay has been on the live stream. We both automatically turned to look, but I think it's probably been on. Be nice, producer Kirsty, if we can see a replay again any time, that will be lovely. But Clark has gone, and we'll very shortly, I'm sure, find out who's going to come in at number 3, whether it will be Captain Pudge or if it'll be FHP.
I think it's going to be Hudson Prentice.
Catcham says, took me ages, but got your sat-nav to talk to your phone. Bluetooth. Hey, what's all this? Tethering or some such nonsense. Got his sat-nav to tell him where the roads are closed. It tells the sat-nav fairy where to go. It does work. Yeah, you're more technical than me, mate. If you can sort all that stuff out. Finn Hudson Prentice. You see, look at that picture of the lovely young man that is Finn Hudson Prentice, and you just wouldn't have a clue what's lurking behind him, would you? The miles and miles of hair that cascade all the way down his back. He's a lovely fella. Came and I've spoken to him before, but he came and chatted, didn't he, to Adrian and myself at Hove, which was a pretty good effort because it was only that week it'd been discovered he'd got a stress fracture or something.
Yes, he did. He had a small stress fracture of his back, and it's meant that he hasn't been able to bowl. And my understanding is that he's unlikely to bowl this season, which is a great shame for Finn, who's obviously an all-rounder. But he's here to bat at 3, and I'll make way for Grace. But he's got an opportunity here up the order.
Yeah, only playing as a bat. He's at the non-striker's end as Luke Fletcher bowls to Ali Orr. It's a kid's song, isn't there? The Ali Ali O or some such. The big ship saved on the Ali Ali O. I'm tempted to sing that, but instead we'll leave it to a professional singer, Grace Ballinger. Give us a verse of the Ali Ali O.
Unfortunately, I think I'm too young for that one.
Do you know that one?
No, I don't.
Good ship sailed on the
Which is a
Ali
shame,
Ali.
because I definitely would have sang it otherwise. It's alright, I thought you were getting the lyrics up there, and I thought I do not need the lyrics.
Oh, we can find it. If you're going to sing, I'll find the lyrics. Fletcher bowling, and it's gone through to the keeper. Just a note from, whilst I'm blathering on about absolute nonsense as usual, producer Kirsty says if you keep your eyes, folks, peeled towards the live stream at the end of the over, she'll play the LBW again. Thank you, producer Kirsty. We'll try and remember to have a look, but whenever she does that, I forget, and then it's gone, and then I have to ask her again, and then I get told off.
I thought it looked slightly high, but I need to look again. Fletcher in, or comes forward nicely. Good length ball, but he keeps it out well. He's looked good, Ali Orr. He started well. He's looked strong.
You know when you get something, you get an earworm. There's a song on the good ship, Ali Ali Ali.
Bet the listenership's just half.
None left, absolutely none left. There's plenty of viewers left. They just mute us, and I'm sorry, you're guilty by association. If they mute me, they mute you as well.
Fletcher in again, then another good ball, and well left by Ali Orr, and just goes past the 4th stump and straight through to the keeper, Tom Moores. Enjoying
your day back at Trent Bridge?
Yeah.
Would you rather play, or would you rather watch the men struggling away down there?
It's good to have a balance, you know. Fletcher comes in. Good ball on the stumps, and just on the back foot, Ali Orr drives that into the gap, and they should get 2, and they do. Comfortable 2, ran. I can't stop saying his full name now, because you've been singing that song.
Ali Orr?
Yeah, can't just say Orr. I'm saying Ali Orr every time. Nightmare.
That's 5 balls gone in the over. Try and have a look at the stream after this next delivery. I bet something distracts me. Something's going to happen from this ball to distract me. And you, because you want to see the LBW again
I
as
do.
well, don't you?
I'm keen to see it.
We shoved you away at the back of the box.
Another good ball from Fletcher then going into the left-handed oar, and he manages to flick it round into the leg side for 1. And we'll see if we can see this LBW, hopefully.
27 for 1. So James Pattinson with the wicket. Those of you that aren't watching the live stream, I'll try and tell you what we can see. It says replay on the screen that I'm looking at. There's Pattinson.
I don't think that's out. Maybe an umpire's call.
Maybe an umpire's call, yeah. I think...
So therefore it would be out, I suppose.
Crikey. I mean, you know, we were just sort of... Just for a split second there, just facing up to what the umpire had to go on, had to decide on. In my mind, there was an element of doubt, but I guess if you can slow it down, and there are people who can do such things and freeze frame and pause and whatever, we can't with the pictures that we're looking at. But crikey, it's close. There's Dane Patterson in bowls, left alone by Ali Orr, whose score. Tell me his score then, with your young eyes up there on the scoreboard.
He is...
Because what on earth's happened up there?
Can you not see it?
Yes, I can see it, but the number 19, there's obviously needed to have been some sort of, what do you call it? They've fiddled about with the font to get Hudson Prentice in full, in small letters, and it's made the Orr 19 above it, or the 19 very, very small, can hardly see it. Next ball is pulled away nicely. Good shot, Ali Orr for 4.
It's horrendous.
31 for 1. Quickly onto that, wasn't he? Swiveled onto it, pulled it away for 4.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't really where he should be bowling it, really. Field isn't really set, but nonetheless a good shot from Ali Orr, and he's timing it nicely. Just placed that nicely into the gap at square leg. Fine leg could not get round.
Nice looking shot. 31 for 1 is Dane Patterson in again, or defends this time out as far as Ben Slater. Made a very nice half century today. Got a 55 and got possibly a contender for ball of the day from Ollie Robinson, which just nipped away at the very second that Ben Slater wanted to hit it and clipped off a bail. It was a beautiful delivery, it really was. 31 for 1. That's for 87 for 4 at lunch. All out for 240 by tea as Orr plays this up to Mulaney at mid-on. Windows open, so we're getting all the shouting. What have you done now? You just killed that spider.
No, there's not a spider there, is there? I was trying to work out if there was a window there or not. I couldn't. It's just confirming. I knew this one was open.
31 for 1. Orr on strike. Oh my word! He slapped this one away on the leg side. Lost the flight of it. I thought that was going right up into the higher part of the Smith Cooper stand, but although he gave every impression that he was getting underneath it and sending it skywards, it clattered into the boards one bounce. Second boundary in the over. Unusually sloppy start from Dane Patterson, who generally builds up pressure.
Just missing his length a little bit,
Yeah.
I think, and Orson Welly's caused a fielding change. Third slip's now gone into mid-wicket, so good batting from the Sussex opener.
Yeah, Lyndon James has gone in there on the leg side. Next ball is just played nicely up to mid-on. No run, done his work in the over. Got a couple of boundaries, and Dane Patterson put away for a couple of boundaries there. Sussex 35 for 1.
Got a can of water here. I don't really know how I feel about that. It's good for the environment, isn't it? But
I don't know.
I think that's why they have them.
You're supposed to recycle it then.
Yeah, cans
Rather than-
recycle forever.
Right, rather than the plastic bottles.
Yeah. It's a bit weird.
Well, what don't you like?
Just
Drinking water out of a
water
can.
out of a can. It's a bit weird, isn't it? You don't expect it to be water.
Can of lager, you'd be all right, but water out of a can, you're not fussed about.
Don't drink beer. In comes Fletcher then. Good full ball straight and just turned round. Could be a run out chance, but there is no direct hit from mid-on, who holds his head in his hands. I think he would have been close there.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice's first ball, and push and run.
So it was quite high risk, to be honest. I mean, not the shot, but the run. Some would say slightly unnecessary, but he was quick on it and he got the reward in the end. So 6:36 for 1.
That was pushed to mid-off to James Pattinson. I'll come back to this in a second. I think Fletcher's going to bowl in a second. Well, hopefully he's going to bowl in a second. Yeah, we're ready now. Still 25 overs to go in the day after this one. Fletcher bowls and lets it go through to the keeper. Now, when it's pushed like that to mid-off, say this because the last couple of Saturdays I've been roped in to do a bit of umpiring. The first week somebody let them down, so they're in a right old state at about 11 o'clock on the Saturday morning. So I got the phone call, yeah, I'm not doing anything, I'll come down and do it. And then the second week, and I'd actually said, that's it, I've done it once, I'm not doing it again. And then the second week I went down to watch, and blooming umpire had hurt himself, so I got roped in again as Fletcher bowls nice and full right in the block hole, dug out. Now back to the point. The left-hander then pushed it up to James Pattinson at mid-off. The umpire at this end at the moment is Paul Baldwin, but the umpire is supposed to go on the side of the ball, isn't he? Which I always find weird, and as long as I've played and the rare occasions I've done it, tend to sort of run away from the ball to get onto the other side to be square on, but they actually say the umpire should go on the same side as the ball, which is a strange old concept for me. 36 for 1. It's pushed into the offside. Do you get what I'm saying? The umpire should go. I didn't notice if he did, but he should have gone the same side as James Pattinson to be able to see, rather than go on the other side where you've got more of a, to my mind, more of a panoramic view.
I suppose it could hit him if he went the other side. Or it might be more in the way. Well, I suppose it depends how wide it goes. If it went wide, it could certainly be in the way on the leg side as well. Like if it went to almost the mid-wicket region, but then mid-on came round to pick it up.
I think the umpire is supposed to go on the same side that the ball goes on. Which, anyway, here's Fletcher bowling. Oh, crikey, that's a loose one from Ali Orr, who's on 27 out of 36. Had a little fiddle at that one outside the off stump. Didn't get anything on it. Fletcher sort of does that to you. Just keep putting it there, probing away, just hoping that he can bring a false shot into play, and maybe Tom Moores or the slip cordon will be able to profit. Final ball of his 5th over. Ball's now nicely defended by Orr. So 36 for 1 after 9 overs. Sussex losing Tom Clark for 8. Made a century when these sides met at Hove back in early April. Almost seemed as if we were still in the middle of winter then. I've never known Hove as cold as it was that week. Winds were biting. It really was really chilly down on the seafront, walking to and fro from the ground to the hotel. It was almost one pace forward, 2 back all the time.
Never
been down there?
been. No, I was just about to say I've never been. Is it close to like the seafront and the pier?
Now you've asked 2 different questions there. It's close to the seafront, but not the pier, because it's in Hove rather than in Brighton.
Pattinson in, and good ball, good length, good line, and left outside off quite confidently by Hudson Prentice. So it's not by the Brighton pier.
It's not by the Brighton Pier, no. It's a walkable distance. I don't
How
know,
long of a walk?
20 minutes.
So it is near. That is quite near. I love Brighton. It's one of the best places
So
in the country.
you have been, so you can visualise the front.
I've been to Brighton. I have been to the cricket ground.
When were you last there?
I think I was probably about 18, about 2 years ago. Oh my, Pattinson in, and he just takes off some out the ground. We were slightly distracted talking about Brighton, but that was a cracker of a delivery. Just came in. Hudson Prentice came forward, but just literally missed a straight one, and off stumps taken out the ground. Very good ball, and yeah, not to be pleased. 36 for 2, and Hudson Prentice goes for just 1 run in his 3rd ball. Now that was a good ball.
It was indeed. Off stump absolutely flattened by Dane Patterson, who clearly enjoyed bowling to the right-hander more than he'd enjoyed bowling to Ali Orr in the previous over, who hit him away for a couple of boundaries. Finn Hudson Prentice, the scourge of Trent Bridge in 2020 when he got that unbeaten 90-odd to get Derbyshire over the line. Not today. Quarter of an hour at the crease. 3 balls faced only. What was he doing for the other 12 minutes? Yeah, he's been bowled, lost his off stump. Lovely delivery from Dane Patterson, who is Nottinghamshire's leading wicket taker this season. Continues just to keep himself ahead of Liam Patterson-White. That's his 37th wicket at 24 or so apiece. Spectacular side, isn't it, knocking over the off stump?
It's the best form of dismissal, isn't it, as a bowler? Quite like an LBW as well. Bowled LBW.
Do they have the reviews in the 100?
Yeah, I think they do.
Have you played with reviews yet? You don't have reviews in.
No, we don't have them in the domestic stuff. I'll be reviewing everything I will when I'm bowling.
You'll review everything?
I'll be a bit like Stuart Broad, I reckon, yeah. Because I think everything's out when I'm bowling.
You see, I thought that would be a big anticlimax for a bowler if something's reviewed, but I spoke to Jake Ball after he made his Test debut 5-6 years ago now, and made his Test debut at Lords for England against Pakistan. His first wicket was Azhar Ali, LBW, and great celebrations and everything, and then the batsman reviewed it, and I thought, poor Jake.
Yeah, that is a bit gutting, isn't it?
But then when he came back, he said, no, it's brilliant, Dave, it's brilliant. It's the first time in my career I've taken a wicket, but we got to celebrate twice, because when all the lights came up on the board and everything, and the umpire gave him out the second time, celebrate again.
Pujara to face his first ball then. Oh, it's a straight ball which he attempts to flick, and he's just a bit early on it, and could have been a caution bowl, but just went a little bit wide and a little bit short, and it's not the most convincing of starts for Pujara, who's really the backbone of this Sussex batting lineup.
Yeah, it wasn't a chance, but my word, there was just for a split second the thought there that he'd popped a catch back up.
Encouraging signs, Patterson.
Well,
the end of his mark, and comes in again from the pavilion end, and this is a different ball. It's short, back for length, and left alone, and there's a big appeal in the slip cordon for a snick off, I can only assume, but
no, I think it's not playing a shot, but you need a very vivid imagination to believe that was going to go on and hit the stumps.
Definitely ambitious, but nothing wrong
See,
with that.
the bowler would have known. It's very full, and so the ball hadn't really done anything. That's one of those I always think is a little tricky for ball tracking and all that. Dane Patterson would have known that was the one that he was jagging back, but it was so full. The umpire wouldn't have known.
Passing in again, and he wraps Pujara on the front pad, and there's a big appeal, but it's not given.
Umpire, hand out of the pocket. That must be the worst thing for a batter, and also for Dane Patterson, because the umpire put his hand out of his pocket, and then he's leaning now as he's talking to Dane Patterson as if he's saying, that was so close, but well, his hand, they're not in his pocket, are they? But they were behind his back, I think, and he raised a finger and then just seemed to swap the coin over. Crikey. I
mean, we're not right behind here, but it looked pretty good from here as he comes in again, and another full and straight ball, but Pujara plays this one better. Just a nice drive to mid-on, and that ends the over with a loud applause from the Nottinghamshire fans just next to us, and Sussex are 36 for 2 after 10 overs.
That's more like what Dane Patterson's been doing in his 2 years with Notts. The previous over, he allowed Ali Orr to free his arms and get a couple of boundaries away, and it was an unusually profligate start from Dane Patterson, but right back on it then, getting a nice round of applause as he makes his way over to field in front of the stand over there. That's just got the game back. Where would you say we are? On an even keel right now? 240 plays 36 for 2?
No,
Even Stevens?
I'd say 60-40 in Sussex favour.
Okay.
Still.
There's Luke Fletcher around the wicket bowls, and this goes through to the keeper.
Whilst they've still got Pujara in. And Ali Orr, very capable batter as well. 2 of the best.
Well, they could be 40 for 5 and Pujara's still in.
Well, they could be, but they couldn't have
And
Pujara
you'd still
and
say
Ali Orr.
Sussex are ahead whilst...
No, I said Pujara and Ali Orr. 2 of the best.
Grace Ballinger with us this week, folks, and there'll be plenty of that. We do like to pull a chain now and again. 36 for 2. Next delivery on its way, and this goes through to the keeper. Tell me, Grace, why are you still batting number 11?
You'll have to ask my head coach. Well,
Seriously, are you working on the batting? Is it coming along? I mean,
yeah. Well, growing up, I was actually a batting all-rounder. Scored a few runs in my time, but have been a little bit out of form lately, I suppose. But I do open the batting for Leicestershire.
You open the batting for
I
Leicestershire, and you bat 11 for Lightning.
Yeah. Explain that one to me.
Are you getting runs opening the batting for Leicestershire?
Yeah, I got 250s in, I think it was 6 innings.
It's Fletcher bowls, and this is going to be run away by Ali Orr for 4. Takes him to 31. Sussex 40 for 2 here at Trent Bridge. You're listening to County Championship Cricket, the Division 2 game between the leaders Nottinghamshire and their very good friends from the south coast, Sussex. A thrilling opening day here, it really is. A game that's fast-paced, moving on nicely. Notts all out for 240. Sussex 40 for 2. Adrian Arms, Dave Bracegirdle and Grace Ballinger with you. Were they this season when you got the half-centuries? So you've got half-centuries this year and you're still batting 11?
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of that. Fletcher bowls this one from very wide on the crease, just came in on the angle, left alone by Ali Orr, goes through to the keeper. I mean, it's not as if 7, 8, 9 and 10 are smacking the ball to all parts either, is it, from what I've noticed?
It's alright. I have been a little bit out of nick recently, so...
I think you need to take more responsibility. Have a word with the captain and coach.
I did when, well, we had our opening batter go down. Well, I'll tell you in a second what happened.
It's Fletcher. Bowls again, or frustrates Luke Fletcher by angling this down to long leg. I think when the bowler thought he was through and about to strike the pad. 41 for 2.
Yeah, so in our game against Thunder, we bowled first, and unfortunately our opening batter, she split the webbing in her hand pretty early doors in the field. So we was an opening batter short, and I came off the pitch and I said to the head coach, I reckon I could slot in quite nicely there, but sadly it wasn't to be. It was just a promotion. I think I got promoted to number 9 actually. Wasn't quite the 10 place promotion I was hoping for, but promotion nonetheless.
You need to be a little bit more forward, I think. Pujara on strike, yet to score. Luke Fletcher bowls to him, and Cheteshwar Pujara happy to defend. 41 for 2 after 11 overs. That means Sussex trail by less than 200, but only just. They trail by 199. Clark LBW, James Pattinson for 8, if I can read my own writing, and Finn Hudson-Prentice bowled by Dane Patterson for 1. Wickets going down at 24 and 36. Still got 23 overs to go in the day, first day.
It's been pretty slow, hasn't it, the over rate? Well, we've only seen 1 over of spin, haven't we, in the entirety of the day, so I think that will have the answer.
But an over rate of -6 in 2 sessions, I think that's extraordinary.
Yeah,
considering
it's
they
not
picked
great.
up the 10 wickets.
will be Pattinson to continue from the pavilion end, and it's a good ball first up on the stumps, pushing all forward and do little more but defend it into the mid-wicket region.
Aeroplane just going over the Batman board and then about to descend way to our right into East Midlands Airport.
Surely it's not that high if it's going to East Midlands Airport. Would it be that high?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Won't be in a second, it'll be on the ground.
2 slips in then for Orr as Pattinson comes in, and short ball on the hip but flicked quite comfortably around by Ali Orr, and will just be one out to the deep square boundary. Where is that, Slater out there? I think it is.
Yeah.
Ben Slater does the work. You going on holiday at all this summer?
Ah, well, now then. If Notts don't make the knockout stages of the Royal London, there will be a 12-day gap between the last group game and the next county championship game. So
Pattinson into Pujara on the stumps, almost wraps him on the pad, but he manages to get his bat in front of it and flick it round into the leg side for a 1.
So there's 1 or 2 prospective places prospectively penciled in. But if not, it'll be about 2 days after the county championship season will be finished. Of course, we're all looking forward to next spring when there'll be county championship matches in Sri Lanka, UAE, Dominica, Jamaica.
Pattinson comes in again, another good ball on the stumps. He's getting his line and length right here, Pattinson.
Now, nobody knows. There's a thing out last week, wasn't there? There's a nasty rumour going round that they're looking at taking 2 county championship matches a year for each side abroad before the start of the English season.
It's an interesting one. I'd happily commentate on those games. I'm available for those games.
Do you have winter plans? Possibility of roles abroad?
Yeah, hopefully.
Or on 33, Bowles left alone, goes through to the keeper. Sorry, Grace, I've got Radio Nottingham in my ears, so any second now they'll want to do an update. 1 ball left in the 12th minute. Talking about Eurovision now, and will Nottingham be the host city of Eurovision?
Oh, that would be exciting.
You watch Eurovision?
No. Do you?
Yeah, religiously. Every year. Pattinson bowls to Orr. He's guided this in the gap between the 2 slips and the gully. Here is that radio update. Yeah, just trying to work out if the game is back on an even keel. Certainly had Sussex ahead when they bowled Nottinghamshire out for 240 by tea, but Notts have picked up 2 early wickets here in reply. Sussex 44 for 2, with James Pattinson and Dane Patterson each taking a wicket. Sussex's captain and no doubt star player, the Indian Test batsman Chiteshwar Pujara, is fresh at the crease. He's on 1, just survived a very confident LBW. Sussex 44 for 2, replying to Nottinghamshire's 240. James Pattinson coming into the attack. Was it Pujara who survived an LBW? It was, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. I think Fletcher's popped off for a comfort break. Try and see who's come on.
Pattinson in the left-handed Ali Orr to face 2 slips in play, and that's a good ball, and it's taken his leg stump out the ground. Orr's visibly frustrated, and that's a cracking delivery. Looks like he just played round it a little bit, and Sussex are in trouble here. 44 for 3. Let's have a look at the replay. the off stump.
Yeah, it's the off stump. I'm not
Right,
entirely
off
sure how it
stump.
got through. All seemed to be covering up, didn't he? All his defences seemed to be lined up nicely to keep it out, but no, Pattinson found a way through. We've seen that a number of times today, haven't we? Somebody coming on and getting a wicket with the first ball of their spell. 44 for 3. I would certainly say now that Notts are back on an even keel at least.
Yeah, I would agree.
All bearing in mind that Pujara's still there. 49 balls. Alior faced 5 fours. James Pattinson bowling quickly, getting a wicket there, and it's the second time we've seen the stumps tumbling out of the ground. Yeah,
that was a brilliant delivery. Even better send off as well. Did you see that? Bit of a selly.
I didn't. Do you know what I was actually doing? I was looking, if you may remember, to see who'd come on as the sub-fielder for Luke Fletcher, and it was Dane Schardendorf. And I was just about to tell you that as he bowled. There's Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper, who had a challenging day. Picked up 3 catches. There was one that he maybe tipped over the bar that perhaps could have been caught, and there were 1 or 2 that swung away from him for byes. But he will be pleased with the 3 that he hung on to. Now he'll be even more pleased if he can stick around till stumps and make a score. Sussex 44 for 3.
Yeah, he needs to stick around here. 3 relatively quick wickets, only 12 overs gone in the Sussex innings, and yeah, they've lost 3 of their top orders, so need to stick around. And Pujara is perfectly capable of doing so, so be interesting to see how he goes about this.
Crowd getting behind James Pattinson, as you can probably hear.
As he comes into bowl, 3 slips in for Ollie Carter's first ball, which is a good ball on the stumps, which sends him back, and it might have hit him awkwardly on the bat there as he shakes his hand a little bit. Hurts, that does. Does hurt.
That's the 2 lefty openers both gone. A couple of right-handers there now. Mark says huge hour coming up now, Dave. Have Notts made the highest score of the game? Well, we don't know yet. Certainly 240 looks better now than it did at tea, I think.
Pattinson in again. Off the hip, Carter flicks it, looks to take a quick single, but Pujara sends him back, probably wisely so, and just maybe a little bit unsettled, a little bit of nerves being on none, and just keen to get off strike there, wasn't he? Which is understandable. Wanted to get off the mark.
Just seen that, you know, and I think I've just had a bit of a flashback. I'm not going to look up now, but I think since Pujara played at Trent Bridge, I think he's played against Notts for Yorkshire, and I think he got involved in a little bit of a run out. Whoops-a-daisy, and was run out very cheaply. It just made me think there, seeing that. I'll have to have a little bit of a look at some stage during the game.
Good carry outside off as Pattinson brings that one down, and Carter just leaves it alone outside off. I mean, it wasn't a massively threatening ball, but it carried through to the keeper nicely there. He's getting it through at decent pace, here's Pattinson.
Certainly is. He'll be buoyed by those figures of 2 for 12. Just couldn't, on the replay, see how the ball got through Orr's defences. Seemed to go through his bat and through his pads.
That's why I thought it hit leg stump, but I was incorrect in thinking so. Pattinson in again, and a very good ball and a big shout for LB, and given right in front of the stumps. Carter departs for naught, and Sussex in all sorts of trouble now. 44 for 4, another good delivery, and those figures are certainly looking good for Pattinson.
If you've got tickets for day 4, folks, etc, etc, 14th wicket of the day goes down. Ollie Robinson took 4 for 44 earlier, didn't he? Now Sussex are 44 for 4. Carter out LBW for naught. 4th ball faced, and James Pattinson on a bit of a roll. We saw him do this against Sussex 2017, I think, last time Adrian popped up here, and he's on a little bit of a roll. The second one in the over, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. And all of a sudden, I think it's not 60-40.
Well, you did say while
anymore.
Pujara was there. Just while you're mulling it over, do you want to pass your headsets to Adrian and then you can have these?
Yeah, I mean, I was just sitting next door, sort of speculating about this Sussex back. I mean, James Coles is coming out now. Now, James is only 18. I would imagine, looking at this batting lineup, that Archie Lennon may come out at number 7. He's only 18, so there's a lot of inexperience now around this Sussex. And a huge amount is now depending on Cheteshwar Pujara. And Pattinson really with his tail up, and he's bowling fast here as well. And I think Pujara's going to need to guide this young Sussex middle order through here. In fact, let's just see who that's going. I don't think it is James. Is it James Coles? Yes, it is, yes. He gets taller every time I see him. But he's only 18, and this looks taller than James Coles, I have to say.
On the board it says Coles.
Yeah, and he's got Coles on the back of his shirt, so...
I reckon it is him.
Yeah, it
He's
is.
got a helmet on it. He's got a helmet on.
Final ball of Pattinson's over then. 2 wickets from it thus far, and it's a good ball, good carry outside off, but left alone well by Coles. And at the end of the 13th over, Sussex 44 for 4. Pattinson with figures of 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 12.
Well, I don't know what you and Dave have made. I mean, I would say there's been some very good bowling here today. I don't think we can say it's a bad pitch or the ball has been moving off the pitch. I just think there's been some very good bowling certainly by Ollie Robinson this morning. 1 or 2 poor shots by the Nottinghamshire batsmen. In terms of Sussex, Tom Clark LBW, Hudson Prentice was just beaten, wasn't he, by one that I think he played down the wrong line. Ali Orr looked really good for his 34, but comprehensively bowled. But Sussex really in need of a captain's innings. It was a captain's innings from Stephen Mullaney. Maybe we're going to get one from Pujara as well. In comes Pattinson, bowls to Pujara, who's forward, plays out into the offside. There is no run. Well, how games can change. Sussex were going along very nicely, weren't they? 24 without loss. Now 44 for 4.
So the loss of 4 wickets for just 20 runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Games can change so quickly, can't they? But the thing is, as you say, I don't think any of the Sussex dismissals have been particularly soft.
No,
I think they've all been good deliveries.
Good deliveries, good bowling. Don't think we could blame the wicket either. It's just been good bowling. Pattinson races in towards us, bowls to Pujara. Pujara drives to mid-off, and there is no run. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And Nottinghamshire right back in this match. And Pattinson and Patterson have picked up the wickets between them. Look at Pattinson's figures: 4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 12, and he's bowling at the speed of light from this Ratcliffe Road end. Dane Patterson running towards us from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls to Pujara. Lets that one go outside the off stump, taken low down by Tom Moores, and there is no run. This is the prime scalp now. Nottinghamshire will feel if they can get Pujara, and the door really is ajar for the league leaders.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he'll be very aware of the role he needs to take in this innings now, and as you say, quite a young Sussex middle order that probably just need a bit of direction and a bit of guiding, and yeah, he'll need to take on that anchor role and probably need to get a big score.
Yeah. Patterson, in lovely evening sunshine, comes in a bowl to Pujara, who's up on his toes and steers that nicely through point. He's going to pick up a boundary. Lovely shot by Pujara, just beautifully timed, rocked onto the back foot and just eased the ball away through point for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 5. Past his 1,000 runs for the season as when he got his single a bit earlier on, so we'll be pleased about that. But Sussex need a big innings from the skipper here.
Yeah, it was just so well timed, wasn't it?
Beautifully timed. It's been a joy to watch. But I would have said this is the best attack he's faced this season in Division 2. As in comes Patterson, in and bowls, and Pujara up on his toes and plays this firmly to mid-off, put it by the skipper Mullaney, and there is no run. Still lots of cricket. We've got 20 overs to be bowled, so I think we are looking at probably a 7 o'clock finish, and I think, the weather looks set fair. So certainly the paying customers would have had their money's worth today. I'd imagine a few of them might be making their way across from here, maybe to watch the football this evening with the Nottingham derby.
Yeah, not far away at all, is it? Is it those two grounds are only 200 metres apart? Something crazy like that.
Yeah, Dave will know. They're very close.
Yeah.
In comes Pattinson, bowl to Pujara, who's forward and plays the ball down the offside of the track. Pattinson fields of his own bowling. There is no run. End of the over. 48 for 4. Cole's yet to score. Pujara on 5. Sussex losing Clark for 8. Hudson Prentice for 1. Alistair Orr for 34. Good knock by Alistair Orr, who sort of took the attack to the Nottinghamshire bowlers. And Ollie Carter out for a duck. James Cole's yet to score. Pujara on 5. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottinghamshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, Grace Ballinger, and Dave Bracegirdle, your commentary team on the most glorious evening here in the East Midlands.
Will be, no surprise, Pattinson to continue and Coles to face. 3 slips in, as that one really does carry through to the keeper and just left outside off.
I mean, fantastic experience here for James Cole's 18, and you're facing a bowler of the quality of James Pattinson, really with his tail up and really racing into bowl.
Just looking here, I've been looking to see if Pattinson has dismissed Pujara in Test cricket, and I've found one dismissal. It was in Hyderabad in 2013. Pujara out to Pattinson for 204.
We'll take that, Dave. That'd be nice.
That's another good ball, and again left alone by Coles. He's looking pretty good on his leaves. I mean, he really doesn't want to get out playing a reckless shot at this point, but as you say, only 18 years of age, and really good chance for him to step up here.
Yeah,
take
absolutely.
A senior role in the side.
Yeah. Batting up at number 6. But as I say, a stern examination.
Don't think he'd have expected to be in the 15th over.
No.
Pattinson in again. This time slightly straighter, and it looks like Coles has left that and it's gone just above the stumps. Pattinson holds his head in vain. He thinks that could have hit the stumps, and I mean, it looked pretty good from here.
Well, I think it jagged back as well. It was a terrific delivery, wasn't it? And James Coles survives.
Dave's just hit us with some good news, and it's that the England and Wales Cricket Board have been chosen to host the Women's T20 World Cup in 2026.
Oh, fantastic.
So in 4 years' time, that'll be good.
Grace Ballinger will be playing.
Pattinson in again, and fuller and straighter this time, forcing Coles into a defensive shot.
Well, can we just say, Dave and I want tickets for the final, please, Grace? That's fantastic, though, isn't it? What great news.
Yeah, that is good news.
Really, really good news. He's really working up a head of steam here, isn't he, James Pattinson?
Yeah. As he's in again to Coles and straighter and pushes Coles onto the back foot, but he keeps it out, and he looks slightly uncomfortable here, James Coles, but he's doing well, and he just needs to stick in there and continue as he is.
Yeah, getting into line, isn't he?
Looks slightly more comfortable on the front foot than the back foot.
His highest first-class score, James Coles, came earlier this season. I think that was the game against Leicestershire at Hove, and he made 59. I will check my stats in a moment.
Last ball of his 5th over then. Pattinson in, and again a straight ball, and nicely defended by Coles, who gets forward and gets in line with it nicely. Made it over then, but Sussex will not mind that. They'll just want these two to stick around and rebuild a partnership at 48 for 4.
I thought he played that over well. Grace got into line, doing exactly what his captain would have wanted. Pujara on 5, yes. James Coles made 59 in the game against Leicestershire at Hove before he was stumped off the bowling of Callum Parkinson. So it's going to be Dane Pattinson, who's going to come running in the lovely evening sunshine. 19 overs still to be bowled tonight. Running into bowl to Pujara. He's in and bowls, and Pujara's beaten outside the off stump. Did he tickle that one through to Tom Moores? Moores throws the ball up into the sky. But there was something slightly lacking in the appeal, I thought.
It's never that convincing of an appeal
no,
when the bowler doesn't appeal, is it?
No. Tom Moores threw the ball up, but and Pujara completely unruffled. And if you watch Pujara, Grace, every single ball that he faces, he holds the bat out directly, almost horizontal, before the bowler runs into bowl. You just watch when he gets. He does it for every single delivery. It's the same routine. Pattinson racing in, bowls to Pujara, and Pujara fends that away onto the leg side a little uncomfortably. Fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run by Liam Patterson-White. Pujara comes down, does a little bit of gardening. 3 slips in place, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Just watch him here. There we are, picks the bat up and just holds it with both hands on the bat handle, and then he'll be ready for Dane Patterson, who turns in front of the pavilion and runs towards us. In and bowls, and Pujara places again exactly the same shot fielded by Patterson-White at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Just as James Cole's 5th first-class match, as I say, made his debut at the Oval back in the Bob Willis Trophy a couple of years ago, when he was just 16. So this is a big ask coming in at 6. But so far, as you say, he's got himself into line, and that's not easy against these two very fine bowlers. Patterson in again, bowls, and Pujara clips this to mid-on. They're going to take a single, and a good single, actually, fielded there by Luke Fletcher at mid-on. Pujara goes to 6, Sussex to 49 for 4.
Yeah, that was well ran. I mean, it went pretty much straight to Luke Fletcher, but they set off straight away, and there was not enough on it that it went at him at any pace. So yeah, well ran by these two, and it brings Coles on to strike. I think it could be for the first time.
Yes, I think it is the first time that he's faced Dane Patterson. Still got 3 slips in place, as you would expect. Coles with a twiddle of the bat, right-hander. Faces Patterson, who's roaring in, bowls, and Coles is forward and plays to mid-off, fielded by Mullaney. And there is no run. Elsewhere in the second division, Derbyshire now 197 for 6. Wayne Madsen out for 69. And who's Dahl going long lasted? Good cricketer. He's on 38. Derbyshire leading Worcestershire by 142. So that game is in the balance. Both of those sides chasing Nottinghamshire and Glamorgan at the top of the table. Glamorgan with a really good win at Leicester at the weekend. Not playing in this round of matches, as Patterson is in again. Bowls, and Coles is caught at second slip. He's on his way. Fenced at 1. He's caught at second slip by Ben Duckett. And the 5th wicket goes down, and Sussex in all sorts of bother. 49 for 5, and Coles is on his way without scoring.
Yeah, that is a shame to see. We were just saying how it was a really good chance for Coles to step up and try and take a role. It was certainly not an easy position to come into, and yeah, he looked fairly strong against Pattinson, so it's a shame to see him go, but well bowled by Patterson, and these two are just bowling so well together. Just totally on top of the Nottinghamshire batters right now.
Well, just looking to see who's going to come out to bat next for Sussex, because Ari Carvelas made a half-century at Lord's last week, but he was batting at number 9. I'd imagine Sean Hunt will probably be batting at 11. I mean, I would imagine that probably it's going to be Archie Lenham who's going to come into bat. The young 18-year-old. He's a fine young player, Archie Lenham, and he won't be scared. No question about that. He gets into line, and he comes from a dynasty of Lenhams. His grandfather Les and father Neil both played with huge distinction for the club. But it's a big ask for young Archie Lenham as he comes wandering out into the evening sunshine at Trent Bridge. And the diminutive Archie Lenham. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Comes wandering out, and this was always the danger with no Tom Haynes, no Tom Alsop. The Sussex batting did look a little thin this week. Bowled very and the batting has been good this season, you know, but this is a stern examination. This is against a quality bowling attack on a wicket that's just giving a little bit of help, not excessive help, I don't think, for the seamers, it's fair to say. But this will be a tough hour or so for Archie Lennon. If they can get through this, I think he's just sharing a joke there, Archie Lennon. He's chatting away to Luke Fletcher, is towering over Archie Lennon. Well, there will be no respite, and certainly much. Well, it always did defend a lot on Pujara, but so much hanging on him now.
As Pattinson comes in and he wraps Pujara on the pad, and it looked like it was going down leg. That really would have been a massive moment in the game, wouldn't it? But big appeal. But as we watch the replay, we'll see. Just it didn't look too threatening. The appeal wasn't too loud, and yeah, it could be a bit high as well. Going down, not out.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sort of thinking all sorts of scenarios here, actually. We've had 15 wickets in the day. We've still got another 16 overs to go. These two, with their tails up.
Pattinson in again, and Pujara leaves that one outside off. Good carry through, and as you'd expect, the Nottinghamshire players quite chirpy out there. They'll be thrilled with this start.
Yes, they will.
Sussex still trail by 191 runs with only 5 wickets remaining.
Well, first objective for Sussex here, with this longish tail as well, is to avoid the follow-on. Well, it's true, isn't it? I mean, 49 for 5 with these. I mean, at one stage Sussex were 24 without loss. So they've lost 5 for 25.
It's not a good start. As Pattinson comes in again, and a good ball on the stumps brings Pujara forward into a defensive shot, but again nearly could have wrapped him on the pad. He really is bowling well here, bowling well as a pair, these two. I think that's so important in seam bowling partnerships, just the ability to bowl with the other person. And even though Pattinson's been the pick of the bowlers, I'd say Pattinson is just supporting from the other end brilliantly, and just kept the pressure on from both ends, and hence the score is 49 for 5. Three slips in then still for Pujara. This is in, and this one is left outside off. It just carries through, continues to move away as Tom Moores has to dive to his right to stop the ball.
Well, Pujara can't farm the strike here too much, but I'm sure he's going to be looking for a single here. I'm sure he'll be looking to try and protect Archie Lennon, you know, just as much as he can. What have we had? Three or four balls? 4 balls in this over. I'm sure Stephen Mullaney will be well aware of that as well. Still got his deep square in place.
Pattinson in, bowls, and another good ball full on the stumps. Almost a repeat of the last, bringing Pujara forward into a defensive shot.
There we go. I bet the square leg's coming up. There we go. Is he going to bring him up? I'd have thought so. Well, he made the signal, didn't he?
Like he motioned to.
Yeah, he did make the signal to those leg side fielders. I thought he was bringing them up on the single. I'll be keen for Dane Patterson to be bowling to the new batsman, who's Archie Lennon.
Just the one fielder close in on the leg side, and that's mid-on, so quite an easy single option if Pujara does wish to take it, and he does, and he just flicks it nicely into the gap for 1.
Yeah. So good batting by Pujara. We saw they were both out on the fence, and that's what he's going to have to do here. Cheteshwar Pujara, he's having to protect this lower order, but it's a big ask. Well, the Sussex 50 is up, 50 for 5. Pujara on 7, so what have we had? Tom Clark for 8, Finn Hudson-Prentice for a single, Ali Orr for 34, Ollie Carter and James Coles both out without scoring. Sussex 50 for 5, Pujara having a long chat to Archie Lennon out in the middle. But it's going to be Dane Patterson who's going to carry on. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 16. Look at James Pattinson's figures: 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 13. And these two are wreaking havoc at the minute. It's going to be Dane Patterson roaring in from the pavilion end. He is in and bowls to Pujara, who clips this down to fine leg. They've taken 1, a good way for 4 runs actually, because maybe he's chasing around the boundary. He can't get that. And nicely timed by Pujara. He goes into double figures. He's on to 11. And Sussex 2, 54 for 5. Nicely timed shot, just straying down the leg side a little there. Dane Patterson.
Yeah, definitely nicely timed shot, and it's important, obviously, Pujara needs to stick around, there's no doubt about it, but it's also important that he keeps the scoreboard ticking, which he's doing really nicely here, just timing the balls really nicely and finding the boundary at intervals. So, yeah, it's good to see, and hopefully these two can build a platform for Sussex.
In comes Pattinson again over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara is forward and plays straight back down the track. There is no run. But a message in from Jeff in Baltimore, in Maryland. He says, "Hi Adrian, I was wondering if it is common for attendees of the cricket match to listen to the commentary broadcast on a portable radio while sitting in the stands, or is that more of a baseball thing?" Well, certainly at Hove, you can buy a headset, which you can listen to commentary around the ground. I don't know if it's the case here at Trent Bridge. Dave will certainly know the answer to that question.
No, there's no, the portable headsets that you can get at the tests now.
In comes Pattinson, bowls to Pujara, who's forward and plays that to backward point footed by Pattinson, and there is no run.
You can do anything on your phone now, can't you? I think there's one or two that listen to the commentary in the ground with the headset, listening via the BBC Sport website and app.
So that's a curious American, Jeff introduces himself as. I don't know how you found us, Jeff, or whether you listen to our commentaries regularly, or whether you've been having a little flick around to see what's...
Is he a Raven from Baltimore?
Oh, that's good. I'm impressed. In comes Pattinson. Over the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who lets that go, taken by Moores, and there is no run. So, what sport is that? Is that baseball?
I beg your pardon.
Is it
No,
NFL?
it's NFL.
NFL,
Yeah, the American
right.
football. Yeah.
Right. Is that a big sport of yours, Dave?
Yeah. Oh yes.
Right.
Yes.
Your team is
The Dolphins.
Miami.
Miami Dolphins.
Oh yeah, he's got on the back of his phone.
Yeah.
Have you been out there to see them at all, or have you seen them?
No, I've seen them at. I was going to say at Wembley, but I've seen them in the UK 4 times at Wembley, and they came to Spurs last year to play the Jaguars.
Patterson in bowls, Pujara is forward, plays into the covers, and they're going to take a single, and a comfortable single as well, to Pujara off the 5th ball of the over. So he's doing his job here in trying to farm the strike as much as he can and protect young Archie Lenham.
It's on the bucket list to see them in Miami.
Yeah, actually going to be terrific. So there we are. You'll have to let us know if you're a Raven. the Baltimore Ravens.
That's it.
Right. Oh, here's your
It's
update.
that time, yep.
Patterson runs in, bowls to Archie Lenham. Oh, Lenham lets it go, taken by Tom Moores. There is no run. End of the over, 55 for 5. Lenham yet to score. Pujara on 12.
Been tough, hasn't it, for the middle order players?
Oh.
Carter out for naught, Cole's out for naught. Lenham survived at the end of that over, but yet to score. Finn Hudson-Prentice only scored 1. Just waiting for the cue to speak to Radio Nottingham listeners. Meanwhile, James Pattinson is to continue. 6 overs, 3 for 13. Dane Patterson at the other end, 6 overs, 2 for 21. All 5 wickets to the Patos. Here is Pattinson in, bowls to Pujara. Leaves it alone, a ball goodish length outside the off stump. So before that delivery, there were 16 overs remaining in the evening, and they say we should be bowling at 16 overs an hour, so an hour of cricket left. There's James Pattinson once more from this Radcliffe Road end, and this one's got Pujara into a little bit of difficulty. He was off balance there, struck him above the knee roll and runs along the ground to Lyndon James at 3rd slip. Notts 240 all out. Sussex 55 for 5. In the days of the pitch inspector, one would be on his way. 15 wickets going down.
Well, I think he would say it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure he would, yeah. There's Pattinson. Bowls, Pujara clips this away out to Slater at deep square leg. I wonder if there might be any more.
Well, you wouldn't bet against it.
There's not been too many 60-minute sessions today where a wicket hasn't gone down.
No. Well, and as well, Day, you know, it's been an examination of technique here.
And we've still probably got round about an hour's cricket remaining this evening. 15 overs to be bowled after this one. Sussex 56 for 5, replying to Nottinghamshire's 240. Lots packed into the day so far. Stephen Mullaney with 70, Ben Slater with 55. Top scoring for Notts, who were put into bat but were bowled out for 240 by T. And then the Patos got into the Sussex top order. 3 wickets to James Pattinson, 2 to Dane Patterson. Cheteshwar Pujara holding Sussex together here. The Indian Test player, 13 not out. Sussex 56 for 5. Heavy traffic outside the ground.
Yeah, look at that, crumbs. Long queues.
Pattinson turns, runs away from us, past umpire Paul Baldwin, and bowls to Archie Lenham. Happy to defend this one.
He batted 82 balls at 106 minutes at Lord's last week for his 19, Archie Lenham. Tom Helms in particular was bowling a very good spell. So he'll certainly, you know, he may be small of stature, but he's got a big heart, Archie Lenham, and he'll certainly get himself into line. But it's a big ask against this quality attack to be coming in at 7.
Team selection's a difficult thing, but I'll ask you a question after this. Delivery, clipped away on the leg side. It's a similar question, I think, that asked you at Hove. 57 for 5 at the end of the over after 19 overs. It concerns Delray Rawlins. I mean, what will have given Archie Lenham the nod over Rawlins in this particular game, and has Delray... Well, he can't have, because he was in the squad. He was here this morning. He's been left out of the starting 11. I seem to remember asking you down at Hove if, you know, is he going to have a breakthrough season, because he's always looked to talent, Delray Rawlins, and perhaps his figures don't quite bat up what, to me, looking from afar, seems to be the undoubted potential he's got.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, he's played 37 first-class matches. He's scored nearly 1,500 runs, but an average of 23. And he's a better player than that, Dave. As in comes Dane Patterson, bowls to Lenham, who's, well, caught in two minds there. He's neither forward nor back, and the ball rattled through into the gloves of Tom Moores. And there is no run. I mean, he's got a very good 100. He's only made one in his career. That was at Old Trafford a couple of years ago, or 3 years ago now. But I think the feeling is that perhaps he just doesn't score enough first-class runs.
Matthew makes a good point. He says, seeing as the gentleman from Baltimore mentioned baseball, perhaps he's more of a fan of the Orioles.
Ah.
Aren't they a chocolate biscuit?
Yeah. In comes,
others are available.
In comes Patterson over the wicket, bowls, and Lenham is going to get 4 runs. The ball going between the two slips. I don't think it carried. I think it went between first and second slips, who were both standing looking at each other. Archie Lenham's going to benefit to the tune of 5. He didn't really know whether it had gone, but he's picked up a boundary and it went directly between the two slips. My feeling was, with the naked eye, that it bounced a little short.
Yeah, I thought it scuttled along the ground between Clark and Duckett. They're both having a bit of an inquest about where it went and what they could have done about it.
But coming back to Delray Rawlins, Dave, you're quite right. He's a very, very talented cricketer.
Yeah.
He's got all the shots. He bowls his left arm spin. He's a brilliant fielder, but just hasn't quite delivered, I think, in first-class cricket, which is perhaps why he isn't playing. Patterson in bowls, Lenham lets that go outside the off-stump, taken by Moores, and there is no run. But he can be very destructive. You sometimes watch him play, he'll come in and he'll play a couple of drives, and you think, oh, he's just got everything.
Let's hope it happens for him.
Oh, well, let's hope so, because he is very talented. And he's only 24.
Yeah.
So, he's got time on his side. He'll be 25 in September. So, still plenty of time. There is time, but he'll know that. Pattinson in his 7th over, figures of 2 for 25, is in, bowls to Archie Lenham, who's right in line and plays that out into the offside. There is no run. Who's that warming up at? Is it Stephen Mullany?
Mullany at mid-off, yeah.
I saw Luke Fletcher warming up as well at mid-on. Pujara comes down as a word to Archie Lenham, probably something like, keep going, you're doing okay. Sussex 61 for 5 after earlier in the day. If you missed it, Nottinghamshire making 240, having been asked to bat by Sussex. Ollie Robinson on his first game since the middle of May, picking up 4 wickets. Pattinson in, bowls. Lenham again is right back on his stumps, plays straight back down the pitch. Pattinson fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Of course, he's no mug with the bat, Ollie Robinson either, is he?
No, he's not. Yeah, made 100 on his debut for Sussex up at Durham all those years ago. And yeah, and a perfectly, you know, when he started his career, was very much a batsman. Ollie Robinson down at Kent. 3 slips go down. In fact, they're in conversation at the minute. Now they're ready as Pattinson runs towards us, bowling to Archie Lenham. He's in and bowls, and Lenham is caught. Is he? No, he's not. Is he caught? No, he's not. I thought for a moment he was.
Yeah, I did.
Didn't you?
Yeah.
I thought he got a little nick on that. He must have come off the pad. It's well taken by Duckett, actually, at second slip, and I thought for a minute he was on his way. False alarm. My apologies to Archie Lenham, who remains on 5. And Sussex are 61 for 5, and we've still got tonight another 14 overs to be bowled.
Yeah, James Pattinson, though, coming out of the attack. Luke Fletcher back. Bowled just 6 overs at the start of the innings. Went for a few, none for 21. Been looking just to keep the pressure on. Been tough going for all the Sussex top order in this innings. Certainly after Ali Orr had gone. You were going to give us a rendition of Ali O, weren't you? At one stage.
The big ship sails.
Pujara on strike. Fletcher bowls to him. This one shapes away from India's Pujara.
Yes, I mean, there's only so much sort of farming of the strike that Pujara can do here, really. I'm sure he's very conscious of that and trying to protect Archie Lenham as much as he can, but you know, you're doing it from a long way out, aren't you? But Archie Lenham has shown that he's, he's stubborn and he'll get into line. But at the minute, Nottinghamshire all over Sussex.
Fletcher again. Away he runs. The ball to Pujara, works it onto the leg side, out to Slater. Single taken. Pujara on to 14. 62 for 5.
The other game in the second division we mentioned, Derbyshire now 220 for 6, leading Worcestershire by 165. Middlesex at last batting at the Riverside. They're 18 without loss after Durham declared on 421 for 7, nearly at the end of day 2 at that particular game.
Fletcher now to Lenham for the first time. Lenham's got 5. He's probably got a couple more now as he's worked it square of the wicket on the offside. Only one as it turned out. Hamid is quick, fleet of foot, gets there and deters them from going for a second. And Pujara just had to put the brakes on because he was perhaps turning, going on the call of Lenham, but went back in time.
Yeah, I don't know whether Lenham called him for 2, but in the end it was a good call by Archie Lenham to say no, stay there. Fletcher
Now to Pujara on 14 and has just angled this again to backward point where Hamid fields. Oh crikey! Now then, there's people who think that shouldn't be allowed. There's those of us that say, well, he didn't have to throw it. Hamid has thrown at the stumps, hit the stumps with the batsman in his ground, and it's deflected away, and they've taken the overthrow.
Yeah, do you know what? I don't mind that as a field
I
inside.
don't.
I mean, I think he's perhaps thought to himself, Pujara's maybe out of his crease, or has been, and he's trying to keep him on his toes, and he's hit the stumps.
It's always the way, though. You hit him when you don't want to hit him.
No, you're right.
And when the batsman's 3 yards out, you narrowly miss. Next ball squares up Lenham, or in fact, in truth, he gets deep into his crease and gets perfectly positioned to play it from in front of his eye line. 64 for 5. quite a long old day. We've not lost any play, and in fact no rain since play started. It's very gloomy during the morning session. I don't think we ever got to the point where the umpires had a chat about going off, but the floodlights were on. It was fairly grey overhead, lights on, fairly dark. Fletcher bowls again to Lenham. Again, gets everything behind it, keeps it out. End of the over. Fletcher's come back over, has gone for 3. He's 7 overs, none for 24. Sussex 64 for 5, replying to Nottinghamshire's 240. So the bonus point situation in Sussex's favour, 3-2 at the moment.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle, Grace Ballinger, your commentary team. Grace back with us shortly, but we're going to get a change of bowling from the pavilion end, and it is going to be Stephen Mullaney into the attack. He's had a good day, scored 70 very good runs, the innings of the day from the not skipper. He's going to be bowling with 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, a mid-on, a straightish, shortish mid-wicket, and 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg, almost a deep backward square really, as in comes Mullaney, bowls to Bajara, and Bajara is forward, plays that into the offside. There is no run.
Wouldn't have thought Tom Moores would stay back for too long. In fact,
he's waving.
He's waving for a helmet now, I think.
Good spot, Dave.
Generally stands up for Mullaney. Makes it a little awkward for the slips. And in fact, that's interesting that Clark, who's always at first, has swapped with Duckett.
In comes Mullaney bowls. Bajara forward, plays down the onside, fielded by Pattinson White. There is no run. Yeah, he's going to bring the helmet out now, I think. Yeah, Stephen Mullaney is signalling, I think, to the dressing room to bring the helmet. He just pointed to his head. Yeah, he wants Tom Moores up to the stumps.
I'm just interested in the formation they've chosen to go, because it's almost like Duckett is standing where he would normally stand at second, but Clark has come out of first and gone to third, if you like.
He's getting annoyed here, Stephen Mullaney. He wants his helmet brought out. He wants Tom Moore standing up to the stumps. So we're going to get a further delay. As I say, I mean, Nottinghamshire's over 8 is level, so the helmet has been brought out. And now it's being transported from Luke Fletcher to Liam Pattinson wide. It's almost like a rugby ball as he makes his way up towards the 22 and gives the ball to, the helmet to Tom Moores, who's going to stand up for the stump. So Dave called that absolutely right. So 64 for 5. Mullaney's got his wish. And he's in, bowls and driven by Pujara for 4 runs.
Wouldn't you know it?
Yeah, overpitched. And that was a bit of a gift for Bajara, who's able to draw that through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 19. And Sussex to 68 for 5.
The fact that Moores was stood back, though, for those first couple of balls, at least it has given Duckett and Clark a little bit of an indicator as to where exactly to stand. Sometimes difficult, isn't it, with the keeper standing up?
Yes, it is. Mullaney in again, bowls. Bajara cutting to backward point. That's a good piece of fielding there at backward point by
Lyndon James.
Thank you. Prevented a certain boundary.
It's not Lyndon James.
He's got number 14 on his back, I thought.
It's Matthew Montgomery, who's crept onto the field as a sub-fielder. Matt Montgomery made his Nottinghamshire Championship debut a fortnight ago at Cardiff against Glamorgan, got 80. That was when Duckett was away playing for the Lions. He'll almost certainly feature next Tuesday.
Mullaney in bowls. Bajara beaten outside the off stump, and that wasn't far away, and Bajara was beaten by that delivery taken by Tom Moores. It's a dot ball. Total remains on 68 for 5. Bajara 19, Lenham on 6. Many people joining us all the time at this particular time of day, so at the risk of sounding like a broken record, Notts making 240, Mullaney with excellent innings of 70, Ben Slater 55, and James Pattinson 39. As in comes Mullaney, bowls. Bajara drives, and that's 4 more. Lovely shot by Bajara, just slightly over pitching Stephen Mullaney, and Bajara straight onto the front foot, drilling the ball through the covers for 4. He goes to 23. Sussex 72 for 5 at the end of Stephen Mullaney over. That cost 8 runs. I'll wait one more over, then I would need to make some phone calls to the studio about our 6:30 report. I'll leave you with Grace.
Yeah,
and
whenever you've got to go. Joy to have Adrian back with us at Trent Bridge. It's been a while.
Oh, it has been a while.
2017 since the absurdity, of course, as we've mentioned a time or two today. Sussex haven't been here since 2017, and then there's this match scheduled for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and wouldn't you know it, next Tuesday, a week today, Sussex are back here in the Royal London One Day Cup. Bonkers. As Fletcher is in and Lenham defends, no run, 72 for 5.
Yeah, it's the vagaries of the schedule. We were saying off air earlier on, Sussex with a trip to Durham, then a day off, and then a game in Taunton. So that really is one end of the country to the other. Coming up in August. Each county playing 8 games, and then the semi-finals are played as well. The final on this lovely ground towards the end of September.
Fletcher bowls once more, goes through to the keeper. I think it's a Saturday this time. It was a Thursday afternoon in 2021. 2 days after the semi-finals, which was a little tough on both finalists and their supporters.
But you were saying it was a well-attended final.
It was, yeah. I think the tickets were favourably priced. Next delivery allowed to go through to the keeper. I think it was in the school holidays. Sort of got it out the way, didn't they, in August? 72 for 5, but it is still a trophy to win.
Well, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And we were saying earlier on today, Glamorgan won it last year. I don't think it's any surprise they're having a good season this year. And our colleagues at BBC Wales were saying that the big lift it gave to Glamorgan winning that trophy.
Lenham on strike on 6. 3 slips waiting as Fletcher bowls. This one just came back a whisker, fairly close to the off stump, but not close enough to disturb the furniture. Got no axe to grind with Durham, no favouritism for Glamorgan or whatever, but on the day I was quite pleased that Glamorgan actually won it, because they resisted the temptation. They'd had 1 or 2 players away playing in the 100 and resisted the temptation to change their side, whereas Durham had Beddingham and Carse away, and I think they came back for the final. There was certainly a couple of players that came back for Durham, and they included them straight away, and I was quite pleased that the team that had stuck with those that had served them through thick and thin played the final, 72 for 5, because it could happen this year, as you've said. The final in mid-September could be a case for some sides of, or some players are having their cake and eating it, playing away, all through August, earning lots of money and all the exposure and everything that the 100 brings, and then they just step in for the the final in September.
That's a very good point, Dave. Very good point.
I think in the hundreds, in the blasts, certainly. As Fletcher bowls again, lovely looking shot by Lenham through the offside for 4. Nice extra cover drive. That's on a par with anything we have seen today. Stephen Mullaney punched a few in that area today, but that was as good as any of those. 76 for 5. Yeah, I know in the blast for the knockout phase, certainly the overseas players have to have featured in the group stage. I would like to see it put in that whoever, overseas or domestic, needed to have played in the group stage to play in the knockouts, but I don't think that's been brought in. There's a photograph of our clock on the live stream. That's the one above us that the umpires tend to go by. 22 minutes past 6 local time, it says. What it doesn't say on that clock, of course, is 11 overs to go, and we should have finished at 6 o'clock. Overtimes for you, Gracie.
Don't think I've ever gone this far late.
This would be early if we'd finished now. The 7 o'clock is getting there. 76 for 5, 11 to go. Here's Mullaney, and there's Grace Ballinger.
Keep it up then for Mullaney as he comes into Bajara, and a good full ball on the stumps, bringing Bajara forward, and Pujara seems pretty happy just to defend it. I mean, he'd be happy if him and Archie Lennon were here at the end of the day, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That partnership is starting to build nicely now. 27, that must be the highest partnership of the Sussex innings, I think. Next best 24, the opening partnership.
You've been doing your sums, haven't you, at the back?
Just on the spot, and that is a slightly shorter delivery, which is just cut off the back foot for 1 out to that short boundary where there's a cover fielder, bringing Archie Lennon onto strike. Sussex 77 for 5 with 10.4 overs remaining in the day.
Tom was coming back now. There's all that kerfuffle in the last over, wasn't there, about getting the helmet and going up to the stumps. Maybe Pujara was standing 3 inches outside the crease, but he's gone back for Archie Lennon.
Yeah, if he's gone back for the other batter, it would seem logical that he must be batting out his crease, Pujara, as Mulaney's in again, and another full ball, which is kept out by Archie Lennon well. He's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Looking pretty strong.
Yeah.
Knows he's got time to bat and could really make a good name for himself here. Has made a bit of a stir, didn't he, last year in the T20 Blast? Was it the year before? Was he 16 when he first started
I think
playing?
he was, yeah.
Yeah. Just 16 years of age, and could really get himself to find as more of an all-rounder here as Mulaney comes in again, and this one's outside off and left alone. Tom Moore's diving to his right slightly.
I mean, if you want to play cricket, he obviously does. He's from a great cricketing dynasty, but if you want to play cricket, you're here on a test match ground. You've got a number of people in, the sun's shining, you've got one of the best players in the world at the other end, no doubt having a quiet word, giving you confidence, boosting your ego. Brilliant.
Mulaney and again kept out well by Lennon.
Andy can go and buy a drink tonight if he wants. 18 at the weekend, in case he didn't get that reference. Archie Lennon.
Looks like Tom Moores will be coming up for both the batters now.
Yeah. Bit of frisbee with his cap to Joe Clark, who's plonked it on top of his sun hat.
It's an interesting look, isn't it? Mulaney bowls and again falling on the stumps, and Lennon comes forward. You can definitely see what Mulaney's trying to do here, just trying to bring all the modes of dismissal into play.
Yeah, trying to build up the pressure, isn't he? Be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. 77 for 5. So Sussex, I don't think the follow-on's ever sort of an issue or ever anything that Notts would have taken seriously, but 12 more runs, 14 more runs will do it. We'll avoid the follow-on. We'll leave the maths to you. Change of gloves for Pujara.
Just enjoying this music.
It's vaguely familiar, but I could probably have 50 guesses and I wouldn't know who it was. Going to be Fletcher to bowl to Pujara. I still don't know, and I heard Aaron on Radio Nottingham say LBW shout. Well, I'm humming away, and at the same time I'm watching Luke Fletcher here bowl a full-length delivery to Cheteshwar Pujara, one of the real star names in world cricket. Indian test match play, a lot of focus, a lot of attention on Pujara here, especially by Notts, who've got Sussex 77 for 5. Get Pujara out and they may well go on and get a good first innings lead. Notts made 240. They were put into bat when Sussex won the toss this morning. Pujara is actually skippering Sussex in this game. Won the toss, put Notts in. Ollie Robinson, recent England test player, very quickly ran through the top order. Notts were 4 down at lunch and bowled out for 240 by tea, with 70 from Stephen Mulaney, 55 from Slater. But Notts have fought back. You'd probably say they're ahead in the game now. Sussex 77 for 5 with 3 wickets from James Pattinson. And with that, he was gone. Usually Aaron hangs about and asks really important cricketing question like, have you had an ice cream today, or some such. But now he's gone. Update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Sussex 77 for 5. Is this your over or mine? Not a clue.
I think it's mine.
Go on.
No,
then.
it's not.
Go
It's yours.
on.
It's yours.
Fletcher past umpire Baldwin, bowls to Pajara. Ooh, fairly wide of the off stump, and Pajara lets it go through to the keeper. I'm no doyen of the fashion world, that's absolutely certain. But poor old Pudge, he came out for the toss this morning. Jiteshwar Pujara, and I think his shirt had been screwed up in the bottom of his bag. It was it was creased to high heaven. 77 for 5. The laundry hadn't been done. Next delivery is defended by Pujara. He is a class act. Looks a class act, doesn't he?
Just looks very comfortable at the crease, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he's scored so many runs and just never really looks in any trouble.
No, there was an LBW shout or two early on, wasn't there? We don't know how close they were really, but you thought after then he's dodged the early bullets. He's one of those probably going to get naught or plenty in this game, and he didn't get him for naught, so he may well get plenty. As Luke Fletcher in to bowl to him, and again all the time in the world, as Gray says, to get behind it and just almost block the ball up to Mulaney at mid-off. And there's no run. 9 overs to go after this one still, 6:30.
Crowd slightly thinning, I'd say. It's beginning to.
Yeah, there'll be
Still
one or
decent
two
numbers,
that's slipped away.
Is it 8 o'clock kick off for the Forest game?
It's 7:45 tonight. The very definition of a local derby. Notts County and Nottingham Forest playing in a pre-season friendly as Pajara blocks this one. I've seen the Forest squad though for the game, and it's, well, I can say mainly, it's pretty much entirely fringe players and youngsters. 77 for 5. They play again at the weekend against Valencia, and then begin their first year back in the Premier League for 25-26 years a week on Saturday. Who's your team? You got a team?
Birmingham City.
Crikey. Dear oh dear.
What a team. What a club. It's a shame they don't win any games anymore.
Do you go?
They are useless.
Do you go?
Yeah, I do.
Hmm.
Do. St Andrews.
Golf course, isn't it?
No. Mulaney's in. Full up to Archie Lenham, he's forward and defending it. There might be a golf course. Not in Small Heath.
Who was the most famous player that was signed from Birmingham City to Nottingham Forest?
Joe Hart.
Joe Hart?
Is he not? Has he not been signed for Forest?
From Birmingham City?
Yeah, he played for Birmingham City for ages.
Joe Hart did?
Yeah.
The goalkeeper?
Yeah. Born and bred. So Mulaney comes in. And
Joe Hart began at Shrewsbury, surely.
He might have done, but he got on
No.
his feet.
The
at
answer is
Birmingham
no,
City.
anyway.
I'll show you.
The first £1 million signing.
What position do they play? Seb Larson.
No, he was Birmingham City's most famous player.
Oh, I know who you mean. A really good one. He's got old. Right, Mulaney's in again. Outside off and left alone by Archie Lenham. I can't think of his name.
Trevor Francis.
That's the one. Trevor Francis. They got the song about him. Yeah, they've had some good players in their time, but sadly not in about 10 years.
I don't think either have had Joe Hart.
Yes, they have. I'm going to get it up. Played for years. And Ben Foster. Joe Hart. Birmingham.
Shrewsbury Town.
Birmingham
Manchester City.
He's good at cricket, Joe Hart. There he is in Blues kit, I'll show you.
Next ball's gone through to the wicket keeper. Joe Hart's not played for Birmingham, surely.
He has.
Crikey.
Did Joe Hart play Birmingham? There we go. as Mulaney comes in. 2 slips in play for Archie Lenham. That is short and it's pulled nicely along the ground, but there is someone out there at deep square, so we'll only do 1.
Yeah, Lyndon James has found himself out on the fence. That's not the side you want to be fielding on at this time of day, Grace. If you get a game here, of course you'll be playing about this time in the 100 if you play an evening game here at Trent Bridge, because you're looking straight into the sun. That's where Lyndon James is.
I remember some of our boundary fielders saying we played a 20 over game here in the day, and from the white seats I think it's really hard to see the ball sometimes when it goes in the air. Remember Tammy took a pretty difficult catch as Mulaney's into Pajara, keeper up still, and that is a brilliant shot straight, flicked, but Luke Fletcher gets round and no run will be taken. End of the over, Sussex 78-45.
Well, I'm going to give you half marks because Andrew Wallace has confirmed Joe Hart did play for Birmingham City, says Andrew, in the 2009-10 season, but he was only on loan, so you couldn't have sold him.
But he did play.
Bruce Wells.
Only for 1 year?
In the 2009-10 season.
I remember that, I do. I can't have been very old. How long ago is that?
What, the 9-10 season? It's about 12 years, isn't it?
That's good memory.
13 years.
Would have been what, 8 or 9?
Who?
Me.
You?
Yeah. Not you.
There's Luke Fletcher. Is this your end?
No, it's yours.
Past umpire Baldwin. Bowls wide of the pegs. Lenham on strike on 11. This pair have added 29 for the 6th wicket. Fair to say that it was a partnership that was very needy by Sussex. There were 49 for 5 when James Coles fell for a duck. Wickets going down at 24, 36 and then 44, 44 and 49. The 2 of the 3 Patos sharing the wickets. James Pattinson with 3, Dane Patterson with 2. Fletcher bowls the next one and worked away on the leg side. Plenty of animation behind the stumps. I think they thought that was destined for the pads. The other Pato hasn't had a bowl yet, Liam Patterson-White. Graham says, yeah, Joe played on loan for Birmingham in 2009-10. Don't argue with a lady, Dave. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But she knows I'm only pulling a leg half the time. 78 for 5.
Joe Hart is a blue.
Fletcher, very much a red. Bowls and this one swings away to the keeper. Big Forest fan, Luke Fletcher. He went to the playoff final with young Freddie, his son. James Pattinson is bowling imaginary cricket balls. I don't know if he's getting himself loose or trying to drop a hint. Just turning his arm over. Got a bit of a ticking off at Derby last week. The umpires made a right old play of calling him over and finger wagging at him. This one goes through to the keeper. Can only imagine he was letting his Australian exuberance get on top of him, and a word or two was said to 1 or 2 of the Derbyshire batsmen. It was a very public ticking off, it really was, a proper dressing down. It's almost like they were giving him lines. Being a naughty boy, you'll get no supper. But again, as we were talking about earlier, sometimes you never really find out what happens with these things. So Fletcher bowls and worked away, I think, off the pad. Yeah, it's going to be a leg by. Again, if you're going to appeal, fellas, this applies to all teams. If you're going to appeal, all go up together, not join in one by one as a bit of an afterthought. And it remains 79 for 5, and Pajara's decided to take a fresh guard. I don't know if Archie Lenham had trodden all over his previous one or not, but he's taken a fresh guard to face Fletcher. Just 7 overs to go after this one. Encouragement for Fletcher. Here he comes. Bowls and Pajara nicely defends. End of the over. So 7 overs remain. Sussex 79 for 5. Who haven't we seen, Grace? Harry Carvallis hasn't been out there. We've not seen Ollie Robinson, Brad Curry and Sean Hunt. I'm not sure what order they'll come in, but that's the order we've got them down on our sheet here. I guess probably too deep into the innings to be thinking about night watchman. It will probably be the natural order. Looking at Adrian, as I say, Carvallis in next.
Yeah, I thought so. Yes.
Mulaney in again. 2 slips, keeper up, and he bowls that one wide outside off. A smart take from Tom Mills, who has to move to his right, and left alone by Archie Lennon. Just sense things are starting to settle a bit slightly. I mean, there's lots of quick wickets falling, knots with their tails up. Things just seem to be calming down a little bit in the last half an hour's play, and that one is another good ball which Lennon plays at but is missed, and Tom Moores takes the stumps, but don't think he was anywhere near at his crease.
Well, the game's been played at a different tempo for one thing, isn't it? When James Pattinson is rushing in, everything is sort of being done at 5th or 6th gear, isn't it? Everything is being done at speed. Mulaney, slower pace, a little craftier maybe.
Shorter ball this time, and nearly wraps them on the pad. Keeps a little low. Looks like he just got his bat in front in time.
It only takes one error, one mistake, one brilliant bit of fielding, a superb catch just to perhaps throw it all open again. It'll be harder for the next man in, whoever it is, just to start again. The fielding side, the bowlers, they'll be up if they can get a wicket. But it has just, as you say, settled down a little bit, this partnership of 30.
Mulaney in again, and again back the length, and again play and miss from Lennon. Maybe a leave, might give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe a leave. But good bowling nonetheless, and good channels being hit here. Sussex trail by 161 as Mulaney is in, bowled and full and driven by Lennon. Driven nicely, but straight to mid-off, and they do not consider a single. Just got forward to that one a bit more, maybe slightly fuller by Mulaney, and it's a nice looking shot, but no reward for it.
Last ball of the over, Lyndon James on the leg side has been sent out just in case, well, inviting them to take a single, really, isn't he?
Mulaney in, and he decides against a single onto the back foot and defends that one, gets in line with it well. End of the over, Sussex are 79 for 5.
Been quite impressive actually, Archie Lennon, hasn't he? He's got into line, he's done all the simple things effectively without any fuss. I'm sure there'll have been plenty of dialogue, as there is right now. Pujara going down and having a word, and they've taken it all on board and just obeying all commands. Mentioned things ticking along at a different pace. Back he comes, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 15 is James Pattinson. Don't know what happened then, but we all looked round all at once.
I thought I heard someone at the door, but I was mistaken.
79 for 5. So here is Pattinson bowling to Pujara. Start of a new over. This one's run away for 4 by Pujara. Got a wicket, didn't he? First ball of his second spell. Pujara. I beg your pardon, Pattinson, but on this occasion Pujara just angled the bat, ran it down to third man. 83 for 5 Sussex, trail by 157.
Yeah, definitely intentional that one, wasn't it? Just guided really nicely, just past second slip, and obviously no one out of third man. It's smart batting from Pujara, and he's looking good, he's looking in control of his innings.
Pattinson, of course, knows the game. He's been round the block, he's been round the world many times. He knows what's required here, but you can imagine Mulaney just saying to him, come on, give it everything this spell, we want one more. comes into Pajaro. Didn't have an awful lot of time to react to that one, but just blocks the ball away on the offside. No run. Or 34, Clark 8, Hudson Prentice 1, Carter Norton, Coles Norton in scorecard order. They didn't go down in that order, but that's the scorecard. Earlier in the day, Notts were 87 for 4 at lunch. 3 wickets to Ollie Robinson, who went on to get a 4th in the afternoon to finish with 4 for 44. Notts bowled out for 240. Pattinson to Pajara will roll his wrists and pull it out onto the leg side and get a boundary. Dive from Slater, but not close enough to the ball to be effective. Pajara on to 32. Man of the day, I guess the way the contest has just come back towards Notts brings one or two other performers, I guess, into the equation. Certainly by lunch and an hour into the afternoon, I'd say Ollie Robinson is going to be the standout performer. In fact, I think I did say a lot of those writing newspaper reports, I'm sure, would be leading off with Ollie Robinson's return to arms. Size through the Nottinghamshire top order as Pattinson in again bowls and defended, but one or two others have put in big performances. It was a gutsy knock from Stephen Mullaney, just what his side needed, that 70 in the afternoon, getting Notts up to a batting point and a workable total. James Pattinson made 39 and has picked up 3 wickets. He's had a good day. But Notts were very much on the back foot after that early blast from Ollie Robinson, who bowled superbly well this morning, I thought.
Yeah, he bowled very well. Just so in control and so in rhythm, made all the more impressive considering his lack of overs this season.
Sussex 87 for 5 as Pattinson to Pajara clips this out onto the leg side. Slater does the fielding. 1 run taken, 88 for 5. I think the forecast's supposed to be okay for tomorrow, so if you can't come down to the ground, if you're available to listen to us via the BBC Sport website or app, or watch the pictures, either of the 2 county clubs, there'll be links there to the live stream. I think a lot of people get it through YouTube as well. We'll be on here just before 11 o'clock as James Pattinson is in, and once again, Lenham shoulders arms, 88 for 5. 5 overs remain in the day. See 1 or 2 youngsters at the far end of the ground. Don't know if they've been there all day or come in since.
Yeah, I've seen a few about, actually, a few kids. I think school holidays are done, aren't they? So nice day for it to come down to the cricket. It's good to see them at the Red Bull games as well, not just the white ball.
So Mullaney's reverted to the 2 wicket takers. 3 wickets for Pattinson, 2 for Patterson. With 5 overs to go. Dane Patterson comes back.
Looks like there's a bit of confusion. Don't know what about, but Patterson will come in to Pajara. 2 slips in place, and the first ball is back for length and pushed into a cover gap, and a quick single's taken, and fumble by Ben Slater eradicates any chance for a run out, but I don't think there was much of a chance anyway.
Yeah, I don't think Pajara has ever really looked to protect Archie Lenham, has he? But more than happy to take a single first ball of the over there. It was offered and accepted. Now Patterson can try and unhinge Lenham. He'd like the full 5 balls here in this over if he can. Just try and set him up, a couple that nip away and then maybe one that comes back to try and trouble him.
3rd slip in play then for Lenham as Patterson comes in, and that one's left outside off. Good ball, but good lead from Archie Lenham. He's picked his line well today.
Yeah.
He's played well. He's been impressive.
With Pattinson, you have to be careful for that one that shapes back. That's the one that does all the damage. That's left an awful lot of players just wondering why they've not played a shot. We saw it earlier on, Ollie Robinson doing it to Asiba Mead. Well, Pattinson is a purveyor of the same dark arts. Just tries to get the batter into thinking it's going away and then brings it back.
And again, and outside off, and again left by Archie Lenham. I do wonder if this is that trap being set that you talk about, Dave.
It looks like it. It looks like it. Of course, whether it works or not remains to be seen. But
yeah,
if we've got young Archie mic'd up down there, if he's listening to me, just be aware. I'm sure the analysts have picked up on it and have sort of said in the pre-match briefings and discussions, would have tipped the wink all about Dane Pattinson, what to expect. Just beware the one that comes back.
Fourth ball of the over, then he comes in, and that one is again left, and looks like it just goes straight on.
He didn't play at Hove, hadn't got here. There was an awful lot of visa problems in April. I think Pujara and Rizwan were similarly unavailable for Sussex. In fact, I think if I remember rightly, Adrian, I think Pujara arrived on the second day of our match at Hove. I can remember seeing him down there, but he wasn't there in time to play. There was an awful lot of people trying to get visas to come to the UK at the time, you may remember.
Yes.
Passing in again, then and again, slightly back by length this time, but again left outside off by Archie Lenham.
Well, he's trying to play the long game in this over, hasn't he? If this one does come back, he's bowled 4 that have gone away.
Yeah, well, the 3 slips are in place. The trap is set as well for a snick off, as well as it coming back in and taking his off stump out. So we'll see what happens here. It's clever bowling by Pattinson if he does get one that comes in.
If he does. If he doesn't make him play in this one, it just goes through to the keeper. It's a bit of a waste of an over because he's not had to lay bat on ball yet.
In again, and same again, and that one looks slightly straighter, but still comfortably left by Archie Lenham. And good over for Sussex then. They're 89 for 5 with just 4 left to bowl in the day. Yeah,
they'd happily take that, wouldn't they? 5 deliveries there to Lenham that in the end he didn't have to play. I'm sure he was being very watchful just in case it nipped back, but it didn't, so all was fine and dandy. Have another swap over here, and Adrian comes back, so that'll be it for Amazing Grace for the day. Grace Ballinger will be back with us for day 2 here at Trent Bridge. I hope you've enjoyed her company.
In comes Pattinson, bowls to Pujara, who's forward, placed to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Well, Sussex have certainly fought hard in the last hour, and I have to say, Archie Lenham, you know, we were saying what a good young cricketer Archie Lenham is, and he certainly got into line and has done for it. I'm going to have another change in a couple of minutes time, but he's, you know, he may be small of stature, Archie Lenham, but he gets into line, and he's certainly not frightened. As in comes Pattinson over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara is forward, placed to mid-on, and there is no run. Total remains on 89 for 5. This partnership now worth 40 between this pair. Sussex were in all sorts of strife at 49 for 5. They still are.
So just 3 overs to go in the day. After this one, Adrian, we'll have a final change around at the end of this over. We'll get some reaction from the Nottinghamshire camp as we ease towards the finishing bell this evening.
Pattinson in bowl to Pujara. It's wide. Had a fine stop by Tom Moores, diving away to his right hand side, got a glove on it and prevented it going for byes. Pujara happy to let that one go past the off stump. He remains on 34. Lenham on 11.
Yeah, last couple of overs they've been able to leave rather too many deliveries, haven't they? There's 5 in a row in the last over that Lenham was able to shoulder arms to.
Well, I was saying last week at Lords, Archie Lenham faced 82 balls for his 19, and Tom Helm was racing in at Lords last week, so he's a fine young batsman. In comes Pattinson, bowls again. That's wide outside the off stump and taken by a diving Tom Moores, virtually in front of second slip by the time he collected the ball. Again, there's no run.
Guess by the end of the day, Adrian, the game back in the balance. Certainly, first two sessions belong to Sussex. We break these games down into sessions, but not so fought back in this one.
Yeah, no question. And I think it was always the concern for Sussex with Tom Haynes and Tom Alsop both out of the side this week as to how strong the batting would be, as in comes Pattinson over the wicket bowls to Pujara, and much relying on Pujara. Ball right up in the block hole, and Pujara plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Just say for the last 3 overs here, we're going to be joined by the Nottinghamshire coach Ant Boter to get his thoughts on how the day has gone, where the balance of power is, what Notts have done well today, what perhaps they would like to do again. It's been a funny old day. 15 wickets have gone down as we head towards the last 3 overs.
As Pattinson is in, bowls to Pujara, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Tom Balls. That's the end of the over. 89 for 5, Lenham on 11, Pujara on 34. I'm going to say good night for the evening and leave you with Dave.
I know you've got some updates to do for BBC Sussex, Adrian. A little bit of written work to do. More from Adrian Harms tomorrow morning. And again, great to have Adrian back at Trent Bridge for the first time in almost forever. Sussex just don't play here often enough, but then twice in a week you couldn't make it up. More from Adrian, as I say, in the morning. Thanks to him and to Grace for today. And well, almost quick as a flash, Adrian has metamorphosised into Ant Boter. Great to have you up here, Ant. Thanks very much for joining us. We'll just see the start of this over as Dane Patterson comes in to bowl to Archie Lenham. And what happened there?
Yeah,
did he bowl that ball? Must have done. It went through to the keeper. I didn't actually see that. The old peepers are going. Thanks for coming up. What do you make of it all?
Firstly, afternoon, Dave, and afternoon, viewers. Yeah, interesting day's cricket, hasn't it? Hasn't it been? 15 wickets in the day. Good toss to win. Good bowling conditions, certainly in the first 2 sessions.
As Patterson from the pavilion end bowls wide of the off stump, and another delivery outside the off stump that Lenham can leave alone. Do we know what Stephen Mullaney would have done?
Yeah, look, we definitely would have had a bowl. You know, it's always a fine balance between how much moisture we get on this wicket for the start of a 4-day game, and with the overhead conditions and rain in the air, it was obviously a bowl first day.
Lenham's on 11, Dane Patterson in again. This time he does have to play it, gets back to it. They're going to scamper through for a single. That brings Pujara down on to strike. Guess this time of the day it's one of those I think Notts would like to probably bowl at the inexperienced player, Archie Lenham, but at the same time you want to get the big fish, the true star, if you like, out. So to do that they need to bowl at Pujara. You say all that and you're absolutely right. The overhead conditions this time might have had more of an influence, but as we always rack up here on the first morning, it always tends to have a greenish hue to it, the wicket. It always looks as if Trent Bridge, this one's short, and what's that hit? Gone back to Patterson, I think off his helmet, so there might be a little bit of a hold up here. Dane Patterson has caught the ball off the helmet of Chideshwar Pujara, so there will be a hold up here whilst they check out the Sussex skipper and also no doubt sort him out with a helmet, so we can talk more to Ant Boter, who's popped up to join us. Yeah, it always looks green in the morning, and sometimes visiting sides who perhaps haven't played here for a while think, oh, Trent Bridge and its reputation, it looks green, we'll have a bowl, and sometimes it doesn't always work out like that, but it did for Sussex this morning.
Yeah, as I alluded to earlier, certainly this particular wicket, Steve's had quite a bit of time to prepare it and get the moisture content in right. So from our point of view, it was very much a bowl first. But in saying that, you bat well, you get through those first session, you've got a chance. At the end of the day, we would be disappointed with certainly 3 or 4 of our dismissals. But you've got to give credit to Ollie Robinson. I thought he showed his class first spell.
It's terrific, wasn't he? He's not played for a while, been out of the game for a while, came back but hit his straps, and he could very much have been the story of the day, couldn't he? 4 of the first 5 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, Ollie's one of those bowlers who has a natural length, doesn't he? You watch him bowl, and it doesn't take him long to find a natural length, and he managed to get the ball in the right area, and there was a lot of movement. Yeah, so certainly the dismissals of Hasib, and there was another really good ball. I'm trying to think who was a better.
Joe Clark was caught behind. Lyndon James at second slip. Ben Duckett just clipped one to square leg. Slater's was a beauty. Ben Slater was bowled, wasn't he? That was a terrific delivery.
Yeah, I thought Slater and Hamid got to. I think Ollie bowled 2 beauties there. Yeah.
First and foremost, Ant, we should report here that Cheteshwar Pujara seems to be absolutely fine, as is often the case. Obviously, both the physio has gone out there and thoroughly checked him over. He's drinking water. He's stayed on his feet. He was hit on the helmet, but thankfully appears to be okay. There's always this sort of delay whilst they sort out a replacement helmet. So we're talking to Ant Boter about the day in general. The Notts coach here. I guess the batting pluses for Nottinghamshire then, if we take them on. Stephen Mullaney's 70, sort of the glue that held the second half of the innings together, and before that Ben Slater, and then right at the end some good runs for James Pattinson.
Yeah, and it's been a story of our season, for a season and a half now. As a side and as a batting unit, we've dovetailed well, and generally as a unit we are batting well. It's I think we do have the most batting points in the country, which is nice. But again, in saying that, I think we'd be slightly disappointed with 240, although we did well to get there in the end. But as you can see, that's becoming a competitive score. And we must say that this afternoon session, the sun shines out. It's certainly been the better conditions to bat. So from our point of view, if we can, ideally, we would love to get Pujara out tonight. That would be massive. But certainly tomorrow, I think the conditions are overcast. So hopefully we can, from a Notts point of view, we can start off well tomorrow.
Yes, Patterson as play restarts, bowling to Pujara, brings the bat down and defends 90 for 5. 1 ball left in this over. It's funny. County cricket, isn't it? The last day of Championship cricket we had here was against Middlesex. The only wicket taken in the day was by Ben Duckett. I mean, everybody had a bowl. That's as perverse in one way as you can go. And when we went to Derbyshire last week, the last day there, it was flat as a pancake, nothing. And today we've had 15 wickets, but it's been very, very watchable, hasn't it? There's been a little bit in it for the bowlers. There's been some good batting. It's been terrific cricket as Pujara runs this to backward point, well fielded by James Pattinson. I think your average cricket viewer, although there's not been that many runs scored, 240, 90 for 5, would say this is the sort of cricket you'd rather watch than 1 wicket going down in the day, and that taken by Ben Duckett, with all respect to him.
Yeah, it would be a good one for your viewers to vote on, because generally in England, certainly from my point of view, the best games have been 300 play 300. You've had some wonderful games of cricket. And I think it's a fine balance between looking for excuses that our batsmen aren't potentially playing particularly well generally, and
there's Pattinson starting a new over, bowls to Archie Lenham. He's going to get himself, well, probably whatever he wants here, 1, 2 or 3. They're going to settle for 2, I think, as Hamid is after it. 92 for 5. Good bit of fielding from Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, just to continue on that, rather than 5-600 play 5-600, and it is a fine balance. I think certainly a lot of the squares in England, we do have, issues if we don't leave enough grass and enough water content on there, and they do tend to get particularly flat, so there's always that fine balance.
There's Pattinson again. run in past umpire Baldwin's left shoulder. The evening sunshine, bowls past the outside edge and goes through to the keeper. This is the 11th match out of 14, and for both of these sides, and then the last game for a month or thereabouts, 5 weeks. Obviously delighted you must be at where Notts are in the table. You know, you can't do better than first, although the lead could be further. But going into this game, you've drawn the last 3. Is there an extra onus just to win this one, just to try and stretch that gap a little bit, as this is turned away by Lenham on the leg side? I'm thinking about with regards to the wicket. Do you want more of a sporting wicket with this one to try and get a result wicket?
Yeah, I mean, you know, all our wickets, what we try and do is just prepare wickets with a bit of pace in. You know, fortunately, it looks like this wicket is going to get slightly quicker and has got a bit of pace. But you know, certainly every game we have gone in to win. Just as Pattinson's running in.
Yeah, Pujara's back on strike. He's on 34. James Pattinson bowls and it's defended by Pujara. Seems to have so much time, doesn't it? It's talking about James Pattinson, everything's heightened when he comes on. Everything's suddenly 5th, 6th gear, and everybody's animated at Pattinson running in. And at the other end, Pujara seems to have all the time in the world. It's such a sharp contrast, isn't it, between 2 proper Test stars?
Absolutely, it's a wonderful contest. You know, you've got a wonderful fast bowler who's starting to really learn his craft at the back end of his career, bowling to Pujara.
Bowls now, and Pujara again just happy to defend. He's absolutely desperate just to get to the end of play. Just
on Pujara, I mean, been fortunate enough to be in the...
When did you arrive here? Were you here in 2017 when he played for Notts?
Yeah,
I thought
he was also with me at Derby when
of course,
2 or 3 seasons there.
Yeah.
But look, certainly throughout the world, he's most probably one of your top 5 batters defensively in the Test arena. So you know you've got to work for his wicket.
And I guess making him captain, just piling more responsibility on him as Pattinson bowls a low full toss, which has been just punched up to Fletcher at mid-on. He's somebody that will thrive on the challenge and the responsibility and look to lead from the front. I mean, he's been having a great season and he's passed 1,000 runs for the campaign earlier in this innings. He's 1 over left, 93 for 5 here at Trent Bridge. It was never going to happen, I wouldn't imagine, but Sussex have just avoided the follow-on, by the way, in that over. They trail by 147 at 93 for 5. Lenham has 15, Pujara has 34. If a wicket goes down, we'll troop off, otherwise there are just 6 balls before stumps. And we are about 7 minutes past 7. Sussex -6 on the over 8, and be interesting to see what Notts finish up at as Pattinson comes in to bowl, and Lenham lets this go through to the keeper. We'll let you disappear, and it's been terrific to watch. I guess I'm not too sure how many neutrals will have tuned in watching on the live stream, but there's been factions of the day where Sussex supporters will have very much enjoyed it, and there's certainly been moments for Nottinghamshire supporters. It's been a terrific day.
It has been, absolutely, and it's set for a good contest.
Goes without saying that, well, you've almost said it, cloudy day tomorrow morning. You want Notts to knock them over and go again as Lenham defends this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's no secret, every morning generally there's a little bit more on the wicket, so hopefully from a Notts point of view we can make good use of that and make inroads into this Sussex first innings.
Appreciate your time.
Absolute
Thanks for
pleasure,
popping
David.
up. You know where we are. You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Any time. Absolutely, yeah, fabulous to have you up here, and thanks for your thoughts on the day, and let's hope it continues to be a cracking cricket match and a really good advert for the county championship as Lenham defends this one.
Absolutely, thank you. Thanks, Dave.
That's Ant Boter, Nottinghamshire coach, just popping up to join us for the last knockings of this the first day. We've got 3 deliveries left in the day. Nice of Ant to come in and join us. at the end of the day, those of you watching the live stream, if you just stay tuned, Aaron will pick up and just run through the events of the day with you as Lenham defends this one. 93 for 5. Adrian's not gone too far. Been doing his reports and his socials and his radio bulletins.
I've just got the report for the morning all set up, but I've got to nip across the other side and get an interview, so that's going to take a little bit of time. But it's been a super day's cricket. Always enjoyed it with you, Dave. And it's, what are we? You know, we've had a full day of it, haven't we? 10 past 7.
We certainly have. It'll be interesting to see what the Notts overrate is. Sussex -6. Didn't start this innings until 20 to 5. This one is fended away by Lenham, and he can get down to the non-strikers end with 1 ball left.
Yeah, and you know, credit to Archie Lenham. You know, I said when he came in, he's a young pro who's not scared. That's one thing. You know, there are these quick bowlers racing into him. You'd have thought he might be intimidated, but not a bit of it. And he's provided the support that Pujara's needed. And as you say, I mean, there was a real danger at 49 for 5. I was thinking, crumbs, Sussex could get bowled out here and be asked to follow on. But these two have made sure they haven't, and it's a really good partnership between the pair. What have they added? 45? 45?
Yes.
Yeah.
From is that 107 deliveries. There's the 108th delivery of this partnership. The last of the day, Pattinson to Pujara, leaves it alone. He'll be set to go again tomorrow morning. We've run through the card, I think, several times, so the main headlines. Sussex winning the toss, sticking Notts in, bowled them out by T for 240. And at the close, Sussex 94 for 5, with Cheteshwar Pujara 34 not out and Archie Lenham 16 not out. Many thanks to Grace Ballinger, to Adrian Harms, and thanks to you for all your correspondence throughout the course of the day and for being there. From me, Dave Bracegirdle, from Trent Bridge, I wish you all a very pleasant Tuesday evening.
Okay, so a big thank you to our commentary team, and they will be back tomorrow, and also a special thank you there to Boats for joining them for those few overs there at the end. And the players are literally just leaving the pitch right now, and the state of play at the end of day one is that Nottinghamshire got 240. It was a tough first session for Notts, to be honest. Ollie Robinson, from a Sussex point of view, picking up 4 wickets, and it kind of needed the middle order of Notts to get them to a score that was, well, potentially could be an important score there. 240 all-out Notts, with the captain Stephen Mullaney getting 70, Ben Slater 55, and then obviously Jimmy Pattinson at the end with a nice 39. Now Sussex will start day 2 on 94 for 5. Again, Jimmy Pattinson with the ball made an inroad into that Sussex opening batters, and 3 wickets for Jimmy Pat there, and also Dane Patterson with 2 as well, which means that, as I say, Sussex will start day 2 on 94 for 5, meaning they trail by 146. And if you was listening at the end there, they have avoided the follow-on. So we've had 94 overs today. It started with a kind of overcast conditions, and we've ended up in sunshine. And tomorrow, I spoke to the man Steve Burks, and he says it's going to swap around tomorrow. So it's going to be sunny in the morning and then overcast in the afternoon. But I have to say this, Steve Burks isn't a weatherman. He's a very, very good groundsman, but he's not a weatherman. So we'll see. But hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage from day 1, and you will be joining us for day 2. We will be back about 10:45, 10:50 tomorrow. The action will get underway at 11 o'clock, and well, we'll see what is in store. We've potentially got a great game here at Trent Bridge. Thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your evening.